Hello everybody and welcome here to day number 1 of Division 2 of China for the Winter Tour of 2023. I'm Flick, I'm joined by Nomad and John X5. We don't have the full crew here today, but we've got a good crew nonetheless. John, we'll start with you, mate. Coming down from the high heights of Division 1, you're going to join us here in Division 2 and grace us with your lovely voice. How you doing today, mate?
Doing great. Looking forward to some China Div 2 action. We've already seen Div 1 unfold. We've got a pretty set meta intact, but, some teams try something different. I'm hoping we see something different here outside of your usual Lina, Treant Protector, Rubik. So I'm keen to see if these teams have something else planned for us.
Yeah, I think Div 2 can be a little bit of a coin flip. Either we see some weird and wacky stuff, or sometimes we do see these guys just following along with what the Div 1 meta has been. Nomad, mate, you're out of the hosting chair today, but you're going to be able to cast some games. So how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, you've dethroned me. Not sure how to feel about that. But yeah, no, I'm going to be hosting with John, which of course I'm very excited about. Div 2 China, it's always been a fun one for me. This one is going to be interesting though, because previously I've always said that China has the strongest Division 2 region. And I'm not sure I can stick to that this time because there's been so many bought slots that I just don't know a lot of these players. And I don't know if it's going to be the same this time around. So we still have some absolute powerhouses. We've got VG, YBB, LBZS are kind of a big question mark. Same with outsiders. But then the other 4 teams, I just have no clue. But I'm excited to find out.
I'm excited to find out as well, so let's go and have a look at these teams and see which teams we've got for Division 2 here in China. As you already said, a lot of these slots have been changed around through hands. Like Poke Gaming has been one of those teams that's really come into this. We still have a few question marks about how some of these rosters are going to look. LBZS has completely changed their roster outside of PP. So, John, looking at the 8 teams that we have here in front of us, is there anybody that's really standing out to you to kind of be one of the front runners for Division 2?
I think there's 2 teams that most people look at. VG, more than likely, big names over there, and YBB, because YBB was a team that wasn't originally supposed to play in close qualifiers. They were one of the people who swapped slots around, and they stomped through closed. So I'm expecting YBB to be up there as well, and it should be close. Teams like LBZS and outsiders from China can be really interesting as well. So I think those are the top 4 I'd look at. VG, YBB, LBZS, outsiders. They should be pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams that we've seen, obviously Nomad in Western Europe, when we saw these teams come in from the closed qualifiers, they're the ones that are coming in and stomping everybody, because I think that kind of circles back to the idea of when we get these teams that have changed hands with their slots, we don't really know what they're doing. We haven't really seen what they've been able to do, and the closed qualifier teams have been teams that are really kind of known quantities for us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've earned their spots here, so we know that they can, at the very least, beat out the closed qualifiers. And yeah, again, just huge question mark above those a lot of these teams here. So I'm very excited to find out though, and we're always looking for the next big players and the next shining talent in each of the regions. And I mean, China is also so quick to churn between Div 1 and Div 2. Like out of all the regions,
yeah.
I don't have any stats to back this up because I'm super lazy to look it up. But I would guess that China is probably way up there when it comes to Div 2 players, which then go on to play in Div 1, get picked up by Div 1 teams. They really like to look after their academies and keep an eye on the new talent coming in. And that's one of the reasons why China has always been a competitive region.
Yeah, because I think they do have a very good eye when it comes to being able to filter those good players that are hovering around that tier 2 and being able to get into tier 1. But these teams, they are playing for something here, lads. So let's go and have a look at the prize pool and see what it's going to look like for Division 2 here. Obviously, the big thing for a lot of these teams is being able to get that promotion up into Division 1, being able to play up against the best teams. Not only is this a good scouting ground for a lot of these tier 1 teams here, John, they get a little bit of money to keep themselves going in the DPC. And then if you go up into the Division 1, that is such a good proving ground and a good way to learn for these Division 2 teams.
Yeah, you just want to make it into Div 1. You want to play against the big boys, but again, in China, it feels like that big boy pool is just a lot bigger than other regions, so you already have a good proving ground here, and of course, that shot at the major. I mean, if you're starting Div 2 in Tour 1, that's probably the best part to be in Div 2, because you can potentially stay in Div 1 for 2 more tours if you play it well. So this is their chance to kind of establish a good year for themselves in that DPC.
Yeah, exactly. And being able to get those DPC points, if you don't make it to some of those majors, maybe you only get one major slot this year, you still might have a very small outside chance, or even some of the seeding going in towards the qualifiers for TI, which is what all these Dota players are playing for. So lads, let's go and have a look at the games that we've got for today here in Division 2. We've got 3 series they're going to be going in. John's going to join us for this first series between Poke Gaming and LBZS, and then later on this afternoon, we have Meteor Gaming and Team Mystique going head-to-head, and then Vici Gaming and Team Cloud. So we'll start with you, Nomad. What's your kind of pick of the bunch today?
So we'll go LBZS over Poke Gaming, and then this is just like question mark versus question mark, but I guess I'll go Team Mystique because they have had rosters before. Meteor, I'm not so sure about. And then for the final one, we moved away from the matchup. Was it Cloud
Vici versus Cloud?
Yeah, that's a toughie, but somehow I think I'm going to go Vici on that one, Fluke.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are definitely going to be going for Vici for a lot of these series as well. So let's start jumping into this first series and start talking about some of these teams so far and delving a little bit deeper into these first 2 teams. We've got Poke Gaming going up against LBZS here, John. And we've talked about a lot of these teams being a whole lot of question marks for us. LBZS being one of those teams that has changed their roster recently. But I think for me, Poke Gaming has been another big question mark because, as Nomad said at the top of the show, coming in with a slot that was given to them by YBB and now coming into this, it is all about, can they really prove us wrong in Division 2?
Yeah, I think that's where we have to find out, right? Like a lot of unproven names almost here. A lot of interesting names as well. I think their carry player has probably the most fantastic name that we're going to be seeing in this pop-up here as well. But I have literally nothing on this team. You know, it takes me back to maybe covering DPLCDA Season 1 in 2018 or 2019, where you get like rosters that you have no idea about. And Poke Gaming's in an interesting spot because, as mentioned, they got in here. They didn't have to play closed. So a lot of questions will be raised. I think we've seen that a couple times. NA, off the top of my head, we've had Tiet and, well, not Alpha, but Tiet and Bait came in, right? And Bait surprised us. Tiet, not as much. I think that went along with what you'd expect. So I'm keen to see if that breaks the mold here in China. It's Div 2, not Div 1 slot, but, you know, it's still different.
Yeah, it's still the fact that we don't really have much information about this team and these teams that come into these divisions. So it's all about what they look like on day one. Are they able to learn from their mistakes, and, you know, what the kind of power rankings look for us as well. So, Nomad, I do want to say before we start moving on to LBZS that I personally think this Poke Gaming logo has been one of the greatest I've seen in esports in a long time.
It's phenomenal. Yeah, it's like it's a really fancy unicorn with glowing eyes and like a beautiful kind of paisley body with like blues and hints of golds. Yeah, I mean, like it's dope. Yeah, Poke Gaming. If for some reason you're listening to the English stream, I don't know why you would be, but if you are, send us some shirts. We will wear them and we will sympathy you for the entire tournament.
Yeah, I definitely would be rocking something, hoodie, shirt, whatever you guys want to send out. We're definitely going to be getting into it. So LBZS is another team on the other side of the server for us today here, Nomad. This is the logo that John seems to be super excited about. But this team, as I already said, has had some changes to it. But I still think that some of these players might be a little bit more known qualities to us.
Yo, they got merch now. For the longest time, they've just been hanging out in like kind of basic t-shirts, but they got proper merch now. Hell yeah, let's go, LBZS, moving up in the world. Yeah, firstly, thank you, Flick, for giving me the team with actual players and history to talk about, because I appreciate you, John. Suck it. But yeah, no, this is basically a roster which is reformed kind of around PP. He was their mid laner. He still is their mid laner. Just changed names to Dolphin, very disappointingly, because I used to love having old PP in my games. Always made me giggle because I am a 2-year-old at heart. We also got, you might know TZY as well. He's been around a very long time. He was on Magma. Unfortunately, it's kind of left during last year, and then that team got poached. So not much left of that original squad now. And then we've got Fonte, Helios, and Guago, who I'm interested in finding out more about. I think we've seen a bit from Fonte, but not from the other two.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what, the kind of untested players that we have on this roster and see what they look like. But, going into this series, John, as Nomad already said, there's some known quantities from LBZS. There's a little bit of a question mark from Poke Gaming. Do you feel like they obviously would, I'd imagine, know each other? Do you think that this might give, one of these teams for, maybe like going up against Vici Gaming might give them a little bit of an outside chance if they can kind of pull a rabbit out of the hat? Or do you feel like this is more so us just not being able to see much, and then those guys inside of the China region should have pretty straightforward information?
I'm pretty sure they'd know each other a lot better there. I mean, even if they're not scrimming, even if they've never scrimmed against these players, they've probably run into them in their pubs. So they've got their research on hand. That they should know what each player wants to do. And I think when it comes down to it, it's still about being a team. So even outside of knowing each other individually, understanding what you want to do as a unit just stands out to be more important nowadays in Dota.
All right, boys, draft is on our screens so far. We were having a little bit of a chat before the broadcast started about some of the differences between China as a region and Nomads. A few things has stand out. I think so far this draft is pretty straightforward, though.
Yeah, nothing super surprising. I mean, I guess Centaur is somewhat of an outside first phase pick at the very least, unless you're Alliance, who seems to be the only hero they can win with. But yeah, they go down that route.
We're in a different region and you're still throwing stabs at Alliance. I love it. I'm here for it.
They can't hear me over here, so I can get away with it. But yeah, Rubik Center opening, love it. I really do like this opening because I feel like Rubik does like to be in the fights, and Centaur can definitely get him the nice tanky frontliner for him as well, so really frees up his game. And then, of course, in lane, you've got the Fade Bolt plus the Retaliate combination, which is pretty nice, and just kind of allows the Centaur to really dominate any carry he's against, or you can put the Rubik in the safe lane. We've seen a lot of that as well. Meanwhile, Poke with the Mirana and Ember, yeah, I don't know, two strongish heroes, not much. I'm sure John has better insight than me about it.
I like the response from Poke to just go for that mid Ember, maybe flexing it around, but more than likely mid. You don't have a direct answer in the Rubik and the Centaur just yet. You've got this combination with your Mirana for the arrow. We know that China has not been picking up that Riki as much as other regions, so you've got the chains to play with, at least. You kind of establish yourself there. And you don't have to worry about this Tusk matchup. Maybe something like the Leshrac could still come out for LBZS, but you've got a very stable foundation for Poke to kind of draft everywhere else on. Get maybe more team fight on the off lane, maybe get a more hard stun on your support, but you've got that solid combo of at least getting the Chains Arrow, and that should give Poke some early minute 6 tempo if they want to go for that rotation later on.
And I also like the fact that, it is something that we've seen with one of these bands here from LBZS, that Poke Gaming can kind of cover their Ember Spirit here with a few of these bands being able to go into this next set of picks to be able to make sure this Ember Spirit's going to have a good lane. The Monkey King gets banned out. Good lane partner up against the Centaur already. Also a great lane up against the Ember Spirit. So I like that they kind of had that 2-for-1 deal, and now LBZS go back for the Disruptor. I'm loving this kind of very straightforward draft coming in from LBZS, right, Nomad, where we've seen a lot of teams be able to execute things that are relatively straightforward with these heroes.
Yeah. I mean, you've secured yourself a bunch of team fight. I'm not super keen on the support duo of Rubik and Disruptor. It feels a little bit kind of backliney. Ember Spirit can definitely abuse that. So already there's a window for Poke Gaming, but at the same time, the Centaur kind of makes up for the weaknesses which Rubik and Disruptor have, in that he is going to be the front line. Stampede, a very nice spell for helping out your backliners. And it kind of screams to me that LBZS want to take the initiative. So again, here's Poke responding to that, being like, oh, you've got some nice squishy heroes on the back lines. It would be a shame if we had a hero that could instantly teleport onto any of them. Of course, Disruptor does have the glimpse to kind of deal with that, but still a pretty big threat.
Yeah, it's going to be relatively annoying to protect those supports on LBZS. You're going to have to rely on Stampede, which isn't normally what you'd want to do with Stampede. I mean, using it for retreat is one thing, but you want to be a little bit more offensive there to just get the jump on these heroes. I am keen to see what Poke does plan on the offlane. It does feel like they are lacking control, so even if you can jump the back line in a wider team fight, you don't have anything that compares to Static Storm, Kinetic Field. If Stampede pops, your chase, the only way you can stop them is probably with the chains coming out from your Ember. No hard lockdown means LBZS can just kind of dance around here, and they pick up the DP as well. The lane matchup up against the Ember is not too bad for DP. You can hold your own just fine. Again, when it comes down to it, the one advantage Poke has is this minute 6 to minute 10 rotation on mid with a Mirana, as, I mean, you could make something happen with a Rubik and Disruptor, but it's a little bit harder to pull off.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're really going to start to look towards a bit more of that team fight control for Poke, and I think LBZS kind of maybe need a little bit of a stronger laner if you're going to make some of these rotations from LBZS towards that mid lane to try and shore up this Death Prophet's lane. So I think for me, for Poke Gaming, I'm probably leaning towards something along the lines of like a Mars. Don't really care about the Stampede as long as you catch people inside of the Arena of Blood. Doesn't really matter for you. Spear's very, very good at being able to catch out and blow up heroes like the Rubik. You can find him in the back. You can couple it up with the Spectre Haunt as well. Has a relatively good lane. It's going to be a little bit annoying against the Disruptor, but hey, at the end of the day, Disruptor is going to be one of those extremely good laners. I'm kind of shocked that the Bat Rider made it all the way towards the end of this draft. I guess with Poke opening up with the Ember Spirit, I thought maybe LBZS could have had that in their second phase, but they prefer the Death Prophet instead.
Yeah, that is kind of surprising, not going to lie. But I don't know. I guess LBZS didn't really want to go down that route. I'm not too sure why. It is a PP hero, but yeah, no, going to go down a different route. The one thing I will say about the Death Prophet is that it's definitely not like a free exo game. So like you have the Stampede to catch him, and you've got Disruptor as well, who can kind of catch these retreating heroes, which is very nice. But you also have 3 heroes which can get away reasonably easily. You also got Coddle, who has Blinding Light and could even get an Axe. I mean, if he was somehow to pull out an Axe this game, it would be really strong, but I don't think that's going to happen with a Mirana on your team. It's not really going to be any space for the Coddle to be hitting creeps, I don't think.
Yeah, just a little bit trickier to rely on that for your control. I think the one thing the DP does give is at least this push, because I think the Bat Rider just wouldn't give you as much. You could rely on the Centaur, but Retaliate has been nerfed in regards to that push. It's still steady, but it's not as quick. And objective taking is really important. Shutting down the map quick is one big part. Poke will go for the Tiny closeout with. I've seen this offlane Tiny a few times, and I've seen it play against Disruptor in NA. And let me tell you, that match I saw it go offlane with a Disruptor in lane where you go Glimpse level 1. It's kind of nightmarish for a Tiny, especially if you get a nice aggressive laner here for LBZS. You find that first blood, you plant a ward forward, you see the Tiny TP and send him back home. He's going to be miserable if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. That's for sure here coming in from Poke Gaming. So LBZS, I'm just trying to think of like good laning heroes that can really start to abuse this melee hero in the Tiny. I wouldn't hate to see them have a hero that can scale a little bit more, obviously going up against the Spectre, so you want to try and hit some of those timings a little bit earlier to try and abuse those the lack of early game coming in from the Spectre. So that's why I like the Slark Band, the Naga Band coming in from Poke. I don't think there's too many heroes you really have to be worried about. Maybe a Nakes could be.
Yeah. I mean, looking through the options, was that Life Stealer, Faceless Void is another kind of good one. Prophet is banned out, which is obviously how I was going to end that sentence when I started saying it. Didn't spot it halfway through. But they will go for the Ursa.
Okay, so they're going to have the Ursa Warrior as being their position 1 hero to be able to try and deal with this Tiny. So, John, how are we feeling about these drafts right now, buddy?
And the Ursa can be kited around here if you play your cards right from Poke. Fonte's going to have to really work hard in that lane. It is an off-lane Coddle as well for Poke, so maybe that Ags timing does come out here. You're going to have the space to actually get that gold up. You've got the Tiny on pause 4 for Aaron. It's a very different draft from what I expected here, especially on Poke's end. Again, it's just a little bit more different seeing that Spectre come out. I think LBZS still has this really good timing that Poke is going to have to watch out for, especially by the mid-game.
Okay, it seems like John is starting to lean towards LBZS, or on the other side, Nomad, what are you feeling?
This is hard, I actually feel like both of these teams did something I didn't expect with their last 2 picks. Like, I didn't really expect the Death Prophet from LBZS, even though it has been a favorite of theirs for a very long time, but it didn't really feel like the game for it for me. I can kind of understand, like, it kind of... It gives you something to play around, but they already had the Centaur for that. I would have liked them to go for something more kind of tempo than DP, because she is tempo, but you got to play around exorcism, and it does give you this big thing which Poke can abuse, which I don't think they need to give them. So at the same time, I also don't like this Tiny pick at all. I think it's straight up rubbish. So for that reason, I think Poke could have swayed me if they got a big team fighter in their off lane, but the fact they went for the Tiny is just... Yeah, so I will go LBZS.
Okay, so it seems like Nomad is a bit of a Tiny hater right now. So lads, I'll leave you guys to it for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Fluke. Yes, indeed, John. Hey, Finn, do you miss him? Do you want me to do an Australian accent? Because I can, but I don't think anyone will enjoy it.
No, 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 no. The British copying the Australian accent. Oh, there would be words here, I'm sure. As well, you know, I guess Australians were technically ex-British for the most part, so maybe it could pass still. But what we do have on hand for sure is an interesting match. I mean, I'm not sure how to feel about these drafts. It's very different. We talked about China going a little bit different through the grain. I mean, right, you don't ban, you don't pick Ricky. You have the Mirana, you could have gone Ricky. It's such an easy combination, but they just don't opt for it every time.
Yeah, I know. They never want it. Div 1 didn't want it. It seems like Div 2 go in the same direction. Like, I don't know where Ricky is in this region, but yeah, it's definitely not going to be seen in this series at the very least. We'll see if any of the other guys see to pick onto it. I mean, they must see it, right? Like, they must see it being picked on the stats in the other regions, and it's kind of weird, like the whole mentality that everybody just kind of collectively agrees to not play it. Maybe it's just a gentleman's agreement.
The battle begins.
Yeah, maybe it is, you know, because Ricky has been pretty damn busted across every region. No early shenanigans coming out, just a 2 for 2 in the bounties, and I'm just keen to see what they bring out here, because you've got V on mid on that Ember up against the DP matchup for Dolphin. That should be relatively easy. Well, straightforward, not easy per se for the DP, but you don't really have any threat coming out from V. You know, DP's just been very stable in lane. Crypt Swarm already leveled up. Once you've got the Spirit Siphon, you're kind of sad. Yeah,
the block though, I mean that kind of feels bad in the DP versus Ember matchup. You know, when the ranged hero has to fight uphill into the melee hero, it's not ideal. It can weaken you in your first couple of waves. So nicely done by V on the first wave here. That's for sure. Wow.
Yeah, just holding back Dolphin a bit. Does get shoved in, so I'm pretty sure Dolphin doesn't mind too much in that first level. Of course, V does have some counterplay with Slight, but it's harder to time, and early levels in Slight to dodge out that Crypt Swarm is pretty damn long. Keen to see how V levels up. Looks like he is just going to go Slight and Flame Guard. No chains. Wondering if you'll want that value point for the Mirana combo down the line, because you do want to leverage that early aggression you can get out from Mirana with this kind of setup.
Yeah, I'm wondering how it's going to play out with kind of like aggression versus defense. I mean, that is a good thing about Ember. That's one of the reasons why he is almost always viable at mid, is because, you know, you can change his build. He's not locked in, which is, I think, what a lot of mid laners like about him, because they can always change their game a little bit, unlike other heroes which are just kind of stuck and you have to do the same thing every time and can't adapt to your lane.
You can just adjust as the game goes, and seeing how the game goes elsewhere. It's been a little bit slow for both for safe laners, a little bit better for Lun Fa. You know, I don't think I can do that name right. Bot lane though, Killa.
Killer might be the killed as the first blood's coming through. He has got the Earthshock to finish the job, so it will be Fonte drawing the first blood onto the Kotl. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before, right? Like this Disruptor level 1 glimpse, it's so hard to survive in, the constant harassment from the Ursa as well. We're going to see kills down here, I reckon, and that won't be the last.
No, there's not too much Aaron can really do here. As the time, you've got Avalanche to kind of break it up. You can just, I guess, Chakra Avalanche to keep spamming it, but your level 1 cooldown is still atrocious anyway on Aaron.
Yeah.
And you can try to join at Guo, but Fonte is just sort of free to farm. It is still a rougher lane. It's a slower start than you'd want here.
Yeah, there's no leap on Mirana, so yeah, I did go for Arrow Starstorm, therefore the Rubik will get away, but Helios taking a ton of damage in the process. Meanwhile, down at bottom, we're looking to Aaron here. He has got that Avalanche to hold them back, and he's got the Glimpse, but he doesn't have the range, so unfortunately won't be able to get the kill onto the Tiny, and he's even going to be able to go and grab himself a Bounty Rune during his escape, but he is kind of blocked out of the lane for the time being. They're not going to let him back in without taking the long way around.
Yeah, and you are giving solo EXP out to your Kotl, but you're kind of allowing Fonte to just farm in between these Illuminates. Like, you don't really care too much to Ursa, and they catch Aaron again.
Yeah, Glimpse back. He has got the Avalanche just off cooldown, so the timing there from Aaron pretty good. Might almost thought that was deliberate, choosing to go back in at that moment, but yeah, they're going to try and reduce the cooldown on this Avalanche, which is muchly needed because, as you say, it's a very long one.
Yeah, he's going to need levels. And again, with the way they're playing this lane, you're happy with solo levels in the Kotl, but Tiny's not a hero that loves to sacrifice. You can see what else Poke can get out. Maybe a rotation out from Aaron onto mid. could be the play so far. Not really finding that space. The top lane, which we haven't seen too much outside of that little bit of chase on Helios, it's still going pretty damn okay here for TZY. I mean, he's just farming up like a madman on that center. He's going to hit that early timing in the Vanguard. You're not going to be able to pressure him as a Spectre in time soon, and that's the one thing with a Spectre. It will need time to build up before it's ready to go. You can expect that lane to just get run down if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's kind of like always managing your resources, Spectre, you know, trying to stay in lane as long as possible. Not one of those heroes you want to go to the jungle early. You can do so with daggers, but yeah, it's kind of awkward. Did you just want to circle back to this whole mid lane? Aaron's trying to go for some sort of pressure onto PP here. Dolphin, though, just running around the tower. He's going to be okay. I'm so sad. We're going to have to start calling him Dolphin, aren't we? Because if we start calling him PP when his in-game name is Dolphin, people are going to think we're insane. The bottom lane, though, Killer's actually dead again. Oh, dear.
Yeah, second kill for Fonte. And that's one thing when you do see Aaron rotate elsewhere, you've got a lot to play with. Level 2 glimpse up, just kind of drag him back way easier. You've already got the overpower up, doesn't take too long to melt the Coddle, doesn't have too much armor in hand. So Fonte's off to a great start, going for the Battle Fury build-up, nothing to really stop him. The one thing I appreciate is Poke does have really good wards on the jungle, but it doesn't feel like they've got any room to really play with that information or even get early rotations out. Like, you look at how top's being played by TZY, he's basically solo, and there's no way to really punish him, although the arrow connects.
Ooh, the Starstorm. It might not be enough here. They're going to need a little bit more in the tank, and they just don't have it. Both heroes out of mana. Although 2-man goes up on the Spectre, but long cooldown on that dagger, so TZY will get himself away on the Centaur.
And he gets the wave, slow EXP, level 6 not too far off. Vanguard ready to go. And that's kind of concerning for Poke. You've got a solo lane for your Spectre. Granted, it's a Spectre, so you don't really expect to win out the solo lane, but allowing this to happen is deadly. Although mid...
Yeah, they have actually got the Illuminate coming through, which is doing the damage to Dolphin here. So many heroes jumping in onto this Death Prophet, and they are going to be able to bring down Dolphin with this 4-man rotation. I mean, Jesus, that's a lot of logs on the fire there, John.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment, but they do hit the key hero. They pressure the DP before Exo can come out. The good news here for Dolphin is that Exo is still ready to go on the respawn. And that is something we need to see from Poke, you know. Get a rotation out, get aggressive. Didn't expect Killa to show up as well, but it lands you to kill, lands you the pressure you need, and if you can kind of keep repeating that build off of V, you can get your momentum out that way. Still, every other lane for LBZS doesn't feel like they care too much. They know that their mid-game timing is where they really pop off. They know the early game with the rotations like this coming up from Poke is going to be a little bit stronger. Disruptor plus Rubik rotations just don't feel as amazing. Dolphin, though, making some plays, but you've got the remnant to back off here.
They're looking for the toss back, and actually, there comes the rotation in from Jiang. I mean, I'm not sure about this toss now. The Exorcism's been popped. Dolphin, though, is actually out of Spirit Siphon charges, though. Great read from Poke here, and they're going to be able to bring him down, and that's Exorcism used. Oh, no. Well, Tianming is going to be able to leave this one, I believe, because they don't really have the lockdown. Actually, looking to turn this one around, which is surprising. There's no core to really help them out here. It's just the supports trying to get it done. But again, 4 heroes rotating in from the side of Poke. LBZS are just kind of having a bit of fun with it, though, just knowing their resources dancing around them, but they might have taken off more than they can chew. As I'll move forward onto Tianming, the toss is there from Eren, and they're going to be able to bring down a second here in the middle lane. Interesting.
They get the kills. And LBZS, I mean, maybe they're trying to stall out for the TP out from Dolphin, but even on the respawn, he doesn't have the TP. Just absorbing all of that attention, open up the side lanes from TZY. It's getting jumped here.
Yeah, he's a tanky boy though. I'm not sure how worried I am about him. Let's see, Killer's coming in. Oh my god, again, just the en masse rotations from Poke. But yeah, this time the arrow will not land.
Yeah. And now you're pretty happy as LBZS. You can't get a push down mid because of that exo pop earlier from Dolphin, but the lane for Fonte is insanely free. This is the freest Ursa lane I've seen in a while. Battle Fury timing is going to be pretty damn quick, maybe within the next 3-4 minutes at the latest here. And once you have that, you just completely outfarmed the Spectre. Blade Mail was stalled out as well with a courier kill. You're still pouring all your resources onto mid, trying to stop the DP, but maybe at this point you should be concerned about that Ursa.
Yeah, and talking about mid, the action just does not stop here. Illuminate coming through, Toss is there as well. Dolphin just getting absolutely piled on right now. The Spirit Siphons doing what they can, and they are actually going to be able to get the kill onto Eren, but it will be Dolphin dying once again, and Killer looking for a secondary kill here, and he's going to be able to find it, so that's the Coddle. Bringing another one down, making it 2 kills for Poke in the middle lane. I'm impressed by their kind of... I don't know what this is in the middle lane, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, it's that classic pub clump up mid mindset past 6 minutes, you know?
Yep.
Just kind of pile on together. And they are finding kills, but I mean,
if you
they lost
completely
the
ignore
top.
the side lanes, it's going great.
Yeah, nah. You ignore that. Sure, it's fine, but Battle Fury for Fonte again. It's coming up soon. TZY. He's just free farming. He has his blink timing not too far away, and just stampede away.
Yep. And Dolphin will just run away from all of his problems here. And yeah, that's an interesting horn, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, they want to get something out with a haunt that just comes back to not having that great setup, not having a way of punishing when Stampede's up. You don't have the best hold with Avalanche and just Arrow. You could try to bank on Searing Chains, but it's level 1. Duration's not the longest. And even with all this pressure mid, it doesn't feel like they have the push to really take this objective. So despite all those kills, tier 1 mid is still healthy.
Yeah, it's doing absolutely fine, you're right. I guess that is why the sport's been sticking around mid so long. You know, they're more than happy to just kind of absorb all of this pressure in the middle lane if their side lanes are going to go this well, and they really are. You know, we talk about what a good game the Xerxes having, but the Sentinel's been a few CS above him the entire time as well, so they're having like a CS drag race at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much, just building up. At least now, Poke going for a bit of smoke up top. It's a massive rotation for TZY though.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually bring down the big boy. Nice start there with the Illuminate doing a nice chunk of damage. In comes with the Starstorm and the Toss. It should be enough. Arrow's even going to connect as well. And... guys, finish your food.
Nah, come on.
Finish your meals.
No.
Yeah, they got the Toss. They got the Toss. There we go.
Oh boy.
The old
it
lead
lines
it for the
up.
carry.
Yeah, they get the kill. You know, that's it. They finally kill off the center. He's been getting a little bit too much free space. Big target to go for. Whether or not that's bigger than the Ursa, with a Battle Fury up, with a huge set of stacks built up here by Helios, probably not. So you're just gonna be able to flash from like Jesus. This start from Fonte is just ridiculous. He's gonna have a blink way too soon.
How did they find to make stacks? How did they find time to make stacks for them? They were brawling at mid this entire time.
Yeah, I just poke in and out, you know, when the lane's shoved out, you go in and stack, you come back in. Now you have an Arrow and Helios as well. He's going to have fun. You've got, well, you don't have the best setup in the world either, but some initial follow-through from the Hook Stomp can catch people off guard here.
Are we looking at 107 CS at 12 minutes in for this Ursa? Holy moly, that is absolutely insane.
It is, and nothing stopped him.
Ooh, okay. Another Exorcism in the middle lane, not really going to plan, and I think Helios could be in a bit of trouble here as well as they jump in, and they got the Sleight of Fist, but have they got the rest of the damage? I mean, the Urn is upon him, so he will go down. Killer's got to grab that Killer. TZY snipes one on the sidelines, gets down Ranfu, and now Stampede away. They just want to get themselves out, try and waste a bit of Poke's time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cool, it's still in danger. He digs. Oh, he dug. No, he didn't. He doesn't get
pick it up! Pick it up! Oh, worth.
Oh, cool. He goes for the dig. You think, you know, he could dance around, stall for time for the TP, goes for the dig right there. He still gets it, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. One thing, though, about the state of the game, I mean, we've been talking about it for a while, but if you look at net worth, I mean, you're 4-9, but you're 4K behind on Poke. And it just doesn't feel like the time's being invested well. It's going to take still a lot longer for Lunfa to kind of build up on that spec. He is rushing the Ags. He's going to have some early presence up there, at least going for that back line. And you don't have any of that gold onto Guo or onto Helios, so no early force staffs, no ways of saving. You will have some easy pickings here once that Ags is up at the least. But it is coming at a big sacrifice for everyone else.
Yeah, they're trying to make as much space for Lonfa as possible. And You know, it's kind of working, kind of not. I mean, the upshot is, of course, this Ursa is just absolutely giga farmed. And yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything about that. I think this might be just Fonte taking over the game here. We'll see what plans they have in mind, Poke here, because they have actively chosen to pressure Dolphin. They've actively chosen to just bring all their resources to mid. So whether that be in desperation or strategy, it's hard to really know.
Yeah, the one big thing that I think Poke is just struggling with is, even if they're finding these kills, they haven't been able to really push. Their lineup isn't the best at pushing. They will go for a bit of a smoke play out here, though. Might catch a big one if they walk into Fonte, but he backs off in the nick of time.
Yep, really good read from Fonte there, not moving back into the triangle. Everyone suddenly disappearing from the map, and in we go, on to the Death Prophet again. Although TZY jumps in, will absorb the arrow, but it's not enough to keep Dolphin alive. Already gone. TZY trying to get out, does get off the Stampede, not inside. Thanks to that Static Storm, holding them back, stopping the spells and getting the Centaur out. But once again, it has been Dolphin suffering the consequences of Poke's rotations. LBZS, do they want to hold this line here? Oh, nice little slide there into the tree line, and that's going to get them a kill onto Helios. So another little pickup there from the side of Poke. And now they're going to do more than Poke at this middle tier 1 tower.
They've got the damage now, they've got the numbers, but even Fonte's showing up with his fresh blink. Could try to go for a cheeky play.
Yeah,
Dolphin's
this is
back up.
interesting from the Tiny there, just kind of offering himself up. They do have the Enrage. Do they have the damage on Poke? I don't believe so, but they might be able to pick off TZY on the sidelines instead. Sleight of Fist is available, not quite enough though. There's a yields around the side here as Dolphin's actually been able to isolate Lonfer here, but Lonfer, there comes a glimpse, and they have the damage, but Fonte's going to go down. They catch him out here. This ruling from Poke is actually working out pretty nicely. Dolphin, can he survive through it? All the Spirit Vessels upon him. Oh, it's so close. Pig pole away. He won't tick down. Oh my god, the final tick of the Spirit Vessel. Meanwhile, V does die to TTY, who respawned, blinked in, and got that kill on the sidelines. I mean, what a chaotic few minutes of fighting there, John.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. You're pretty happy in Poke to actually find Fonte, but you lose your Spec, you lose your Ember. You're still at a net loss despite that drop from LBZS. They do find a mid-tier 1, so objectives are opening up a little bit more for Poke. They're going to need a side lane tower, probably line up for bot and open up the bot jungle for themselves. Start to get that going. TZY is just forcing in by himself, though, and is forcing a huge response, but with the blink, he's pretty slippery.
This is so interesting from Poke as well. Like, it does kind of feel like they just massively overreact to everything. That seems to be their game plan, and it's not working. Okay, maybe it is not working a little bit. They are at a 3k gold disadvantage, but it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. They just mass commit onto Helios, which allows TZY to just hang in the tree line, you know. You're pretty happy about that on LBZS again.
Yep.
They are still committing onto the bot, but at this point for LBZS, it doesn't feel like you should care. Just keep that farm game up, get that build up, get the BKB you want in Fonte, and maybe line up for the mid-tier 1, even out map control, and just kind of run from there. TZY is still playing Poke though. Like, dragging creep waves around and trying to be a nuisance here.
It's a random... Oh, he was going for the tower. I was not sure what TTI was doing on that cliff, but he just blinks in and kills the tower. What a goofball.
Yeah, it works out. Even up map control in the sense. Roche is ready though. Arrow will scout, so
yeah.
I know Fonte's doing it, but
he's been rumbled.
Not gonna eat the simplest time. Yeah, nah. He does want to sneak it out. Poke are in the close vicinity to kind of contest, and they've got a lot of sustain now. Mech fully up on Killa, along with that full Spirit Vessel though.
Yeah, TCY in the front lines here, actually taking a ton of damage. Gonna have to stampede himself out, but he's not gonna get away from this one. The magic damage is just too much. TCY falls, but here comes the EXO. They want to really take this fight now. Great Static Storm coming out. 3 heroes inside of it. What can you do on the side of Poke? The answer is not a whole lot, but Dolphin, he's not healing up as much as he wants to due to that Spirit Vessel just not allowing him to run into that fight and be the brave boss he wants to be. Glimpse comes out, but is it gonna be enough to keep Chandling alive? No, it is not. Killer gets the double kill. Poke, they're making these fights work.
They are. They're just splitting up the side of LBCS. The response here from the Radiant's just been really scattered. They've not been able to play around the power of the DP. They get this really big static storm, but Fonte's too far away to blink into it and try to melt the heroes while they're just kind of silenced up and held down. And if you can't play with that combination, then in the individual chases, Poke can kind of find and punish, even though they are lacking in control. The backline just falls so quickly. You have no protection on Dolphin. He feels so squishy on that DP without that BKB up and running.
So I guess...
And until that's up, this is just a constant issue.
I guess the question now becomes, was this all part of the master plan from Poke? Sack the side lane, put the pressure onto Dolphin, because you know how much LVZS are going to rely on in these fights. I mean, are they geniuses? That is the question.
I'd say so.
Oh,
it's
so
working
down
out
in the
so
bottom
far.
lane, not like this. He can't afford to go down.
Yeah, nah. This is getting really dicey for LBZS. They've lost the network lead. Gold distribution still rather even across all courts, and Fonte still ahead. So it's not the most unplayable position, but it does feel like, you know, you've lost a 4K lead, and you were looking all right, dropping those kills. Now, at dead even, this is just going to favor Poke over and over and over again. They're reaching that point where a BKB will come out for V, and they're just hunting constantly.
Nice little blink there from TZY, but Helios TP's in and tanks the arrow that was meant for him. There is no follow-up from the side of Poke. Amazingly, they don't commit to a fight, which is probably the first time we're able to say that in this game.
Yeah, they hold their ground. They just hold it steady. They keep building up. They've got to watch the Roche somehow. They're not the quickest Roche takers on the side of Poke, but they can't allow LBZS to kind of get in there. They are kind of clumping around the area, but again, no damage. Maybe just drop some vision down, get some information as to when the Roche might go. And gonna run for a Moonlight. Dolphin again up top is all alone.
He knows. He's like,
Yeah.
I haven't seen heroes on the map for approximately 0.2 seconds. They're probably beelining at me as they have done this entire game. Time to scarper from that top lane. Yeah.
Just back away. And right now for LBZS, they need these BKBs. Same thing goes for Poke. And once you have these BKB on BKB action, it's just all about execution at that point. Always funny to see a Rubik haunt as well. That's
Nice bit of scouting.
kind of silly.
Yeah. I mean, it was just about to run out, so he's just like, why not? Let's do the old Zeus play. And they're
There
going
you
to
go.
use it for a smoke. Okay, this is kind of cute. Using the information they've got, but
Double
immediately
BKBs
getting
are
popped
up.
by Aaron here. Aaron probably just going to end up going down here. I don't think there's any saves coming his way. They will accept the death on their position 4, and Poke will move on with us. Although cute little force forward, but not enough to get back Ranford, unfortunately.
Yeah, would have been a nice pickup. You're looking for, again, every single thing you can get on LBZS. They could line up for mid, but doesn't look like they're confident enough. Maybe just sneak the Roche on and double BKBs up. This Roche fight can go their way quite nicely. They've still got Static Storm as well. And Poke have to do something to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, they've committed already pretty hard because they have those BKBs available, and they're just going to run down Killer. Great start to the fight from LBZS. Can Poke pull this one back together? Well, they're going to try by just kind of jumping around all over the place at the moment. Haunt all over the place, but Ranfu has ended up stuck in the middle with no leaps. Aaron does throw down the 2-man avalanche, but it's not enough. So far, there is 2 dead on the side of Poke and only 1 on the side of LBZS. Alex says I'm still running for a few more seconds. They're going to try and get back into Roshan. Of course, they don't really need the Exo for Roche. They have an Ursa, which is why I was kind of surprised to see Dolphin use it, but I guess he saw the enemies approaching and just wanted to ward them back. That does seem to have worked out for them. Aaron, he's heading close here. He's going to use the tree. He's going to jump in with the avalanche. It might be a bit
early.
too slow, but in comes the Spectre as well. They're throwing everything they've got into the pit, but Fonte's going to be the one to pick up the Aegis. It will be LBZS holding it, but they didn't get the Roche kill, and the Spectre's able to walk away. And they kill the Ursa.
Yeah, they went out and Poke. They
Wow.
take away the gold. The Aegis just immediately pop. There's no play here for LBZS. And for LBZS, I mean, jumping back in is great. You might have maybe wanted to wait for your Disruptor to be back up. If you had Static Storm, drop defensively onto Roche. Would have been a very, very different story there for the side of LBZS. But Poke, again, they're surprising me here, Nomad. I mean, again, this is a team we had no information coming into.
Yeah.
Players are all relatively new, at least to the international scene or the international eyes with watching here. but they've taken quite a good fight up against LBZS, who do have established players in their midst, and maybe LBZS looking a little bit disconnected, but despite that weird, awkward early game from Poke, it is paying off now.
Yeah, no, it's they've gone through their kind of awkward teenage phase, you know, spotty and hairy and all the confusing places, and now they've blossomed into a beautiful, beautiful creature as they run around the map, just beating on LBZS. They've gotten the best of them in almost every single fight so far, which is so far from what I expected from this series.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
It is. It's a great surprise to be sure. A couple of things I want to point out is maybe one of the issues coming out here for LBZS is the fact that you've gone sustain on Helios. Like, the mech has helped them out a bit, but it feels like maybe a Force Staff would have helped the cause a bit more. Heck, even a Blink might have been higher impact here, as Dolphin's just melting anyway. They're trying to force something here.
They are indeed, but Aaron's in right onto the Rubik. He's going to be able to blow him up straight off the bat as Lonfer comes in to help out with this one. Fonte looking to try and bring down the Tiny, but the force off down to the low ground. Very nicely done. Ranfu is running, and in comes a toss. He's going to escape for the time being. Meanwhile, Lonfer just continuing to find these pickups on the backlines. Another hero brought down. Ranfu does finally die. I feel bad for the Observer in these fights because they're just breaking into like 3 separate engagements. The Spectre's haunting all over the place, but again, it's working. 3 dead on the side of LBZS. They trade it for their Mirana. Great movements here from Poke.
Great movements from Poke, and LBZS just, it doesn't feel like they're coordinating. They're just way too far apart when these fights break up. That's where the value of your Spectre is kicking in. That's where the Shadow Step, the Haunt, comes up to pick off this backline, to isolate these heroes, to make it awkward for them to play as a unit, to try and, you know, work that Static Storm kinetic field along with a Stomp Up. And if they can't pull that off in LBZS, then just the solo pickup potential of Poke is just so high.
Yeah.
It's way too easy for them to clear out the back line, to take care of and isolate Dolphin, to isolate this Ursa kited around, isolate the Centaur. You have to work as a unit. And Poke is just making sure that it never comes down to that point. And for LBZS, maybe it's just time to start sticking together in these fights. They've got the items up. It doesn't feel like they need to wait for too much more. Heck, they've even got the overwhelming blink up on TZY on the Centaur.
Yeah.
So you're kind of set to go. You just need to go because you're starting to drop that lead. And this Spectre will scale. Sure, against Ursa, there's a back and forth there. Fury Swipes does kind of feel great against a Spec, but you don't want to tempt it on LBZS towards that late game.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It's gonna get scary at some point, but yeah, I don't know. These fights have just been so crazy, but you know that is kind of the result of that support duo, right? You showed your Rubik and Disruptor as your first and third pick, and Poke obviously just saw that and said, "Hey, we're just going to kind of pick a very fast, you know, very mobile." I mean, look at their Tricor, right? It's M the Spirit, super fast hero, loads of mobility spells. It's Kotl, who just runs around at the speed of light. And it's Spectre. You know, they can jump in and out. They can mess them around. And that is the problem which Dolphin is having in the fights as well. He can't actually isolate any heroes to try and jump in and kill. LBZS, they are up in the top side for 4 heroes at the moment, whilst Dolphin is just down here by himself. It's an interesting split, but he doesn't have Exo on the DP, so they feel okay to try and make a play without him. And maybe they won't see this coming, but Lonfer, he sees this one a bit of a mile off, and he's going to head out.
Is under attack.
Yep, backs off in the nick of time. And maybe a bit of a push potential out for LBZS, but they don't really hang around the area. Next rush, still around 4.5 minutes until we see that timer come up. And for Poke, I mean, they've got control of the bot jungle. They've got top jungle as well, fairly secure for Lunfa. And they can just play this game. They're working on to the axe for Killa. AoE control is going to kick in. Although,
got these 4 stars. They're too good. It's really causing trouble there, but the arrow, onto nobody actually is. Tiny's the one getting beaten down. They need to finish the job though once again. Can they finally get a kill onto this Tiny? He's making them bleed for it, but they will bring him down. Slights coming in from V though constantly. Again, refreshed by the Coddle as now He jumps in, committing hard to the fight. Fonte's going to bash him. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. BKB being used along with the Enrage here. I mean, Fonte just kind of has to leave his TZY behind in the tree line. Tian Ming TP's out, so they will just about lose their center, and that is it. But again, they just cannot find the angles.
No, they're not. They're not able to
Dolphin.
jump in the way they want. Ooh.
Questionable movement here
Yeah.
from Dolphin, man. He didn't have a BKB. He just shows in the lane in front of like where he knows 4 or 5 heroes had been hanging out. Like, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, maybe just overconfident on LBZS. Poke, they're able to punish so well. Like, they're just
Radiant's bottom tower
able to drag LBZS in to prolong these fights. They can kite around the Ursa, and this problem will grow worse once you have this Ags up and Killa. I don't know, like, maybe it just, again, goes back to into itemization a little bit. I'm not saying Helios is the big issue here, but it does feel like you would have loved 2 force stabs here. Maybe, you know, help your Ursa kind of jump in and out of these fights, help reposition Dolphin whenever he's kind of too far forward, and just kind of try to play that game. They're trying, though. Lonfer?
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, in the top lane, they do manage to find that kill. The Ursa finally getting his net worth some use here, and now in the middle lane they're going to go for more. Stampede's being used. Have they finally found themselves an entry? Aaron tries to TP up, that's not happening. TZY is still here, lands the stomp, and gets the kill. And now, finally, they'll look towards this middle tier 1 tower.
Yeah, not going to last for too long.
Yeah,
They
no.
might be able to force for more if they want.
Yeah, so trying to just isolate us. They do get round 2 as well, so LBZS finally get 1 kill, and with it cascades a bunch of others. You take down L'Enfer, and all of a sudden, the map really opens up for them.
Yeah, no threat of Haunt for the back line. No threat of Shadow Step to pick off one of your squishy supports. And LBZS, they stay in the game. Like, the net worth lead for Poke wasn't that big to begin with. 18 to 25, 1k lead up for Poke, but you're still number 1 right now on Fonte. So you're pretty happy. Win percentage on Dota Plus, still favoring Poke, 61% to 39, but it's a close one. It's a real back and forth one, let me tell you. I don't think any of us expected this game to actually go this way for either side, but here we are. Keen to see what they work on afterwards for Killa. I mean, his Ag seems to be flying out now, so
Radiant's bottom
he is going to be set to have all of that team fight control sooner rather than later,
Radiant's bottom
once that's up.
has fallen.
Although, I guess you could clear it out, but Ursa really hates that.
Yeah, no, I you know, do you remember when I was saying in the draft, I thought, oh, you know, Pos 5 Coddle
Yeah.
not going to be able to get an Axe, but he's a Pos 3 all along as Aaron does die in the middle lane. So he's going to get that Axe, and yeah, I think that's huge. I mean, the reset potential is so insane from this Aghanim's Coddle. Like, I really think this is just like a S-tier pickup for them. I think this game's going to get way harder for LBZS, because like, they were struggling to get off the exorcisms and make some uses from it beforehand. Now it's going to be even harder. Stampede's going to be less useful with this big orb. Turns your entire team into moths.
Dire are
Can't resist the
scanning.
lamp.
No, definitely can't. And you don't have a good way of clearing out that lamp either, because your biggest hitter is an Ursa, who's going to be dancing towards it, which is not what you'd want here. No real big range cores that can hit outside. They are camping Roche, 40 seconds until the respawn.
Radiant's middle tower
Goa
is
just
under
spamming the Shadow Amp, looking the pit, and doing his job.
Yeah, everyone's kind of making eyes at Roshan at the moment. Everyone's gathering up, except of course L'Enfer, who can be wherever he wants. Smoke. LBZS moving forward under the cover here. They're going to find the target. Ranfu steps too close and immediately gets taken out. But look at the response here. L'Enfer's actually committing to this one, which seems a little bit overstated here. In comes a lamp trying to hold him back, but it's not going to do enough. They'll bring down the Spectre, and they're going to be able to try and take down. Actually, they're struggling here with the Ignis Fighters, as TZY is going to be the one to lose his life. BKB out from V. Fonte, he's out of resources to keep himself alive, but he doesn't have any heroes around him to keep him safe. He's going to die as well, but Dolphin on the back line was able to try and find himself just the way to zone out supports. Buyback from the Marana, but they do kill off V. Paul Dolphin finally trying to find a fight which actually works for him here. And it's when he was able to kind of split off from the front lines and just run into the back lines of Poke and separate them a bit. But Yeah, with no Ursa, there is no Roshan, and no Exorcism as well, means that when the Spectre respawns, they might just head over to the pit to steal the replay here.
Yeah, they've got a chance to re-engage. And it all kind of boiled down to a really good Stampede, no follow-up for the Haunt, so they managed to get that Static Storm off. The Ignis Fatuus is causing issues for the Ursa, as expected though. And that did lead to V having a better time and finding some counter kills. Although you can see Fonte kind of threatened pretty well. He got the bash, but the moment the BKB faded, didn't have enough in the tank to kind of keep going. And that is something you have to be cautious about. Just haunting in, and if you don't kill that Disruptor, Static Storm will still mess you up as the Spectre here.
Absolutely, and ooh, they're trying to catch the little kill. Oh no, the full stuff. Oh no, it wasn't long enough. Didn't get out the other side of the pit and just gets killed off. That was a sad one. I think he might have been dead regardless of the Spectre was trying to cut off his escape, but maybe not actually.
Yeah, if he landed on the other side at the back of Roche, could have been a very different story. He would be alive with Static Storm to threaten.
Yeah.
And now Poke knows they've got the window without that big teamfight spell.
I'm a little bit surprised they haven't been more aggressive with this, because they know there's no Exo, and now they go on to Dolphin. Dolphin pops a BKB. Do they have the damage? I mean, they're holding this high ground pretty well on LBZS, but they have lost Helios, as also, once again, finding the support of the backlines. Ranfu needs to run away, but TZY is going to be able to kill him off. And in comes Lonfer onto the front lines. He wants to make space for his Emperor to get into this engagement, but doesn't want to overcommit here, just in case it's a buyback or a respawn from this Disruptor as they go forward here onto the Tiny. Fonte commits hard, but he's not going to find it, and now he needs to get himself out. He doesn't have the resources to survive anymore. It's so scary when this Ursa doesn't have Enrage or BKB up in these fights, so we'll back away. And now, once again, we'll look towards Roshan. It's not that slow with the Manta now up on the Spectre.
It's a lot quicker. They know there's no BKB on the Ursa, it's going to be harder to jump in.
But they have their spells.
Yeah, they've got their spells. They just need to find the angle here. Harder for Fonte to come in, but if that Static Storm comes on top, then that's a win.
TZY with the big 3-man stomp. Oh, no, no, no. It all goes wrong for the side of Poke. They stack up in the pit and they get absolutely gunned down by LBZS. Roshan plus 3 big kills go their way. I mean, you gotta be ready. You can't let that happen.
No, they're so confident. They just feel like, all right, Ursa BKB was popped. They didn't have dust. Gonna feel good here, but again, Go just comes in, and Static Storm, even at the Ags, it's still deadly. They're able to capitalize really well. They've got the free shard up on Fonte. They're pushing 2 towers, shoving in mid and top, clearing out those tier 2s. For the side of Poke, at the least their high ground hold is really damn good with Killa. They can stall this game out pretty well, but LBCS just clawing their way back into this game. Now the win percentage is on their side, 66% according to Dota Plus for them to win. And for Poke, I mean, it doesn't feel like they've had a bad run. It's just they underestimate that fight from LBZS and Roshan. They got punished a bit too hard. Just always be aware of that, I guess, because it's really just that one isolated mistake. Beyond that, Poke's been doing great.
Yeah, agreed. When it comes to fighting, they've been doing very, very nicely, but yeah, not got the stopwatches going for that one. I mean, as you say, it's so tempting just to overcommit to that Roshan when there's an Ursa with no BKB, but you have to know the other spells are there. And look at this guy. This Spectre has zero respect for the supports on LBZS. Constantly just jumping in, trying to find the kills.
And that's what you have to do. You want to take out that Disruptor, you want to take out Guo, open up the next fight, remove the threat of Static Storm. And that's where the success has been coming out for Poke this entire time, just clearing out the Rubik and the Disruptor. And if you don't find it, then taking the next 5v5 is scary unless you know they're split up here.
For sure, for sure. Now LBZS move in towards the triangle, but they are under vision here, so absolutely no illusions from Poke as to what's going on. And they're actually going to move forward here onto Dolphin. Dolphin actually having to pop the BKB in this to try and get himself away. So, wow, that is a tricky situation. And now TZY is going to be the next target. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough is a question with the Spirit Vessel and all his magic damage coming down. They're going to use him up once again though, as he tries to just stampede himself out. He's scared to commit because he hasn't seen the Ursa yet, but now they do see the Ursa, so they can kill off TZY and now maybe even move on to Fonte as well. Fonte onto the high ground. BKB, nicely done from Fonte. Excellent timing on that BKB to TP himself away. So the Ursa and the Aegis will get out intact.
They're playing their cards right in poke, though. They're
They are.
fighting into the Aegis really well. They're splitting up the side of LBZS. They've been using this Haunt and the Shadow Step very effectively on Lampha. And every time it's awkward for LBZS, they can't reclump, they can't take these fights. Aegis still has 2 minutes on it. They're going to have to wait for the BKB to be back up on Fonte before feeling confident onto any sort of high ground push if they want that. So it's more time for poke. More time to scale on that Spectre, more time to scale on the Ember as well. Still got room to grow here for V, working onto his Kaya Sanj. Ags is going to be his next big pickup, I'm sure. And once you've got the Ags, turn into Ags Blessing more than likely, you have so many ways of dancing. The only way you can stop that. Ooh.
Gonna find the entry onto Killer here. We'll need to get on the right click, but yeah, they bring him down. Ignis not gonna save you this time, my friend. Meanwhile, Spectre still just doing Spectre things, jumping in and out, dropping some illusions, trying to get a cheeky one, but this time Alpha will be left empty-handed.
Yep. Don't find anything. Not the worst cooldown to drop, and not the worst hero to drop as well, although that is a core Kotl. So you're a little bit better off in LBCS.
Is this something you've seen before, by the way, the offlane Coddle, like recently?
Recently, no. Maybe Mid One's done it. I think I've seen it. I think C's done it at one point. Mid One probably played it off. I remember hearing it at some point, or glimpsing it in one of his C broadcasts while I was just taking a peek.
Rumors.
Yeah. I think at least SMG's done it. Dolphin, catches Aaron.
Yeah, does manage to just about get that leap, and full stuff and Yule's still available from the Mirana as well, so plenty of resources still to stay away from this big angry bear. As once again, committal on the backlines, but Helios now has himself this ghost out.
Ooh, boy.
Not
Yikes.
sure about that one. Well,
Oh,
was that?
trying.
Was it a little baby leap? That was interesting. Well, that's going to be a dead Mirana.
Yeah, they catch something out at the least. And no Static Storm, still a big opening here for Poke, and LBZS are the ones to smoke up, looking for something. Aegis does expire. No safety net for Fonte. And the side of Poke, they're sneaking around as well, and they've got the Ninja Gear on Killa. You can scout around for the team. But you're fairly happy. I mean, it's only 40 seconds till Static Storm, so you could get something happening here.
Aegis is now gone though, so possibility of Ursa, but once again, Killer's been found on the front lines, and this Coddle can't be the first to die in these fights, and the dual Ghost Scepters on the port's doing so much work in helping them survive through this. In fact, V's not going to be able to bring them down. They're going to commit the Haunt as well. They really want to try and find some of these guys on the backlines, as Eren is able to isolate the Rubik around the back and try and kill him off, but no one's actually dead yet. Over on the front, so they might have caught out V, but no, he gets himself the Remnant away. Over on the back, they kill off. No, they do actually get the Ember Spirit, and Longthird's kind of isolated. Eren's going to try and help him out here with the Avalanche, just trying to buy him the space he needs to get away from this DP, but DP is not stopping Dolphin. He's just trying to run down this poor old Spectre. Oh, the Sheath is guarded. It doesn't quite connect with the active.
Jeez.
And Runfu dead on the back lines. Longthird trying to hide in the trees.
He
Hold!
can't run.
Hold!
Can he?
Whoa.
No way.
Oh my god. Nerves of steel.
No way.
Nerves of steel.
Oh, the ghosts were hitting him. They didn't drop the kinetic field. Oh, they could have gotten the kill. Still, you're happy. You killed the Ember. You killed the Mirana. You're forcing some issues out for Lonfer. Those issues should be fixed once he has his Nullifier up, though. So your supports aren't going to be safe for too long here. That's going to be... that's where things go back to a pretty good point for Poke. But still, LBZS, I mean, these fights are so awkward. I mean, every time you hear that honk, you're just kind of terrified for any of the supports here for LBCS.
You really are, yeah. They're going to have trouble sleeping tonight. They're just going to be hearing that on repeat in their heads. Jesus. But now they've got their Ghost Scepters, they're feeling much better about things. But yeah, for the next, as you say,
Nullifier's up.
they got 600 gold to relax. Once that time wears up,
not too much.
Yeah.
Not too much. And again, when it comes down to it, we haven't seen a high ground fight for LBZS, so Poke still has a lot of tools there as well.
I mean, I don't think we've really seen much fighting. Oh, Aaron actually just going to commit to this one. The big Tiny on the front lines, but they're going to try and just get onto the back of them. 2 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. Can they at least get Channing in response? Doesn't look like it. Is he going to stampede himself away? V's being pinged, but he's jumped himself out. Killer's also there, but they don't want to overcommit to this fight on LBZS. The buybacks are there, and they're going to respect it. In V goes. He gets a chains out onto the DP. DP still has the Yules and a refresher available. Jump in, stun. Do they want to commit to this one? V has a BKB, so he can get himself away. Yules out onto the DP. She's going to be able to just hold steady, and this is a very calm, collected fight from LBZS right now, but Runfu overcommits. He's going to get run down as Longfur commits to the backline, trying to find the kill onto Chan Ming. Just wants to kill some damn supports, but cannot do it. LBZS are finally learning to protect their backlines, and now over on the front, Dolphin looking for Aaron, looking for Killer. Does commit here, but TCY, and they will run down that Tiny as in the back. Longfur has been isolated by Fonte, has a BKB and the DD to run him down, as now they look over towards Killer. Killer trying to get to the high ground, but that's not going to happen. And finally, LBZS take the first convincing fight they found in a very long time. But now, what damage can they do?
They can do a lot. No buybacks out in Poke. They could at least find 1 Rax. And that's a scary proposition for the side of Poke. The Dolphin still had to refresh X already. Pops it now. Only so long that the Fortify will stall them out for him. They will have a secondary fort with the tier 3 falling, but there's no play. They have to wait for these respawns. Closest one they have is the Mirana, but Rand's respawn's not going to be enough. And that's going to be a lot of Rex. TZY with a heart, he can just tank everything.
Certainly is, yeah, and also the +8 Exorcism Spirits on Dolphin as well, going to speed up their push even further. There are no buys. Look at this, they're just tearing through. Is this going to be Megas? Exo is gone.
Should be.
Where is the defense? I just don't know if it's there. They've got the Fortify, V moving across along with Ranfu, but if they get caught here, it could be just another cascade of terror from them.
Yeah, and they're going for it. Let me stop them. Respawn on Tiny. Still 8 seconds away. 8 seconds too long. At the least, no creep wave. No mid creep wave, no top creep wave. So they are safe from the Megas here.
But they are. Ooh, V. A little bit of a misclick there. Didn't quite get off the slide before he went for the chains. Well, the final barrack dream, John. The one remaining. That one ranged barrack. It's not even a melee. Jeez, that feels bad.
Nah. Look at the graph here, Nomad. See how... Look at all those spikes. They're so tiny in comparison to how far it's risen for LBZS. So tiny. Roshan falls for them as well. You get the free Ags up.
Yep.
So Ags upgrade up for Fonty, and you're kind of set. Execution has to be perfect from Poke. We've seen them do it before. We need to see them do it again if they want to hold up against this situation with only one range racks left.
I mean, I would riposte that I don't think any of their fights have been perfect. They've just been scrappy enough. They managed to kind of claw LBZS down to their level, but now LBZS, they're playing on their terms, and it's a great initiation as they'll be able to bring down Killer straight off the bat. That'll be the first kill as Fonte just trying to clear off these illusions, just wants to get rid of their vision, I guess.
Yeah, Lunfer kind of showed up in that illusion just for a split moment. If he got bashed there, that would have been it, maybe. Very risky play.
Yeah.
Without that Coddle, without the Will-O-Wisp and the defense, it feels way too difficult to hold these tier 4s up.
It really does, yeah. Poke are just going to just... I was trying to avoid it this whole cast, but Poke are just going to have to try and poke at them as much as they can to stop them just taking these buildings, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Despite it being their namesake, they're going to try and jump in on the backlines here. Ranfu and Longfur just trying to get some kills at the back, trying to find anything at all, but they're just being run around in circles, and Ranfu is going to get left behind by the Spectre. Now 2 dead on the side of Poke. Ancient is exposed. Maybe. No, it's cooled. Killer's had enough. GG is cooled. LBZS will take this game at #1 as they might get themselves a little extra kill onto the Ember, but nope, Ancient explodes, but game over.
Yeah, they do manage to pull it out after a very back and forth game. We saw the early engagements coming out there for Poke. I mean, their emphasis on the early game, they had an interesting idea. It didn't really pan out, but it did look like they had control of that game for a long time until some of the fights just went south and just went LBZS's way in terms of execution.
It absolutely did, yeah. I want to hear from Mr. Fluke. I want to hear his opinions on this game because this was a messy game, and it needs to be analysed by a messy man, I think.
I'll take messy over bad any day here, Nomad. And I think I do have to agree with you. I think that was a very chaotic kind of game. There was skirmishes literally everywhere. The way they were playing a lot of these lanes, they were just kind of going back and forth between both these two teams. Seems like they both had two separate ideas about how they wanted their drafts to go. We saw on the side of Poke, they're like, all right, everything on V. We want to go in towards this mid lane. We want to make sure the Dolphin doesn't have a good time. Whereas LBZS are like, hey, we have some two really good side laners here. They're doing really, really well for themselves. Let's just farm up on this Ursa, try and get something back as we can go. I think the biggest thing for me in that early game that made it look a little bit spicy for LBZS, and John, I'm not quite sure if you're going to agree with me here, was they just didn't put any pressure on the Spectre. It just felt like they had all this time in the world. There was a very, very fat Ursa, but they never put any of that emphasis back onto the Spectre. They never shoved out the Spec from her own jungle. They took the tier 1 tower relatively early, but they were never able to really play on that side of the map to be able to put that pressure back onto the Spectre.
Yeah, they didn't really, in terms of directly confronting the Spectre, for sure. But I think just forcing that movement onto mid was enough to kind of take away a lot of the bite out for our Spectre there as well. Like, Lanfer was still finding space in the triangle, for sure, but his farming pace just didn't compare to the Ursa. And I think that was always at the back of the mind of LBZS. They're like, yeah, we've got this Ursa with Battle Fury. He had a free lane. He's always going to outfarm that Spectre. Our core-to-core matchup, it kind of works in our favor. You know, it's always just going to be down to the supports here, and they were just willing to make that compromise. So it's not that they didn't target the Spectre per se, but more that because of the map pressure, the Spectre couldn't farm as much, obviously in comparison to the Ursa, and it just forced Lanfer to kind of play earlier. Because he went for the Ags, he was looking for those support pickoffs, and for a while it was looking great. The moment those pickoffs failed, the moment he'd put himself out there and get Static Storm, that's when it went south for Poke.
Yeah, and do we feel like that maybe the draft from Poke here, Nomad, kind of meant that they were all in on this Spectre, you know, having an off-lane Coddle, having the Tiny as your 4, you start to kind of lose a little bit of that damage and everything is kind of in the Spectre basket, right?
I mean, yes and no. I think Ember is still like a hell of a hero, especially late game as well, but he kind of got countered by the fact that they just had kind of so much catch on the side of LBZS. You know, like both teams had so much catch that it's kind of hard for these kind of kiting heroes to really exist and play around. You know, just a little bit too squishy. The moment you get that first catch and an Ursa on you, you are just gone. But yeah, I mean, in the end, I don't know. I still felt like the late game could have gone Poke's way, but they just had too much of a deficit in the end to be able to really bring the fight to the side of LBZS. It does all come down to that bottom side fight where you know, it's a shame because I think they did a really good job on kiting out the Aegis, but then the one fight they decide to commit to ends up being a really bad one where they're trying to fight up into the high ground. They didn't have the vision really to make that kind of play, and it just went very messy, and yeah, they weren't able to hold it together.
Yeah, it seems like there's a few glimpses coming in from Poke. They seem to have some really good ideas. All right, John, it's MVP time. Who are you going to have to give it to here? You can even give it, like, I mean, at the end of the day, we can always give it to people on the losing team. Who do you feel like is the MVP that's going to stand out to you today?
Stand out. I think Dolphin understood what he had to do, right? Like, he copped a lot of those early ganks. He had a pretty atrocious early game, but the fact that he was, in a way, creating space for his team just worked out well. Like, that early space for TZY to find his farm, he had a really quick heart, an overwhelming blink, and he just managed to get that space going for these two cores, just farming in the sidelines, not caring in the world. Because of all that aggression on mid, they couldn't even find a tower until they mass committed like 4 or 5 euros. And that was just so much time. He just did his job.
Yeah, I do want to say one thing though. I don't think that this was a start which LBZS would have wanted. I know it's a win, but the start they had to this game was absolutely insane. Like, I feel like most teams which were playing in Div 1, if you give them this start, they're going to stomp like 99 times out of 100. You know, like your Ursa was probably hitting some kind of record with the amount of CS and net worth he had this early on in the game. And the Centaur was absolutely busted as well. Like, 2 heroes which were just absolutely like stinking rich. And they weren't able to translate that into a win. They fell behind and they had to come back. And I think that's a pretty bad look, unfortunately, for LBZS. So, you know, they're not going to be happy about this game. I will say that much.
Yeah, and I think that kind of just circles back to, a lot of these Div 2 teams were really kind of just waiting to see, how they improve across the entirety of the season. I think, being able to have a good early game is always nice, and getting to a point where you're able to at least fix some of those issues. So, John, going into game number 2 here, what are we thinking for Poke quickly?
I think just adjusting draft, the offlane Kotl did have some impact, but overall it had a really slow start in lane. Maybe something more lane dominant for Killa to handle Fonte earlier on, and you have a better time scaling up there.
All right, so it seems like John wants a little bit of this early game coming in from Poke, but either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break here on the other side. Game number 2 between LBZS and Poke Gaming. Poke Gaming, Nomad and Jonix Fire back here once again. Nomad, we'll start with you, mate. Game number 2 is just on the horizon here for Poke Gaming. They went down in game number 1. They showed some glimpses. Is there anything you want them to come into game number 2 with today?
Just more of that, really. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to underestimate them and say like, oh, you know, that was a really good performance from them. They almost took a game off LBZS. Maybe they should be taking games off LBZS, but I don't know. I just want to see them brawl. I want to see them pick some fighty heroes and just try and do the same thing again. Maybe with a bit more finesse. Maybe don't stack your side lanes quite as hard, but better laning with that level of fighting, and you've got a competitive team on your hands.
Yeah, I think, you know, from what we saw in game number 1, I think V is one of those players that can really do a lot for them. John, we are extremely deep into this draft right now, so there's a lot of picks that we're going so far. LBZS, they got Lina.
Yeah, it's Lina. It's the patch that we're going to be more than likely playing the Major in. The Lina Major going to be coming up, the Lina DPC. With a Clockwork as well. It's your classic duo in lane. You just run forward as a Clockwork, buy Lina that space, have her twack away. And for Poke, if this is the offlane Magnus I've seen a couple of times in NA, it doesn't give me the greatest confidence. Like, Magnus Rubik can set up with lift back and skewer back, but the Lina stand so far away that catching her out is just, it feels impossible. So I'm keen to see what Poke goes for, because we talk about lane dominant heroes. Magnus isn't quite one of those. It can be a little bit greedier, it needs time to build up, just kind of wants to focus in on farming. So the momentum from there is also just not as quick as you'd want.
It's always interesting as well seeing the responses. If my draft knowledge is correct here, Poke Gaming had second pick, and they went with Mag Rubik.
Yep, that's correct.
In response to giving up a Lina, so they have to have an idea. I'm not, you know, passing my judgment just yet until we see the draft and we see how this works out. But now with the Mars Mirana, it seems like the way that LBZS are like kind of rapid firing through this draft. To be fair, they did kind of do it extremely fast in game number 1 as well. But Nomad, it seems like they are getting literally everything they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is all LBZS wheelhouse as well. You know, not only is this extremely on meta, or other than maybe Mars, but it's also their favorite heroes as well, from these players as well. I mean, I'm imagining they're probably going to run Lina in the position 1, which is a bit different, but like LBZS, along with most of the Chinese teams, were running a lot of Lina mid last year's DPC as well. So yeah, this is just super comfort. So that's why they're going so quick on these picks, because they know what they want, they know what works well with these heroes, and they're just looking for these combos.
Yeah, I'm still keen to see what Poke does, because, as you mentioned, Luke, I mean, they had second pick, they go with Magnus, they get the Tiny again. I'm wondering whether or not they flex that towards a mid-Tiny isn't the worst thing. If you're matching them against Lina, it's not the best thing in the world either. You just kind of melt. So they pick up the Naga, so that should be our core. I mean, you've got some pretty interesting team fight here. You can kind of bail out with a song. Down the line, a value Ags on Naga, which as a core you don't tend to buy, but say second Roach goes your way. It's massive in these team fights. And you do have decent illusion clear from LBZS though. Like, Mars can kind of deal with Naga illusions, Lina can, to an extent even Mirana with Storestorm early on until, say, you get a Heart. It can deal with that. So I'm wondering what Poke's up to, because I'll be honest, I like this draft less than I did with their game 1 draft. I think that was a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more stitched in. This one is still kind of slow paced with the potentially Naga 1, but you don't have that potential to be aggressive early in comparison to the Spectre.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this Magnus pick so far. I feel like if someone picks Lina and then your response is Magnus, I'm not really like, oh yeah, you sure got me, bro. I'm kind of just like, oh, okay, great. You just move on with your life, you know? And empowering a Naga is like not the most ideal thing in the world either, because she doesn't really need empower to farm. It reveals a real Naga Throne as well, and yeah, it's just not really something you want to be doing as Mag, so not sure. But I mean, offlane Mags don't really follow around the carry empowering them anyway, so I guess that's not too much of an issue, but just in general, a bit of anti-synergy.
What if you ran the Tiny core and Naga 5? Would that make it any better? It doesn't feel like it makes it any better for me, but maybe you get something on the 1 that can play with that and snare early on, perhaps.
I mean, that might be overcompensating. I kind of feel like Poke have this idea on how they want to play the game. They're judging by these two drafts. It's like shove Mr. L'Enfer on something which is like a Giga Carry, and then everyone else just goes and brawls. That works better when you have a Spectre, because the Spectre can just join the fights and obviously profit along with your team as they're brawling all the time. It's going to be interesting to see how they adjust with the Naga, though.
Yeah, I think that's the question for me now, right? Is the Spectre was a pick that enabled them to kind of just put L'Enfer in just a random spot. You can always just pop out with the Haunt and try and get those fights going. It seems like LBZS were kind of along the lines of covering a bit of their bases with this Primal final ban. They're not 100% sure about what's going on. Maybe it might be like a support Magnus as well. I know that was something in the past that you coupled it up with things like PA, but as you were saying beforehand, Nomad, the fact that Empower with Naga isn't something that you usually see quite a lot. And now LBZS, they've still got a hero they can pick here. They can go for a Fonty hero if they want to. We have seen a lot of Lina 1. Or they can pick up the Dolphin hero here that can kind of give them a little bit more of this illusion clear. Zeus. Okay.
Yeah, I like it. I like having the Zeus. Good burst damage on hand. You can play with Nimbus. You can clear out the split push that Naga might want to pull out if the game goes too long. And most of your mid matchups that are terrible for Zeus are kind of gone. Maybe something like a Quap could be annoying if you wanted to go that route for Poke. It could be one way to go, I suppose. But I think it's just solid from LBZS. Like, this should be a lot more tempo coming out from them. They've got a lot of ways to play with his pick-off. Like, just hook shot into Thunder God's Rat. You can pretty much find a kill ASAP. So you can just start that ball rolling a lot quicker here for Dolphin in comparison to Game 1.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any temptation here for go for like a okay, no, never mind. Never mind. That was like the entire polar opposite of what I was thinking. They go for a Warlock last pick.
Look, I play a lot of Warlock. I don't think this hero has been viable for maybe 2 to 3 years now. It feels pretty bad. So I'm not sure. I mean, you've got the V Tiny Mid. Tiny Mid against Zeus is also like not the best matchup in the world, although you could play it a little bit more because Zeus is very mana dependent, so rune control is key. But I'm definitely feeling LBZ's draft a lot more here. I have no clue what they want to do with the kill of Magnus, and I don't know what Rand's gonna do besides like heal and feed for the most part and drop a golem before dying. I don't know.
Well, that's the question for me as well. Is this Warlock final pick coming out from Poke Gaming? Is it the real answer to the Lina here, Nomad? Is there anything coming out of left field for you that gives you any hope for Poke Gaming this time around?
The one hope they have is Patience from Zoe, Song from the River catches them all. RP comes through. Oh my god, Golem comes out on top as well. Wowee. Got a tree volley on there as well. Goodness gracious, absolute rampage. Poke Gaming, they get the win. They get the front page of Reddit. Is that going to happen? No, probably not. Not against LBZS, especially because this lineup is also not one to easily catch out. Like, you've got the Clockwork and the Zeus and the Mirana. That screams to me just like mega scouting. They're going to know what is going on at any given point. So I think catching them off guard like that is just... It's always tricky, and in this game it's borderline impossible. So yeah, pretty safe bet for LBZS, I would say.
It seems like there's the dream team here for Poke Gaming. If they can get all their team fight spells to combine for 5-mans, then maybe this might be a Reddit clip waiting to happen. But either way, lads, we're going to leave you guys with game number 2.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. We'll see if they can put it all together. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating them. Maybe there is the potential for some dank team fights coming out. We did say last game that one really, really obvious thing about poker is that they love fighting. So maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, but when it comes down to fighting, like, a Warlock isn't exactly the most fighting-y Pons 5. I mean, sure, you could heal them up with Shadow Word. You could get maybe a good Fatal Bonds off Upheaval. It's a really good slow that I always argue with Mike is a pretty damn good spell, but it just doesn't feel great because its pacing is tied into these ultimates. You're tied into RP, you're tied into Golem. Whereas for LBZS, you've got this flash farming Lina for Fonte. This hero just overtakes the game by minute 15 or 20, it feels like. And it doesn't feel like you have anything to counteract that. Like, your lane matchup isn't something that dominates over Lina. Your mid matchup also doesn't spell an outright win, and this is awkward.
Oh no. Oh dear. Sometimes you walk up the high ground and you take an arrow to the face, and yeah, that's a rough start. Who got the first blood? It was Helios. Okay, all right, not the worst thing in the world then. Maybe, yeah, that's not going to cost them too much, but I guess that makes your top lane harder, which is going to mean a harder time for the Nagasarian, who we kind of need to have a good game. Like, I feel like they need this Naga to be in a good position to put out some map pressure, which is hopefully going to buy them the space they need for these other cores to come online, because, as you mentioned, you know, Magnus is pretty slow when it comes to offlaners.
Yeah, it just feels slow across the board, except for maybe the mid coming out for V. Like, the Tiny can get off to a fast start. My issue there is your support to connect to is only the Rubik. You don't really connect to the Warlock. Like, nothing just connects to Warlock. You could try, you come in, Shadow Word can feel good for stealing some kills when they're running away, but it's not the hero that sets up for you. So V's gonna have to put the heavy lifting in along with Aaron. And I don't know, like, they are trying to pressure out Guo down bot, Clockwork. He's that body that wants to go forward. He wants to cop the hits. He's ensuring that Fonte finds a farm, and as long as your Lina finds farm, I don't know how many times you've got to see it again and again, but Lina is Lina. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be said about this hero.
Yeah, it's all been said. We've seen it 100 times now already, and we're probably going to see it 100 more, but you know what you're coming against at the very least. But yeah, no, I mean, that didn't even clog with me, but again, like, this Tiny in the early mid, you know, he's like, all right, guys, I got my Blink Dagger, I got my Echo Saber or whatever. Let's go smoke. All right, who's coming with me? I've got a Rubik and a Warlock. Great. This is good.
Yeah, you know, hey, I'm gonna get a great Fatal Bonds. You know, Avalanche damage is gonna feel great. That's cool.
Easy
There you
kills,
go.
guys. Easy kills. Yeah, that's going to be tough. Good luck, V. You've got to really... I mean, he's the one guy that can make this game work, but he basically has to do it alone, which I think is really hard. I mean, maybe the Magnus has a good lane. I don't know, but yeah, you need a lot of things to go right for Poke. The first of which being the lanes. So we'll see how this one ends up going. Talk to me about this bottom lane, John.
It's kind of atrocious. I mean, look at Guo. He just walks up, gets lift. There's no lift threat yet. There is this lift skewer back, which you can kill the Clockwork, which is nice, but you really don't care. Like, legitimately, Clockwork is a hero you pick up to feed for your Lina, to buy space, and just allow this Lina to farm. His job is to die. Guo knows that this game is for him to just die, buy space for Fonte, everything else will come together, because Ice Frog has blessed us with a beautiful hero. So, yeah, even if you catch Guo out with a skewer combo, you don't care. And you're never going to catch the Lina, because God help us if you can reach her to her attack range. I don't think you can lift her back and skewer her back from that far away.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I mean, I was ready for them to say earlier when they had the Tiny before they picked up this last pick. I was ready for them to be like, oh yeah, you know, this is a combo which can actually kill Alina. The toss back into the skewer. You know, you have the range with that, but you don't have the range with lift and skewer. Like, Alina's probably, if she's careful, not going to get that close. Of course, mistakes can happen and plays can be made. So maybe we'll see Fonte getting caught out, but I doubt it.
Yeah, and I think taking a peek up top as well, this lane isn't getting any better for Lonfer either. I mean, he's finding his CS, but so is TZY. And you're just kind of relegated to Iran trying to pull and getting contested by Helios, which you don't really care for on Murana as well. So you're kind of happy, and you can just see how much Fonte does when he's allowed to fire away onto Aaron. He's got the Falcon Blade already up. He's got a lot of damage. He's got a lot of mana regen. He can just spam his spells out every other wave. You're feeling good. You're in your lane. You're carefree. You're casting spells. You're farming. You're at peace.
In my lane, focused, flourishing,
Yes.
all the good stuff.
Just-
Ooh, Bolfin just vaulted over the Tiny to grab the water rune in mid as well. So it's kind of sad that Mr. V doesn't get himself a singular water rune here.
Yeah, you know what? Poker playing against two very balanced heroes. I mean, that Heavenly Jump, yes, it was nerfed. It's still one of the most annoying spells to ever play against. One of the most annoying spells ever designed in this game. So you're having a good time across each. You're getting that feeling of balance.
Yeah.
Perfect balance in Dota 2.
Really enjoying this patch. I'm sure Pokar.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. What do you think about this build from the Zeus, by the way, going for the 2 points and heavily jump?
I like it. You're up against a Tiny, you know, he wants to gap close. Every time you see him walk up and you get a window in the Avalanche, you just jump away and hey, everything's good. Heck, you just see him walk up, threaten to Avalanche you. Heavenly jump away, slow him down, you're good. So I don't mind it. This is something we've seen a lot of Zeus's do down mid as well. Just because you only really need Arc Lightning. I mean, even without the Lightning Bolt to threaten, Poke is still copying a lot of damage in that lane. His rune control isn't amazing as well.
And by the way, Dolphin as well is getting the water. We've also got a support rotation in to fill up its bottle as well. So V is very much upsetty right now. As in the bottom lane, Aaron in a bit of trouble. They're going to be able to run him down. But Fonto's getting low, but Killer, he has the damage to kill her off actually. So terrible trade for LBZS, all things considered. Killer's going to be very happy about that one.
Yeah, Fonte just kind of stood there, just wanted that kill on the Rubik. Didn't respect the Magnus, so he's like, all right.
Me hit.
Yeah, me Lina, me hit, me want kill. Ooh, I find kill is okay. And it's a good start. At least you find that trade here. You got a bottle refill for V. So he's going to be able to play around a little bit more. Dolphin does have his 6. He can't threaten. You don't quite have the 6 timing for Fonte. That's one more thing. Just Laguna and the Thunder God. You can also just... You can find so many kills across the map. Like, it's kind of ridiculous with this kind of lineup.
Dolphin's got to be careful. He doesn't know that there's a Tiny on top of him with an invis. And now they're going to jump in. The Avalanche is there. Dolphin, he's going to get off the Thunder Gods to kill off the Aaron. A final little FU before he does die.
You find a Zeus kill, but the real mental warfare win is here for LBZS. He's like, oh, I'm going to die? Are you sure? You're stuck with me.
Yeah.
You're stuck with the God of Thunder. You're dead as well. And it's still a better kill for Poke, to be fair. You know, V hits his level 7. He's got his boots in the backpack. He's got his full wand. Power Tread's coming out. And he can get another bottle top up. Although TP's on cooldown for Aaron. Never mind, he did just get that top up. So you're kind of happy with that. The one big thing for Poke right now is that you are getting a much stronger time for Lunfer. And maybe this is where the Warlock comes in. Fatal Bonds to help clear the jungle. Fatal Bonds to flash farm. That's what I'm seeing right now. So it is paying off for Lunfer. He is farming. I don't know if that's really worth picking the Warlock up for, but there it is.
Yep, there it is. It's something, I guess. It's something. Just trying to find a silver lining in this pick. Maybe. I mean, I'm just here for the 1-1 comp. That's all I'm looking out for. I'm not going to say anything in these fights until the ultimates are used. Good luck, John.
Yeah, you know, we've got to see that combi. I mean, if it comes out, it's amazing. All of them pierce BKB. You're going to have a lot of good ways of just pinning down Fonte, even with his own BKB timing. And maybe that's how they win out. Execution has to be on point, though. Ooh. Dolphin, look at that, just jumping over to get the D ward.
Yep.
No care.
And also dodges the Avalanche in the process, so very cool.
He jumped over the Avalanche. It's neat. Very neat. The guy can just jump over that.
Yep, meanwhile in the top lane, the arena is committed onto the position 5. You know, sometimes the Mars just wants to get a kill, but over in the mid lane, they do actually end up bringing down the Zeus. With the heavenly jump on cooldown, they were able to get the catch. A bit of a...
Finding their punishment. And they are finding the windows where Dolphin just plays a little bit too far forward. It is going back to almost like game 1, where they're dragging so many heroes down mid. They even smoke up here on Ran and V. Looking for a bit of a rotation. They could try to go for TZY. He's pretty damn low, still hanging in that lane. It could be a nice straightforward pick off for them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane, in we go. TZY is going to absolutely get himself killed up in the top here. He had been playing on about half HP for a very long time, so he just finds a movement to get in.
Yep. Good smoke play out, finding some punishment. Getting some build-up. Blink timing for V off the back of this is looking pretty damn good. He's going to be able to start setting up for his team, start initiating as you'd want him to, and just find those opportunities over and over again. They've bought some good space out for Lanfar. He is just farming fairly well. He is not quite up on top, but the farm distribution right now across all cores are fairly even. So you are still feeling pretty damn good here. One thing for Poke is... how long they commit on mid is really what I want to see. Will we see a repeat of game 1? Ooh, RP whiffed.
Yep.
Yikes.
that's not what you want to be seeing for your first RP, but whoops.
what can you do sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork can be super annoying for that kind of thing as well. Like with the battery assault, you cancel one and then get out of range for the second. Stuff like that can happen. So, is what it is. Yeah, hopefully the next one goes a bit better. I mean, RPs until you have like a couple of mobility items or someone to move around with are a little tricky. Is up in the top lane, the arena gets committed along with the Thunder Gods to bring down Aaron. In fairness, big commitment for that kill. It's only a position 4, so not too sure how they're feeling about that one on Pope. Maybe they're going to be feeling all right.
Yeah, not the biggest loss in the world. I think it would have been a lot better to just connect that. Thunder Gods would say Laguna for Fonte. In fact, he could probably commit onto Killa, although he does have the mech to hold out here, and he is really forcing Fonte on this chase. Like he's with, yeah, Laguna's out, mech's there, and he's missing like a creep wave or two.
Oh, nice play. Nice play. If he gets out here, he's a god. Oh, movements across into the river. The right clicks are committing though. Yeah, he's got the 7 stacks. Oh my god. I think Fonte just found a creep wave and just or the neutral camp and was able to get off the stacks for Fiery Soul. Gave him the movement speed, but still really, really cute. Beautiful attempt there from the Magnus, but yeah, not quite enough to survive.
It's a lot of space. I mean, that drags Fonte away from the creep wave, drags him away from farming up, gives a wave for the Naga to kind of clear out as well with her illusions. So you're not too unhappy. 6-4, much stronger start for LBZS in comparison to game 1. We're not seeing that mass committal on the mid just yet. You're kind of ready to go. Blink's already up for TZY here. Arena's ready to go. Yeah, sadly enough.
Yeah, Guangguan is going to tank the gank here quite massively as they were looking for the Lina. And now the Lina, that was her canary in the mine, so she just TP's out. And, oh, hello, Ancient Stacks. Is she at the point where she can take these just yet? I think so.
Yeah, she's got her Maelstrom, and they're smoking up here while that's happening as well. Bison space out. Can look for a kill. Thunder God in 20, so a little bit longer for that, but they've got a good idea where everyone's at, and they've got that Blink again on TCY. Blink Arena ready to go.
And there's the Arena coming down. Is she going to be able to get off the song? No, she is not. There is the Spear committing with the arrow as well. They'll get the kill. Down goes that big carry, and now the Spear into the toss. They're going to be able to bring down the Zeus, or maybe not actually. No, yes, they will. The Heavenly Jump, not quite enough to get himself away, and there comes the RP just landing onto TZY. So Poke looking to get a bit of revenge here, and they will take down 2 big heroes, but the headline is they did still lose their carry, and all the while the Lina is farming.
Yep. That's the space you want. You find a big carry on the end team, slow them down, you sacrifice your 2 cores, which is honestly still pretty big for Poke, but the space you're buying for Fonte is a lot bigger. You lose your bot tier 1, so the maps open up a lot more in bot jungle, but they haven't been able to poke into that triangle. And as long as LBZS holds on to that, get their build up, you're pretty happy here.
Do we need to get a poke counter going just to make sure we're not getting out of control? Because I've noticed it's sneaking in for both of us. Yeah, it's really hard.
Poke, 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 poke.
Poke, poke, poke.
Yeah. I want a poke ball. Blade forward.
Spear out onto Mr. Ranfu, but there's not really any connection here from the other side as they're being beleaguered round on the side from Killa, who's actually just going to get dropped off, and he's got the damage. You don't find the Zeus, you're going to have a bad time, and Alina just mows down Ranfu with the help off the clock there. And that is a powerful response there from LBZS, and somewhat what we were expecting from this Lina.
Huge. Good dancing around there, coming out from Dolphin, sidestepping a lot of those spells. And I just had to go, ooh, Arena's down.
Yeah, Aaron's gonna die as well. Oh, look at that. TZY. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Oh, yeah. No need for that kill. I was having a bit of a giggle because, you know, you're a Warlock, you drop your spells and you just upheaval. And Ranfu didn't bother running away. He's just like, yeah, I'm probably just gonna die here. And that's your Warlock gameplay. It's like, yep, I upheaval. My teammates die, I might as well go with him. I ain't gonna do anything with his space. It is what it is. But that's where my issue comes down with a Warlock. Yeah, yes, you have Chaotic Offering. Yes, that connects well with RP. But that's also a massive cooldown. 160 seconds. That's 160 seconds where LBZS can just do whatever they want without caring. Because you're basically playing 4v5 at that point.
It's so hard for them to fight without, like, all of their ultis up. That's the problem. Like, normally in these games, you kind of go like, oh, well, they've got one ulti on cooldown, but they've got another one, but they genuinely need them all. And even then, I mean, that should be enough. I mean, the one thing I do like about that little mid-scrap there from Poke is that they did try and make the wraparound, because the only way they're going to win these fights is by trying to find different points of engagement. If you run headlong into Alina, then you might as well just jump headfirst into a blender. It's not going to work out well. You need to come around the side, unplug the blender first, and then go for the fight.
Pretty much. And they're trying to get something out. They're trying to cut off the head of that blender by going bot, but the side of LBZS is up top. Their smoke just doesn't pay off. LBZS being a lot more cautious, expecting a defense in this area. But it won't take them long to melt that objective when Fonte's around for the max stacks. Max out Fiery Soul. He's got the machine gun ready to go, and you're pretty far out here from Poke for a defense. And you're not going to be pushing that bot tier 2 as fast as this would fall.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Everybody just kind of ignoring the fact that Fonte's in the top lane, just taking their tower. They're like, maybe we'll get a kill mid or something. I don't know. I don't want to go into that. They've got the area really well boarded as well. 3 observer wards down here for LBZ. So they really want this fight, but Poke are not going to give it to them, but they are going to give up their tower.
And that's going to be the
Dolphin.
jungle taking
I'm
over,
not sure this is
Outpost
the play,
taking
my
over.
friend. Nice little wraparound RP, though. Nice 180 to get Dolphin and kill him off.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Always a sign of a good
Yeah, that's a
Magnus
good
player.
pickup. Yeah, still ready for more too.
Yeah. TZY waiting in the tree lines. Who else is around here from LBZ? It's not really anyone. Guagua's kind of hanging out. Helios just continuing to push up this top wave. Fonte in the triangle, so he's ready to rotate over if required. 13 seconds on the Zeus as well. They might actually want to consider defending this tier 1 middle.
Radiant's middle tower is under
No
attack.
RP.
Respawn's not too far off. We've got a hook shot ready in Gogo as well. Have really interesting angles to take from this flank.
And here we go. Hookshot comes in from the sidelines, and actually a bit of anti-synergy there as they skewer the Mars out of the Stone Arena as well. So Venn diagram here on the map. V's already been taken down though, and Fonte does seem pretty unannoyed right now. LSA comes in, and God, poor old Lefeur just gets absolutely annihilated. Tries to find the angle, but yeah, as you say, just charging headfirst into the blender, and Dolphins the one who end up with a triple kill here. There's way too much damage on the side of LBZS. The moment that kind of golem gets whiffed and they don't find the point of entry, it just all goes horrifically wrong.
Yeah, I mean the defensive arena coming out there was pretty good.
No,
Yeah.
that was so bad.
And they tried. The arena does stall out, you know, you can't hit through that as Fonte, so bought them some space,
Killed
but
the golem.
not really enough. Yeah, murdered golem, free gold, and you have no real play here as the Naga until Heart. I would say even Heart's not enough. I would say you need armor, Heart AC or Heart Shivas. That feels like what you have to do because of just how ridiculous the right clicks on Fonte is. It doesn't care for that.
Yeah.
You need actual EHP. You need some armor on top of that HP to be effective.
Also, a pipe from someone might be kind of nice, you know, playing against Lina Zeus. It kind of feels like that one might be necessary, but Killer is, of course, going for the Greaves, as most offlaners do these days. So it'll be a while before we ever see that one come into light. I don't know.
Yeah, some ways of dodging out that magic damage, which is still going to be effective. Maybe they're just banking on BKBs on at least V. He is working onto that. Now the issue for Poke is that your top jungle's gone. Like you don't have room to farm it. And V, yikes.
Yeah, he can't hear you, unfortunately, so he doesn't know that his top jungle's gone, so unfortunately he is going to die. Fonte get himself just another free pickup here, as LBZS do what they want. They control this area, they can probably get Roche whenever they really feel like it. So, maybe not with the ultis up, but... Well, ulti, only an RP at the moment, still 30 seconds on that golem.
Yeah, at least they have Laguna on Aaron, so they could
That's
go
cute.
for a burst blade
Yeah.
themselves.
Ooh, nice try.
Ooh.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now, into the pit we shall go. No RP. Well, there is an RP, but they don't really care about it. On the side of LBZS, they've got a nice little perimeter set up. They know where they are, so knowledge is power. And again, Poker just like, yeah, we're going to get mid tower. Okay, they managed to get off the skewer, so yep, they'll kill off Guagua. But meanwhile, he just going to be grabbed by Fonte. Middle tier 1 tower. It's going to be finally cut down by the... Oh no, 4 HP. The creep's going to get it at least, so it doesn't get denied. All right, Poke. That's a dub for you guys. You get a kill on the clockwork. You get the middle tower. Ignore the whole Roshan thing that just happened. Take your win,
Yeah.
Kings.
And take your win. Be happy. You know, you don't lose anyone. You find a freebie. 2 lives on Lina. I mean, to be fair, if you're on top of a Lina with this lineup, 2 lives won't be a problem. Although BKB being up for Fonte means you have to stagger your spells.
Yeah.
But if you can do that, then you can probably kill her off. You know, save at least one, the RP or the Golem for that secondary life, and you're good.
Yeah, just save RP or Golem. You make it sound so easy, John.
So easy. So easy. You have to live on Ran if you want to do that.
Here we go. Jump in. Avalanche. Toss. I mean, this is fighting into an Aegis. They need to bring this kill down quickly, and they're going to commit the RP for it. They actually cut off the clockwork inside him as well, so it might be the 2. Killer, though, being left alone to fight off with Gargon. That's actually not going to allow him to get the kill. The rest of Poke just kind of trying to zone back Helios there as he tried to enter this fight. And this Lina wants nothing to do with the bottom side of the map. Just going to TP up top, farm up. Realizing that Mars is dead, the clockwork's low, so there's no fight to be had. They give up the map to Poke. Fair enough. Good play. I mean, again, Poke fighting into Aegis, this seems to be one of the things they can do very well.
And have been able to find some really good pickoffs in these circumstances. We saw it in game 1. They just find the angle in, and they can just kind of hold their ground. They've got a good foothold down bot that is under vision. There are some really good mobs here from LBZS to watch that position out from Poke. So they can dodge quite well. They're getting the build-up they want, though. Kai Sanj already up on Dolphin, going for the full Aeon Disc Cup. And once you have that full Gleipnir, which is only the Rod of Aetor's recipe away for Fonte, then yeah, that's where it starts to get really fun.
Indubitably. I'm still kind of surprised that Magnus doesn't seem to be looking for a shard at the moment. He's got Blank, Guardian Greaves, and looking for the Aether Lens next, which I'm curious about.
You need a range to reach that Lina, right?
TZY being dragged back in, but he's got a quick fingers on the BKB there, and now they can look for the turnaround. The song is out, but the spear is there, and now in comes a Gleipnir. They're going to have to commit the golem, but it's not enough to save him. Lon first still going to go down, and now they'll go towards Killer. Killer on the run. Actually, no, we're looking towards them. Oh my god, the Warlock just getting absolutely slaughtered. And in the river, Killer going for the skewer away. Arrow to follow, but he's going to blink over it on the Magnus, so it looks like that's going to be it for the time being. But yeah, Golem, RP, both committed, and the song, and absolutely nothing gained. In fact, much lost.
Yeah, nothing to stop them now. No big team fight spells mean pretty straightforward push coming out here for LBZS. So, yeah, we're seeing the balance come through. I have not seen a Naga get immediately speared off the back of Song. Aaron.
Boop. Nice arrow, nice kill. LBZS find themselves another TZY, just constantly being the playmaker for this team right now, doing everything he needs to on the front lines, knowing that he's got the damage to back him up, so any play he goes to make, he will connect with. This game could be looking a bit better if Longfur had actually found some entries into the fights, but that's the thing, right? Like, the Naga into a Lina matchup is so difficult. Like, if she sees you, you're just going to get LSA'd, and then your illusions are going to get melted by the Maelstrom, and you're just going to have a bad time. And she's even gone for this, like, kill baseline build as well. Manta Orchid, just not working.
Yeah, if they found it a little bit earlier.
Oh wow, TZY, instant BKB. There's no hesitation at all, and Longfur, unfortunately, just going to go down again. This is looking so bad.
Yeah, there's, I don't think there's any good way to say it. It's looking pretty tough for Poke. Their best bet now is maybe a good Avalanche toss back from V on a high ground.
Still got the Wombo combo.
Skewer back. Yeah, would a skewer back into Fountain, you know. You can come back through that route. It's easier said than done. The thing is, I caveat that with it has to be Fonte. If you don't catch Fonte in that pull back into the Fountain, or if you don't kill Fonte, none of these kills matter. The Lina is really your big issue, and the Lina is always the big issue. The Lina is Dota 2 right now.
Yep.
You gotta fight the final boss of Dota right here.
Absolutely. I mean, Dolphin's also been doing a hell of a lot of damage in these fights as well. Kind of uncontested and just blasting away from the back lines as well, so credit where it's due. And he's gone for a very interesting build, actually. The Kaya and Sanj straight into Aeon Disc, so...
And yeah, it's great in just kind of breaking up that backline jump. Like, you have to make that choice. Do you jump the Lina? Do you jump the Zeus? Zeus is the easier target, but not with the Aeon Disc and heavily jump.
Yep.
So, at the end of the day, can you really find anyone? Maybe not, if you play your cards right here.
Yep. Also means he can kind of go split the lanes and not be too worried about a Naga Siren picking up a free kill onto him with this Orchid as well. So, yeah, big fan. Skewer back onto the clockwork, but in comes the arena. It's not going to be enough to save him though as well. That will be the first kill. V trying to fight up here, but he doesn't really have any damage. That is the issue. He pops a BKB and just kind of stands around looking at people. Poke trying to chase forwards here, trying to find themselves Fonte. Fonte does not have the Aegis any longer, but does have a BKB to turn around. Nice RP though. Is it going to be enough? They'll look towards Zeus. Zeus, he's still got that Aeon Disc available though. As Fonte just turns around into the Naga Siren and absolutely destroys her every single fight. It's the same damn story. The Naga gets on top of the Lina and the Lina just doesn't give a damn. And Fonte now just moving on to the next target. The Blender going to work as V on the high ground, just getting completely destroyed. It's a triple kill for Fonte. Killer's going to be the next target. The spear will find him. 5 heroes dead. Feels like the plan to stop the Blender wasn't to go and unplug it, but actually just gum up the gears by throwing as much into it as possible, and that's not really working.
It's not. I mean, they're trying. They're getting the jump on Fonte. Your core matchup's still atrocious. Every time we see Lanfa kind of come in, he just dies. It's he actually just doesn't do anything when it comes to the Lina. And now high ground melts. I wouldn't be surprised if they just gun for another set of racks, although respawns are short, but you don't have those team fight spells.
Watching back that fight as well is really sad. Like, Longfell's just trying his hardest to try and dodge something, right? Tries to use the mirror image to dodge out the LSA, tries to use the Manta to dodge out the Laguna Blade, doesn't manage either, so maybe could have lived a little bit longer, gotten off a little bit more damage, but yeah, you can see on the faces.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. And if he maybe got that save off, he said maybe a kill could have come out. I don't know if you'd kill off Fonte still. That's a big thing. It's like, yeah, you might have survived, but do you have any damage output on your Naga when Orchid's down? Not too much either. So it's still kind of a big question mark in terms of that core. And with 1 racks up, 16k lead here for LBZS. Dota Plus giving us a 96% win probability for LBZS. Ooh, smoke into the Thunder God. So they know something might be up here.
That old banana gonna give the information they need. LBZS gonna clear out this bottom side of the map, I'm sure. Well, maybe not. Maybe Lina will just stick around in 1v5 and see what happens. Who knows? But could work, honestly. I've seen crazier things, but no, they will back themselves away, and Poke will be left empty-handed.
Unfortunately for them as well, it's a longer respawn on Roshan, 2 minutes. Let's back up. They might find TZY. Could be a kill. Honestly, doesn't feel like the kill they need, but you take what you can get if he does present himself here.
Dire are scanning.
Using that barrier of trees very wisely. Might have just been spotted there by that illusion, but in they go, and they will just annihilate Killer. The song is even committed to try and keep the Magnus alive, and now the Magnus. Oh, beautiful hook shot. Lands through onto the Rubik. Is there any help coming through here? Yep, there is. Fonte comes in and just basically 2 shots the guy. That was brutal. 2 dead on the side of Poke.
Yep. And on to the high ground again.
Yeah,
Tier 3 not can
Magnus,
take
no
too long.
problems.
No worries here. And they have the Chaotic Offering. Level 1.
Yay.
It's... yeah, it's not going to do anything.
Give another target for the Lina to
Warlock
get
is
some
so
stacks from.
Warlock is such a dead hero right now. It makes me so sad because he's actually one of my favorite heroes. I don't know why. I have like
I was going to ask.
I have a stupid win rate in him, like 57% over 100 games or something.
Alright, that's smooth.
For some reason. And I used to always get MVP. Like, the matchmaker really loves Warlock for MVP for some reason. It's like, yeah, I just throw Golem guys. But MVP, yay.
Golem,
Let's go.
Bonds. Sit back and watch.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, Upheaval. Just laugh while Upheaval's going.
You know, one thing I really want to see is Fatal Bonds with the Shadow Demon's newish spell, Disseminate.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting little
positive
combo.
feedback loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good positive feedback loop. Oh.
TZY with these BKBs, man. He's not getting caught out, and the refresher's coming in there as well. This is not going well. Oh, man. I was hoping they were going to end with a scream, but it didn't expect it to be theirs as Poke just getting absolutely dominated. Dolphin getting the ultra kill. They're going to get in the rampage here as well, I believe. There it is. Dolphin getting the big 4 kills. Jesus. What did we just witness?
TZY, holy shit, that BKB's into the biggest arena that I've seen yet.
Yeah.
They have RP, they have their spells here if they want to try.
Oh, Mr. Spear though, terrible Mars play. GG. No MVP for you. And there it is.
GG. There we are. I mean, what can you do? You see that kind of play, he breaks your smoke, your Hail Mary play. He comes in, he gets the biggest arena of his life. And Poke, you know, game 1, I'd say looked a lot better. They had a lot more kills, they were a lot more active. They come into game 2, they let this Lina through. They respond with first phase Magnus. And I'm just not sure why. Like, we've seen some teams do that. In the region I covered, NA, we saw, I think, it was actually Shopify Rebellion who tried to do that against TSM, and Saberlight got a whooping there in 2-0. So, you know, it's a bit tricky, but it is what it is for Poke.
It is what it is. Well, let's bring back in Fluke, because we're lost without him on this panel. There we go. There's our glorious host and leader. How's it going, bud?
You're a little nicer after game number 2. I guess the shellacking, you know, knocked a little bit of sense into you as well, Nomad, me being the glorious leader. You're a glorious leader, Nomad, for right now. I'm just warming the chair for you. But that game was, it was definitely an LBZS show. I think in that last team fight as well, they did that all without the Lina. So we talk about the Lina being, you know, this broken hero in the meta. At the end of the game, you know, they were so far ahead that they didn't even need it. And I think LBZS kind of showed their true colors in that game number 2. I think they kind of shook off the rust a little bit after that game number 1. And I mean, John, the way that this game panned out, draft aside, I still think that LBZS just played an immaculate game. All 3 of their cores played extremely well throughout the entirety. I think TZY for me is like the MVP of the entire series. I think he is very, very good, and I'm excited to see what the rest of these offlaners can put forward. But I mean, LBZS looked really, really good in this game too.
They really did. Their coordination was on point, and just the plays TZY would make, like these arenas that he'd find, these angles he'd find, the way they'd connect, not just from that play, but connect as a team on top of that. It's just been pretty good. Again, this is for a team that has reformed. Their synergy's already there, and it's this fight that just a 5-man arena into that kind of location. Like, it's sickening.
So beautiful. It's so beautiful to watch. The reactions on the BKB were so quick as well. Like, that was insane, and that wasn't the first time either. Like I think he's got like a you know how some people have weird things set up as their controllers, you know, like a guitar hero. I think he's got a drum pedal for his BKB because it's like instant every time, man. That was so good. TZY, what a game from him. Very nice. And that's a confidence builder they needed, right? Coming into this, you know, I said game number 1, I didn't think LBZS would be happy with that. But game number 2, this is a performance they could be happy off. And definitely making a statement here and definitely making a case for them to be considered one of the top 2 teams of the region. You know, bringing a threat to Vici and YBB.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for us, right, is seeing how strong LBZS look in this series. Here, this game number 2 was much more of a stamp on this series rather than what game 1 was. It was a little bit of a slow start for them. But I think the biggest thing for me, John, as well, was you could just really see what happens when Dolphin gets given a little bit more, you know, help. There isn't all too much being put in towards his lane. I really do feel like that LBZS kind of shook off a lot of these cobwebs. But on the other side of things, for Poke Gaming, was this really kind of the draft for them as we get in towards our, you know, our ideas about the MVP? I think it's going to be no surprise who you're going to pick here, John.
Yeah, TZY definitely deserves that MVP. But for Poke, I would say a lot of it was draft. Like, you let this Lina through, which I don't know if we've really found a solid answer for the Lina outside of just having a big range core of your own and just kind of copying the lane and just try to dominate, replicate that Lina success in your own lane, safe lane. But I mean, just the Magnus first phase just drew question marks for me. The Warlock definitely made me question a lot of things. Because there is synergy there, but not much. And again, TZY with his plays here just did so much for them into that early to mid game. And his laning presence was just so huge. Like, Naga up against this Mars, you could leave him solo. He doesn't care. He held his lane while they were just running down mid once more.
Yeah, I think for me, mentioning the draft again, I feel like there was something they could have done. Like if you put the Tiny with the Magnus in the safe lane, in the offlane, sorry, you then do give yourself some kind of kill potential. And you know they did kill the Lina in lane, so they did have some with the Rubik, but it's not very strong. But give yourself that kind of fighting chance just to pull off a crazy one. You're going to lose that lane. I don't think any hero beats Lina at the moment, but you can at least try and find something from it. And in the mid, you need something which can go in and out, because the problem with Tiny versus Lina is that you can commit onto one hero, and then from that point onwards, you're just going to have to BKB and run around. Especially with the build he had as well, and the fact he wasn't able to get many items, that you kind of just go in, blow up one hero, and then you don't really know what to do next. So that hero has to be Lina, otherwise you're going to just kind of get shredded. You know, you need to throw everything onto this Lina and bring her down, otherwise she is going to shred you. And yeah, they just didn't do that. Maybe something like a Void Spirit or something out of the old school books might have worked, but yeah, in the end, Poke didn't pull it together, and another team forced the leader.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. We've seen a whole lot of different stuff being thrown at Lina so far, and hey, you know, if some teams are going to experiment with it, all power to them. 2-0 so far here for LBZS, John, as we start looking towards the future series going forward here. So obviously Meteor Gaming as well as Team Mystique, they might have a little more of the mysterious when it comes to coming into these games. Not really sure what they're going to be able to bring us, but for that final series, do you feel like you know, Team Cloud coming into it as, I would probably say, severe underdogs? I think most teams are going to be severe underdogs up against VG Gaming. Do you think they're going to be able to throw some curveballs our way?
Maybe they will. You know, there's still some surprises left. I think all of that really comes down to these sneaky picks on offlane, like highly effective Lycan plays. Feels like the angle, just catch them by surprise with some Zoo. So we'll see if that's something that Cloud can pull off. But I think a lot of us are just eyeing VG there for sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are super excited to see what VG can do throughout the entirety of today. So, Nomad, after this first series here, has it changed your power rankings at all with Division 2 here in China?
That remains to be seen. I'd like to see everyone play first before I make any rash decisions. But yeah, LBZS, I feel like, I mean, it's more like Poke for me. Like, I don't know how good they are, and I still kind of feel like I'm not 100% sure how good they are. From that game alone, it's maybe not enough information. I think they played better than I was expecting, considering I had really no expectations from them. So that they did do some really nice fighting. They definitely came in with the boxing gloves on, and that's something I love to see. So I'm excited to see this team kind of continue to improve, and I'd love to see them maybe be able to stay in Division 2 for next season, and maybe we'll see something from them then. Give them a kind of season of hard beatings to get them in shape and learn from, and then we'll see them in maybe the next season. But of course, China was very competitive, and LBZS, you know, it's not the kind of a very good barometer for them to know exactly how good they are from this series. So yeah, wait to see how well YBB play, and then yeah, the big three kind of big four, sorry, kind of facing off against each other is going to be when it gets interesting.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to go for the remainder of Div 2 here in China, to see where everyone will fall at the end of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to say goodbye to John here on the desk. We're going to bring in the two heads of Ogre Magi for these next two series as well. So make sure you join us after this little bit of an extended break for our second series of the day here for Division 2 of China.
It's time for the next matchup here in the Division 2 of the China region. Hello and welcome back as we step into our next series, and it is going to be Meteor Gaming versus Team Mystique. And I'm joined, of course, by Danog and Ares now as Fluke has moved across. Thank you very much for standing in to me, but Fluke, don't you ever do it again. Don't you ever host my region again, you hear me? You hear me?
All right.
All right, okay, just making sure that's clear. But Danog and Ares, welcome back. Are you excited to cast some China?
Always. It's always great to see, the up and coming throughout the DPC, not just China, but also a bunch of the different regions, Eastern and Western Europe, I would say most importantly, seeing a lot of players that were just permanently Div 2, Div 3, Tier 2, Tier 3 players, but now they've had the rise up. So I'm keen to see who the next batch of players is going to be for China, especially considering a bunch of retirements from the very top.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always space being made, and China is just one of those regions where the churn is so high. They love picking up, new players and finding the next talent, and it's one of the reasons that the region is always so competitive because there's always new blood coming on through. But let's talk about the matchup we got in our hands right now because we got Meteor versus Mystique, and Mystique, they are a bit of a Mystique, aren't they, Fluke?
Yeah, they're a bit of a mystery. Another one of these teams that came in from previous slots, and now they're coming in with a completely kind of unknown roster to a lot of us. I think, this is going to be a good test for us to see what they're really going to look like. To be fair, their Position 1 player, has had a pretty decent career themselves. They used to play across certain teams like Tongfu and Newbie Young, but they had a very, very big break all the way from 2017 and now until 2022 was, the big break that they had. So we'll see what they're going to look like when they come back in towards Div 2 here for DPC and see if they're going to be able to bring some of that old flair back into Team Mystique.
Yeah, a 5-year break. But, we talked about the carry player on Mystique. But, Dano, can you talk to me about the carry player on Meteor?
Well, you know what they say, like dessert, an extra letter is better. So you like to just see how he's going to be able to adapt to this one. I'll be honest, for a lot of these teams, we haven't really seen too many consistent runs. Meteor, even though there's a little bit more information about them, it's not the exact same squad that's stuck together for a very long time. This iteration has basically been together for 1-2 months, and there just hasn't been enough of data out there to be able to get a really good grasp of these guys. So I'm keen to see how they're going to adapt to the patch when it eventually does come out, hopefully before the major.
Yeah, hopefully that's them getting in that cope nice and early. We shall see. But yeah, I mean, this is basically, we don't really know any of the players on the side of Meteor, just like a couple of them have been around for a little while. We know Molasses, I believe he was previously part of, was it LBZS?
Yep.
And Phoenix and Darbo before then. So yeah, he's been around a little while. So probably the experience in the kind of backlines leader of the team when it comes to decision making and forming the team and everything. It was probably made around him. But yeah, it's also interesting that both of these teams have come in from slot transfers as well. So no qualification from these guys. So we really just power ranking wise, it really is a mystery. And there's going to be at least a good advantage on saying who between these two is better than the other. Ares, you got any kind of idea on who might be slightly better? Team Mystique maybe for the experience, or Meteor since they seem to have been playing together a little longer. It's very hard to say, isn't it?
It is very hard to say because we don't have a lot of that information. If you're just looking at regards to plays, some people might be a little bit more familiar on Team Mystique, so maybe you'd give the edge there. But one thing we were mentioning with the carry player on Team Mystique, he was previously going as Lin, and he played at TI4 on LGD, and they finished 5th and 6th. So he actually has that's a pretty high experience there, being able to finish 5th and 6th on the TI stage. Of course, that was a while ago, but something that is still no joke of an accomplishment. So, and some of the other players, NJ, formerly known as Crush, played on Summit. Ray as well played on LGD International when they were attempting that team for a little bit as well. So there's some C flavor with some China boys as well.
He's played on a lot of teams, hasn't he? I think MVP Hot 6 as well, Orange back in the day. There's been a lot of different... And I think he went over to NA as well to try and make a bit of a name. So maybe China's the place where he's really going to make his mark.
Maybe. But, yeah, I mean, when it comes to, you know, like what you want to see from these new guys, Fluke, do you want to see them kind of following the, as you say, not new guys, but new teams, players you haven't seen in a while? Do you want to see them like following the meta to a T? Do you want to see them playing like, you know, the straight and narrow as best as they possibly can? Or are you looking for them to kind of put their own stamp on things?
I think for a lot of these teams, I really want to see them do the basics right. So if they come into Division 2 here and just kind of follow along with the meta, if they can execute these drafts that we know are good, then that's when I feel like they can start to deviate a little bit and try and throw some of the extra spicy sauce at us. But I think for a lot of these teams, especially when you're in Division 2 aiming for Division 1, I think you really need to start practicing those meta drafts, right? You need to make sure that you have the basics down pat, and you need to make sure that you have everything going your way. So when you do get into Division 1 where the meta is all important, you know that you can execute those strategies and be able to, you know, try and fight up against the best.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I do just want to establish something for you, Ares and Danog, as we come into this game. I don't want to hear anyone backing out, okay? I don't want to hear anyone saying, calling one of the carries Lin or, you know, the Meteor carry. I want it to be and I want it to be and I want to hear the difference, especially when it gets those fast-paced team fights areas, okay? No backing out. I want to hear it. No hero names either. Full commitment, please.
I see you. It's a good time for you to go back into the hosting role now that you don't have to worry about the carry plays that you have to mention. It's all right, you know, I'm up for the task. It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, I mean, any particular picks you want to see from Team Mystique? Because, you know, we do know these guys, Zone and such. I remember his mid-Mars being pretty impressive. Anything you're looking forward to, Danog?
It's not necessarily like what I want to see. It's what I don't want to see, and I don't want to see Lena. You know, I think it's just that the stats behind it are just there. You know, the data is there. Just ban it. It's way too strong right now. People think that they can beat it with. Yeah, we saw in the previous series, a Magnus got absolutely stomped. You know, even a Naga Siren, fairly strong in its own right. Lena just beats it. So I just want to see that hero completely taken out of the pool and then go from there.
Yeah, I think so. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, out of the top heroes at the moment, that's definitely one of the bad ones. We're actually seeing more Brood being banned out at the moment, though. Is that kind of surprising to you?
I don't think it's very surprising. I mean, Wraith Pact was never really like a Brood thing to be able to buy, and that's essentially the only big nerf that happened in terms of this like off-lane pushing style, right? Whether it be Beastmaster, like in Visage to a lesser extent. Broodmother was never really the one that took advantage of that. It's more of the Pipe, which I believe got a very mild buff recently, so it's still just as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, we have so many of these heroes which are just, you know, reaching the ridiculous ban rates already across all the Division 2 regions. And we see a Ricky ban coming out from Meteor. I wonder if this is a read from them as we get into the draft of Mystique versus Meteor.
I don't know if they obviously have to have some information, right? Like, because, you know, me and John were talking about it in the previous series that Ricky so far through Division 1 of China DPC has been the biggest outlier from the rest of the world when it comes to the meta right now. So maybe there's a little bit of like scrim knowledge between these two teams where Meteor go, okay, we don't want to deal with Mystique's Ricky. We're just going to leave it and we're going to get rid of it and we're going to try and deal with some of these other heroes. Treant's still in the pool. They've still got Nature's Prophet that's left hovering around. Rubik's still here as well. So there's a plethora of these different heroes for these guys to try and play around with. I'm so smart, man.
Just back to back, man. It's just going there constantly. I mean, the Treant Protector, it's very understandable, right? Oftentimes it's best paired together with the Lena, but it's just a really solid hero. You know, the Leech Seed AoE in lane is incredibly strong. You can pick something a little squishier like a Shadow Fiend or a Lena to pair together with it, and it feels really nice. And it forces the enemy team to have to go into this pushing style because we've seen what happens with teams that have essentially one hero that's able to push. You get a Treant Protector, and a huge portion of that is nullified. You're not farming at the same speed that you want to because you have to full in commit to try and open up the map. So I think it's still a really good opener.
Is going to be playing the SF, I would imagine.
No, he's not. Is going to be playing the SF.
Oh, my.
Oh, God. It's already started.
It's happening.
I'm so ready.
I'm just thinking, like, what are they actually going to do to be able to combat this Treant Protector, right? Like, obviously, they've already picked the Nature's Prophet, right? And it's also with the Nature's Call with spawning the tree is a good way to be able to break him out of that tree line. But I really want to see someone that abuses the fact that you want to be playing around trees as much as possible, whether that be a Hoodwink, whether that be a Monkey King, you know, what route they go down, who knows? But I just want to see something that's going to be able to actually punish it in lane.
Yeah.
I think there's still a few heroes that are relatively good at finding the tree, and I think Hoodwink and Monkey might be a little bit awkward for Meteor to try and move into the draft. The Natures can be a little flexible, but a lot of the time I really don't like seeing Rubik as a 5, so you know, having a Hoodwink in your team as well really might kind of make the support duo feel a little awkward. I wouldn't hate to see, they're good for the Tiny. I was going to say I wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of like a Clockwork. It's a pretty good hero to be able to find the tree, you know, pre-invisibility and be able to really get on top of the Shadow Fiend, but they're just going to go for a Tiny. Another one of those heroes that abuses the repositioning of Toss to be able to make the Shadow Fiend who wants to be where he wants to be in these team fights and really puts him in a bad position.
5 seconds remaining.
Gives them flex as well, which is the important thing. Now you're not quite sure if it's going to be a support or a 2 Tiny heading into the later stages, and kind of can do a similar thing to what you were asking for with the Clockwork, just with being able to get on top of the heroes that Team Mystique have at the moment.
Not even just that, like it gives a lot of magic damage as well, which is something that Mystique are going to have trouble with until SF gets the BKB, right? SF, an Agi hero, gets a bunch of armor just naturally, buys Agi items, so he's going to be fine on the physical damage front. And then the Treant Protector as well with the living armor, as well as the Leech Seed. Like, it's armor and it is gradual health regen. But if you're dealing a bunch of burst magic damage, that really nullifies that. So I really like this Tiny pick.
Yeah, and that burst is going to be very, very important when it comes to taking out these heroes. You always want to try and start things off. I mean, that's what we've seen from, not just this patch, but for a while now. The team which can just jump in and immediately blow up one hero tend to have the advantage in the fights. And Mars is going to be the next thing from Team Mystique. Okay, Mars getting quite a little bit of gameplay here in the China region. Was that mirrored in the Division 1 as well?
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I mean, China always loves it. I think they're going to lifestealer here. I think this is a fantastic lifestealer game so far. You know, it's probably one of those games where you want to go into a BKB. You love just sitting in the lane against a Mars. You don't care about the Phoenix Fiery Spirit, so you can kill the egg. Really, the only hero you're worried about right now is the Shadow Fiend.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I agree completely with the lifestealer pick here for Meteor Gaming. It's all about whether or not they can flex this Nature's Prophet around and what they really want to do with the Tiny, but I think it is definitely one of the heroes that just looks really good. It deals extremely well with 3 of the heroes so far and is going to be pretty straightforward for them to go into this, because I think the thing is, for me, is there's really not that much team fight coming out from Meteor Gaming, so they need to have, you know, some heroes that they can get these pickoffs around the map and really try to avoid some of these team fights.
And there it is.
My only concern with this now is that I think Nature's Prophet's going to have a pretty hard lane against the Treant and the Shadow Fiend. I think you can pretty easily deal with the Treants with the Razors and the Treant Protector being able to kind of wrap behind the Nature's Prophet, slow him down, and enable the Shadow Fiend even more. So I'm in 100% agreement. I think they needed to pick the Lifesteal, but I'm just very worried about this Nature's Prophet lane now.
So with the Nature's Prophet, I just have a thing of, like, when you're playing it in the mid lane, you can spam out the razors and all that, and you might be putting a few more points into it because you're more actively trading, you're going to get a bottle, all that sort of stuff. But if you're playing it in the safe lane, not as much, right? And it's not like the Treants give that much of a gold or experience bounty. So I feel like while it might suck a little bit just to be having your Treants killed by the Shadow Razors, you're only going to be able to do it for maybe 2 sets of them. And then after that, it's going to be pretty fair game, at least in my opinion.
It seems like Meteor Gaming maybe thinking that the Shadow Fiend could be in the mid lane. Another thing, circling back to the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend, you can, if you have the flex from Meteor Gaming to be able to put the Nature's Prophet in the mid lane as well, if the Shadow Fiend is going to be safe lane, then you can try and get yourself an offlane, maybe something along the lines of like a Tide Hunter that'll be able to give you that extra bit of team fight, that extra bit of initiation that you do need. Someone who can build Greaves as well. I think that's going to be a big thing for a lot of these offlaners and these drafts to try and figure out who's going to be your Greaves builder. And I think for Meteor Gaming, they can flex Nature's Prophet mid lane to try and avoid that wonky matchup with the Shadow Fiend, chuck a Tide Hunter over there, and then they can make rotations with the Nature's Prophet and Tiny when they start getting a few more of these levels.
Dire
They're lacking a little bit of lockdown, though, aren't they? I mean, they've already banned out the Snapfire, so I was thinking that's something that Meteor Gaming might consider, just to A, deny it away from the Mars combination, and B, good kill threat for the Phoenix. Maybe you could look to go down the path of like a Mirana here. It wouldn't be horrible, like you do a Rubik 5 and a Mirana 4, or the other way around. Because Lifestealer, yeah, okay, so if you did the Mirana 5, then Lifestealer is going to have a good time in his lane against Mars Phoenix. You just got to get him to that point, and then you could start to make rotations around the Tiny to actually get kills when he gets to that really scary point. I mean, look at how beefy this team is, though.
They are large and in charge, but yeah, not too sure about this Dragon Knight pick, to be honest. I don't know. What do you think, Fluke?
I think it gives them a hero that is going to have a relatively okay lane, no matter who you're going to throw up against him. You know, there can be some bad matchups for him, but right now Dragon Knight's good. You can just get an early Blink Dagger. They can push into these towers, so they're going to go for the Viper. They really want to have this lane kind of dominator. Very good against the Mars, but I don't know. Is the Green Snake good enough?
That's the question. Interestingly, looks like is going to play the DK in the safe lane, and Zone is going to play the SF mid. We are will be on the Lifestealer.
I like it.
You like that
I mean,
switch up?
again, like I feel like the DK doesn't really care about the treants harassing him so much in the lane, whereas the Shadow Fiend does. You know, you're going to get a lot more of that armor coming through from the Dragon's Blood, whereas the Shadow Fiend, you're going up against. You want to stay at range, right? So you can just quickly shove the lanes out. You can go a little bit more again into that regen through the bottle, a couple of mangoes and the like. So yeah, I like this change up.
Okay. All right.
I think it's just important you dodge the Viper lane for the Dragon Knight, as long as you can avoid that.
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, true. That's a very good point. You can't really run that one into each other. All right. Well, Fluke, I'm going to ask you, what do these drafts do well, and which way are you leaning?
I think for Mystique, they have a whole lot of team fight. They have a relatively straightforward way of winning this game. They've got good wave push. They've got good ways of taking towers. They've got strong heroes in the meta. They've got really good team fight as well. On the other side, for Meteor Gaming, they've got the Lifestealer, who has a relatively good matchup into all of those heroes. I think it's going to be about him having a good time and really getting into a spot where he has a whole lot of items. I'm not 100% sold on this Viper pick. I think in practice, it might be good, but I think is kind of one of those heroes that's either feast or famine. So I'm starting to lean a little bit more towards Team Mystique for this one.
Very nice. All right. I think I will join you there and lean towards Team Mystique. I like what they got. Lots of combos, lots of nice spells. Let's see what they can do. We're going to throw it over to Danog and Ares for this cast. Game number 1 of Team Mystique versus Meteor Gaming.
Yep. Thank you, boys. All right, here we go. Then we got game 1 of our second series. It's going to be an exciting battle between the two, as we will see how this one is breaking out in the end. We kind of heard our fellow brethren say they slightly favor Team Mystique. Are you also giving the edge to Radiant?
Oh, hold on. Don't put Luke on the same level as me, all right? No, I'm kidding. But, no, like, I think they're just wanting to absolutely dumpster these lanes. That's the strategy from Meteor right now. Like, and they've got really good lanes with the Viper and the Lifestealer. This is one of the best Lifestealer games I've ever seen. But can he do it on his own? Can do it on his own? I'm not sure if he can.
I can't do it.
Too bad.
It's not happening.
I'll have to make up for it. I'll do it for the both of us.
You can do it.
Just imagine you're having one of your delicious post-workout smoothies, you know?
Delicious. Which one was I speaking about, though? One with the 4Ms?
Yes, you were.
Sure. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this one is going to shape up. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the lane setup, kind of like we were saying at the end of the draft. It does look like DK is hanging around mid just to make sure that they're able to scout out where the Viper's going, and they will get confirmation of YRG playing mid up against Zone. So we're going to start to see the DK move his way down the bottom.
I just think that Meteor's going to have damage issues, you know? You're up against 4 pretty hard to kill heroes in a Shadow Fiend, but a Phoenix with Sunray and Living Armor and Leech Seed and Arena protecting him seems a little challenging. And again, they've been able to get this Shadow Fiend into the lane with the Viper, who he's not going to be trading all that much against the Viper. It's just about shoving the lane out and getting experience that way, so that you're never really in a super vulnerable position.
yeah, feels like he's going to be able to get all the farm he would desire off Zone's Shadow Fiend. What about the other lanes then for the boys on Mystique? Do they have some favorable lane matchups here that they can also use to their advantage?
Not really, to be honest. Like, unless TZ gets in a really poor position up on the top side, he shouldn't be dying. You know, Phoenix not really known for a lot of lane harass outside of that Fiery Spirits. And yeah, it was gotten slightly better with a slightly lower cooldown on it, but Rubik is still doing a phenomenal job of just going a little bit more into the stats build and looking to trade harass with him. And bot side is kind of the same thing that we were talking about. It's basically just making it so that Nature's Prophet can't completely harass you out of lane. You are there to be the frontliner up until Mars gets into the Blink Dagger. So it's just going to be around grouping around this DK once he hits his level 6, uses that to push into towers, and then have some counter initiation. You want Meteor Gaming to run into you, essentially, in the very early phases before you get your own Blink Daggers.
Has been killed.
It's an interesting read from Molasses going for the Javelin first item. Is just to kind of help out with how tanky the Dragon Knight's going to be with the Dragon Blood and the Wraithband already picked up?
Pretty much. You got all this armor, then we'll try and do everything that we can to get past the armor aspect of it. And, you know, Javelin, and we're assuming it's going to go into a Maelstrom, not an MKB just yet, but it's... It seems like a fairly solid way. I mean, it just helps with your farming as well, right? With Nature's Prophet, a few times you like to go like double Wraithband build just to be able to right-click a bit more strongly, but the team that you want to do that into, it's about magic damage, magic damage, magic damage. So means that their window is a little low though as well, right? Because you have to consider that you're going to be going up against a bunch of BKBs not too late into this game. You've got 3 great BKB buyers in the Mars, DK, and Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, we just saw mid lane Zone was diving the T1 tower, forcing out the rotation from Tiny. They continued to chase the Shadow Fiend, and that meant that the Viper missed a full wave of creeps underneath the tower, so already how we were expecting the lane to be a little bit more, well, at least decent for the Shadow Fiend is getting even better. If you take a look at the last hits, 13-2 compared to the 7 and 4, so looks like Zone's off to a pretty good start. He's going to move on over to try and refill the bottle, thanks to the Bounty Rune as well in Dire's jungle.
Just having a think as well of what is going to go for his item, whether he's going to go BKB or if he's going to go the Manta style, because that's really the option. Whenever I see a Treant Protector, I want to see a position 1 that likes buying either of them. This game, probably the BKB, just because you're going to be coming up against a Shadow Fiend who, again, does a lot of that magic-based damage, especially mid-SF. Phoenix, you just don't want to get the extra Fiery Spirits added onto yourself. So yeah, probably the BKB is the way for him to go this time around.
You said the Shadow Fiend's going to do a lot of magic damage. Are you expecting him to itemize down that route, or is it just going to be the early magic and then into some items to help out with his right clicks later on?
Yeah, I think it's the early magic and then stuff to help with the siege after that point.
See, once he's able to pick.
I want to see, like, with the magic damage, I think he can go into, like, a Hurricane Pike pretty soon after that. Just because you're going up against a Viper, want to be able to create range from that. Viper's very...
Mid lane, Shadow Fiend.
Lane, actually.
Yeah, getting dived on the tower, but the Tiny still doesn't have the toss, so Zone's just going to try and stand his ground in the hopes that he'll get the kill before he dies, and that's not the case. His first blood will be given over to Meteor Gaming.
Yeah, maybe Ray on the bottom lane regretting that he didn't get a point into the living armor. You know, it's not exactly a lane that you just want to push up forward into, and to be honest, the Nature's Grasp isn't something that's super amazing value. You know, you can just move the treants out of that. It's not like Tiny wants to stay in that lane either, so could have potentially allowed him to live long enough to be able to get the first blood onto the Tiny, but instead it goes the other way. But yeah, I was just talking about the value of the 4-stuffs, right? Against the Sprout, against the Viper, and it's really, to me, about kiting around this Lifestealer for as much as possible. Make him waste that Rage cooldown, as well as the BKB once she gets into it.
Are you just wanting the Treant Protector to go into the 4-staff, or do you feel like DQQ can even pick up his own 4-staff?
Probably not. I want to see the SF go Hurricane Pike, just to be able to provide that additional one. I think 2 is probably enough. More important that the Phoenix get into some of these other items. Looks like he might be considering a Veil, just going into the Ring of Basilius right now. Don't hate it. I mean, again, they are very magic damage oriented, or rather spell damage oriented for the the initial part until the SF starts to build into a little bit more of that high ground siege. So couldn't hurt, but after that, definitely want to see him go down the route of something like a Greaves or a Pipe.
Well, we've already spoken a lot about the potential that Mystique have in regards to their team fight. Is this a concern that Dire might not be able to match this as the game goes later and later? Is there kind of timings where Dire need to be the ones ahead and ending a little bit earlier?
I mean, they just need to be playing as much around this laning stage as possible. You know, to be fair, they got the first blood, but in terms of the last hits in the lanes, it's looking a little challenging for them. I'm pretty confident that this is exactly not what they drafted for, right? They wanted to be able to come out of this in a much better spot because you consider it, right? Viper doesn't want to move around to these other lanes. He wants to sit around and farm and get into his early items. Looks like he might be going towards a mech or a Greaves first for his team. That doesn't really solve the damage issue that we've been talking about, does it?
No, it doesn't at all, but maybe if they can get some kills for the Viper, can help with that item progression. He's going to move on over with the level 6, so Viper strike target will be the Shadow Fiend, and meanwhile Marblu gets a beautiful double combo out with the Avalanche. A great rotation from both supports on Meteor Gaming will secure the double kill inside the river.
Seems like they're a little frustrated with, I'm assuming lag. They said car before, not even Carle. There we go. There's the Carle coming through from Ray. He does have the 1 point in the living armor this time, but we just saw when you get that rotation from both of the supports, it's not going to be enough. So, yeah, Phoenix just on its own, not really able to do too much. And, well, I kind of feel like you're pretty safe to leave the Dragon now down in this lane on his own. You're not really in a position to be able to kill the Nature's Prophet as he starts only 1,000 gold away towards finishing up that Maelstrom for himself. He will at least be able to get the DD rune and deny that away from Meteor, though.
Even you just brought up the Nature's Prophets item progression, and his counter matchup in the lane, the Dragon Eye, is very, very close to the Hand of Midas. Just needs a little bit of gold, and this creep should be able to find that recipe. So it looks like DK now will kind of have that steroid to help with his acceleration this game. Of course, experience is really the main thing that he's looking for, but you can never say no to a little bit more gold.
Yeah, and again, like, I feel like Team Mystique are really not concerned at all if this game goes late. Phoenix, one of the best late game. Treant Protector, honestly, up there as well, just because you've got that BKB piercing ultimate, even if you get level 25, right? Oh, might be in trouble.
He will, YRG, trying to TP down. The Dragon Tail will get him a little bit closer towards the tower. He's going to look to try and TP out. Will he die inside the base of the poison over time? And it looks like that will be the case as YRG. A great movement from him. You were saying earlier that you felt like the Viper is going to be a little bit more cemented inside this own mid lane, but you know, he's making some early rotations to put the pressure onto Radiant safe lane.
He made a TP for that to happen though, right? And I feel like Meteor Gaming feel like it's really important to try and take out this bottom tower as quickly as possible. Again, going up against a Treant Protector, having a fairly rough lane against the Dragon Knight, but the fact that he had to use the TP for that might lend them a bit more confidence into wanting to full-on commit into this tower.
Now, I know as soon as you saw the Viper go mid-Denog, you were already starting to think about the potential of the Aghanim Scepter. Are you happy that we're seeing the mech?
Yes, I'm happy that we're not seeing the Aghanim Scepter, I'll say that much. Because again, BKB nullifies it almost completely, and you've got a bunch of cores that want to buy it, that are going to be getting up in your face, and if Phoenix and Treant Protector are sitting right next to you for an extended period of time, they're doing it wrong. So it really just doesn't make sense at all to get at this game.
Yeah, we had a run of games where, can you remember the tournament it was in? I can't remember now.
I think it was the Pro Series.
Yeah, we had a run of games where the
0% win rate
up back to back and going first item scepter, and it wasn't having a greatest success rate. DQQ should die to the poison over time, but the one charges will be okay. Even had a Fairy Fire if required, but I know you brought up, I think, a couple of streams ago, actually, that you even spoke to Snake King about the Viper Scepter, and he even said that, you know, it can work out. So I wonder if, he's not going for it yet, but I wonder if we do see the nosedive as the game goes on.
Not this game, man. Like, you got to go in against some of these cores that really want to get up in your face and don't go the super early BKB. This is not the one. After this, I think Dragon Lance is just a nice item to have on the card, help with the siege. help kite out some of these heroes. I mean, Viper Strike's range is so low as well, right? Especially since they changed the Aghanim Scepter, so you can't have as easy a time of just kiting people around in a lot of these team fights.
Does look like the lanes are starting to dissolve. The Nature's Prophet's going to go back inside the jungle with that Maelstrom completed. With some nice micro for him to be able to make some stacks happen at the triangle. But the one lane that hasn't really broken down just yet is this top lane. NJ on the Mars up against the Lifestealer. And I mean, Lifestealer is really happy with a 1v1 matchup. You know, you're not going to be able to shove him out of the lane. And that's a big reason why he's top of the net worth. There's just nothing the Mars can do. But maybe now he's got the arena. They could look to bring even more members to this lane to maybe not get the kill on the Lifestealer, but at least force him out.
Well, you'd love to know that he, I suppose he's saving a skill point, right, for either the Rage or the Infest to be able to get away, but imagine if he caught him in the state where he didn't have either of those escape mechanisms available for himself. I still think, though, again, you've gone this Midas route, so you're happy for the game to extend longer and longer on Team Mystique.
What can Meteor look to do to try and set up a push down at this bottom tower? Of course, a Treant Protector is a hero that really thrives on having your tier 1s defended, but it can have some difficulties at the early game before you get your levels. Do we feel like Dire is able to utilize that weakness?
I mean, maybe a nice value power rune could look to come from it. I mean, they've got a siege creep down here on the bottom side, but Ray's just able to get set up. He's almost level 6 as well, so you can't really go for super deep dives. I would have loved it if Molasses was able to use the Nature's Call on the trees underneath the tower, just so that you could scout out a lot of these TP rotations in, especially during the daytime. So maybe YRG getting something like a haste rune. Even an invis to a lesser extent doesn't feel that great. So yeah, probably the haste rune is the one that they're hoping to wait for before he makes any kind of movement to not only get kills, but take the tower.
It'd be so ideal if you get that haste now with the mechanism picked up as well, because you are ready to go. Even though Dai don't really have the team fight, those big ultimates that Radiant have, you at least have this mechanism to kind of, you know, supplement some of your team fighting issues.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, Dragon Knight, he's going into a Manta style of his own. I guess just wanting to be able to stand and fight a bit more freely against the Viper, I suppose. You can get rid of the poison attack if the fight goes on for longer and longer, but well, maybe just wanting to go down the farming route. Keep the lanes pushed out. We saw...
Oh, Zone. I've been in some trouble. Ray's actually nearby to counter initiate with the overgrowth. Now the Sunray bonus health will keep the Shadow Fiend alive. He's got to be cautious that he sticks inside the Nether Toxin, and Zone will still pop to the damage over time, but in the end, it is still Mystique that are able to get some kills on the board.
Yeah, mid lane for mid lane, not using anything massive outside of the overgrowth. You're going to be able to stop the towers from going down. Ooh, actually, a nice little sprout on the bottom side means that nearly got away, but still does, of course, have that Quelling Blade available. What I was talking about before that gank went off is maybe he's going to go down the route of the Aghanim Scepter Manta style that Gunnar popularized. You know, you could just send one of those illusions up onto high ground, essentially act as a roaming ward for your team.
Let's see if Radiant want to look to defend the tower. They've got the Arena Supernova at the ready. You do TP NJ down bottom, then that top tower will be left vulnerable to the Lifestealer, so just looks like they're going to sacrifice his tower. So first one of the game going towards Meteor, and they're going to look to make a play instantly. The smoke is 3, going to try and connect to mid. If they can get another kill, then maybe they can continue the pressure onto the towers.
Just wondering who the ideal initial target would be. Of course, Shadow Fiend feels like the one. DQ, does he have enough capabilities to be able to get away? Doesn't seem like it.
Beautiful chain control from Marblu. Holding that toss into the last second. As we see, you can have plenty of damage coming out when you play with the Viper as well, and that's what we were speaking about, the kill into the potential objective. Now, is this a tower that Radiant want to defend? Again, they've got their ultimates, they've got the glyph as well to stall this out until the Phoenix is alive, but you need to bring the boys, and it looks like they're just not starting to make the rotation.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a mistake. This is the time that NJ could look to make that rotation. You've already lost the tower on the top side, you've got the arena available. Requiem 5 seconds away, but you've already lost all tier 1 towers. This is really surprising.
They found another as well. Killing spree for YRG, and all the tier 1 towers going down for Meteor Gaming. This is exactly what you want the recipe kind of to success, honestly, versus a Treant Protector, to find all those tier 1 towers at the early stage.
Just thinking as well, like, obviously the Guardian Greaves is great for the... nearly trying to find the initial pick-off onto... he's going into a Desolator, so again, really just trying to lean on the strength of this early game that they've got off the back of the lanes, off the back of being able to take out some early tier 1 towers. So Deso makes a lot of sense. Again, this is another one of those games where it's a fantastic Aghanim Shard game for the Lifestealer. Of course, open wounds with a percentage damage, amping that up together with the Feast. Makes it so that it's very, very hard to be able to deal with this Lifestealer.
Wonder if they're going to look to smoke now on Team Mystique, though. You've got this blink picked up on NJ.
It's going into the Sanjin Yasha on basically just wanted to give him as much avenues to be able to get off the rage as possible. Will they land?
Molasses is the target. It's going to pop. NJ will blink behind him, even drop in the arena to make sure they secure the kill onto the Nature's Prophet. So that's the blink reveal. It's able to work out perfectly for them. Ray's going to use his time to drop some wards down. They'll continue to get the farm inside the triangle as well.
I wonder if they're... I mean, maybe just feeling like if they didn't pop that arena, they would have been able to convert this into a push in the mid lane. You can see that's where the pings are coming out from Meteor Gaming, saying, we need to protect this. We know that they've had a lot of rotations around. Maybe they've dropped a bunch of vision to be able to scout us out, but in fact, they just back off, wanting to get a little bit more value out of the Midas, perhaps, get into those... the Manta Style, the Blink Daggers. They're still a little bit short on a few items here on Team Mystique, but they do have the Veil now, so that's a little bit of that extra damage output that they've been wanting.
Dire pretty close to this blink on Tiny. Not going to be the worst timing. This next Kree wave should be able to give him enough gold. Hopefully if he can get the catapult actually instead. There we go. Blink down picked up. What would we like to see the first move be from Meteor Gaming with this blink?
I still think you got to just come to the Viper, right? He has used his haste already, which is unfortunate, but he's got a double damage, right? So that needs to be the person that you're playing around. You know that a Nature's Prophet's able to join at any time. And again, it's all just about... Oh, they even infest the Nature's Prophet with the Lifestealer, so they want to get a quick pick off here onto the Treant Protector.
They should be able to do so. Cleave need to open up. Lifestealer is able to pop out with ease and secure the kill. And now they're even looking for another kill across the map. 3 members of Meteor playing together, so multiple kill squads out. Doesn't look like they'll run into anyone at the moment.
Yeah,
grouping up as...
He's just trying to push out the lane first, not to make it too obvious, but they find a Phoenix.
But they will. NJ, he's going to be nearby to counter-initiate. Arena's only going to be layered down onto the Tiny to the northern side. The Supernova's utilized as well. They need Molasses as right-clicks, and once the Nature's Prophet's able to enter the fight, they'll kill off the Supernova and continue to look for more. Marbleu, he's got the combo back up, ready to go. The Spear from TZ will connect onto the Mars. A defensive Requiem from Zone can help cover the retreat, but Lifestealer shows up with the Rage and making sure there's no way to hold him back. So in the end, 2 kills for Meteor. It's a very a nice spell casting for them.
Yeah, they used the Overgrowth as well, actually, on Ray, right before the Rage went off. So he was actually able to get away from that, not only dodging out the Requiem, but also being able to be not susceptible to a lot of these right-clicks coming through.
It's going to be important through this game as well for the Mars. Every time he uses that Spear in the arena, you got to make sure that you activate that Bulwark. This is not an ability you want to give over towards the Rubik.
Nice attempt there, and, well, they're pushing forward again with this double damage on the bottom side. They got a Siege Creep, maybe a little early on using the Greaves, but I suppose they know that the Glyph Fortification's been used already, so there should be another tower going down for them, and, well, I feel like maybe that... No, not yet. I feel like you probably need the finished... is he got a... Yeah, sorry, he had the... Sanjin Yasha go away. His Sanj got killed by the courier. They're actually pinging it. Okay. Maybe they can.
Abilities on cooldown. Supernova, the important one.
The Veil wasn't used in that last fight, so I thought maybe if they had used that, maybe the Tiny dies and you're not able to get that secondary initiation coming through.
Oh, NJ. Oh, nicely done, Rubik. A Spear just chucked blindly into the tree line, but they don't want to heavily commit. It'll give Mars an opportunity to lay it down the arena, holding multiple members into place and setting up for the damage thanks to the Sun Ray. 2 aggressive members are going to go down from Dire. Now they'll look over towards the Lifestealer as well. A Supernova won't provide them a whole lot. Maybe the damage actually in the outskirts will help secure the kill onto the Viper. So in the end, it does pay off as Team Mystique will successfully defend their high ground and Meteor just get a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, there's a reason that not many teams go high ground at 18.5 minutes, right? It's because you don't have that Aegis to be able to play off. You don't have amazing sieging heroes quite yet at this stage, right? It's a Nature's Prophet with only a Gleipnir. So if you're able to land a great Arena of Blood, which NJ was, caught it onto 3, it means that 1, you're getting tower hits onto you the whole time. You might have the Greaves, but you're just stuck in place and a Phoenix is able to rip through all of your HP.
I mean, that is the ideal fight for Mystique, where you just have the Phoenix off to the side, easily getting that damage going. And you spoke about before when Phoenix didn't use the Veil, I think in the fight kind of around the remnants of that tier 1 tower mid. And we see how different it can be if DWQ is able to get that Veil off. It's plenty of damage from Team Mystique. And that's a huge thing because Dire was starting to build a lot of momentum with the lineup that we feel like is going to struggle towards the later stages versus Radiant's kind of 5-man.
Yeah, much better scaling lineup that they've got here. And they're going to go for another smoke. They realize that their time is now, not wanting to reveal their position with going too far forward with that courier, but the Sanjin Yasha picked up. NJ
pops, they know exactly where he is. A blink up to the high ground. Without the vision, it doesn't matter. Great read from Marblue.
They know NZF's up on this top side as well. Wonder if he's going to back off when he sees that no one's revealed on the lane just yet. TZ trying to get the pick up. He's got the spear stolen as well, so it's a nice way to be able to get the kill if he lands it.
Gonna have to be quick with popping the BKB. Want to TP out to play with a Requiem, pump faking the ultimate, and we'll look for the TP out afterwards.
I was thinking, I understand why they went for that, and they probably would have been able to get the kill if Rubik had landed that spear. But yeah, maybe Roche was the option for themselves in case they wanted to go up onto that high ground, right? Going into the Deso next on... Sorry,
A Deso will definitely help out with that Roche taking. Even the high ground siege to come shortly.
Yeah.
Maybe they're kicking themselves with not backing up, just trying to force reaction, poke the high ground, back up as soon as you see one person TP. That really is... Now that team fight. And bring themselves in a position where it's a little bit more difficult to play the map. Net worth even. Shadow Fiend at the top of the net worth. I think this is the crit stick now being delivered on the courier, and really cautious how much farm he's going to give over. A lot of damage can be pumped out from the Shadow Fiend, and we might see it in this fight if NJ can get the opening. A blink in over the tree line, landing the arena onto 2. It means if Phoenix can play around with the Supernova off to the right side, there's just nothing they can do. That's a team fight combo they're hoping for, but they've only brought down 1 member. The Tiny's going to be killed off the start. This could be the opening now for Dire. With all the ultimates on cooldown, the lifesteal feels like he can chase on forward for NJ, but it will leave Molasses vulnerable to the Shadow Fiend right clicks, as in the end, it'll be a 2 for 2, so not the worst exchange as the carry from Radiant does go down.
Hey, YRG was able to 1v1 the Dragon Knight as well. Obviously, he's going into that Aghanim Scepter build that I was talking about before, but just doesn't have the damage even with the Manta style to be able to burst through this Viper. He's very, very beefy with the Guardian Greaves and the Hooded Defiance.
See, they kind of split their targets up.
Yeah, and I thought that maybe they would want to get a little bit more value out of the Sunray there. Obviously, he gets it through the second time, but you can just see the damage start to fall off. And on the top side, DK starts to run away against a Viper, and well, that's just not something that you can do, unfortunately. Oh, no.
What are we...
Oh, no.
Well, top lane. Shadow Fiend is he going to have enough mana for BKB TP? I think he'll just have enough. Or you can just use the Shadow Blade instead to escape. That's a quick check of the inventory. That's what it was. I think Dust actually just came out on Diny's Courier, so... Whew.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. She had that Dust and a big kill into the Shadow Fiend, which maybe would have opened up the pit for Dire. We see, like, the lifesteal, like you said, this is probably one of the best lifesteal games you could ever ask for, and he's just farming a creep wave at the front of the T2 tower. So obviously Dire know that they are incredibly strong, but they're just not at that time where they can take Roche.
No. I feel like they could have potentially after that previous fight that went their way. And that would have been really good, right? Because A, gets you the second life, means you can continue to farm a little bit more, but it would have put the second Roche on a timer, right, to get that free Aghanim shard for yourself. It's not even like he's the only one that's got a good one. Vipers is pretty decent.
It's a big one. YRG, oh, with the haste pop, he's going to be able to dodge the Spear. Now Mabu's into counter initiate. All of Die are going to show up for the team fight. They'll try and play around, but they're going to be cautious with the Supernova locked in the middle. There's going to be no escape for Molasses. Now, okay, they can turn their attention over towards the Rubik.
Lifestealer's
the real
here.
big carry, the damage source is the Lifestealer, and he's showing up to the party. An easy chase down on the zone. Shadow Fiend. Is that the only kill they're going to be able to net, though? Marblue Blink is still on cooldown. Ray's going to go for a TP out on the higher ground, and unfortunately, Marblue will not be fast enough to cancel that. But then we really are seeing in these fights, if Radiant don't win them straight away with their teamfight ultimates, then they have to scramble afterwards.
They do, and I really want to commend YRG for not getting too overawed and panicked in that situation. I know if I'm in that situation, A, I don't dodge that spear off the back of a haste rune, and B, I'm probably popping that Guardian Greaves a lot sooner.
Marblue. It's a deep attempt to try and lay down the toss, but Radiant is starting to respawn. NJ with the TP in off to the left side. This
Infest.
Rage is about to expire, so he's going to try and
Dust.
find an Infest target. IRG, hang on, don't move, brother. Stay in this little hidey hole. Step too far out because you go to the right. There's a
Not getting
sentry
greedy,
there,
is
but
he?
instead they want to go for the kills. YRG, he actually moves in with the combination of the lifesteal. They'll target down with the tree and protect it, but they don't have the damage at the moment till Molasses. TP's into the middle, tries to bring down NJ, but the bulwark protecting him for the moment. NJ will finally go down as turns his target over towards the Phoenix, but the Rage has expired. The Dragon Tail holds him in, and the lifesteal will finally be killed off. A big one for Team Mystique to find.
Wasn't long enough, unfortunately, but
I'm sorry,
no,
I'm sorry.
It was a really good turnaround there. I mean, they just dived underneath a tier 2 tower. I know you have a Nature's Prophet that's able to join at any time, but didn't really feel like they had the full complement of heroes available. Very, very odd movements coming through here, but you know, again, maybe just overestimating the strength of this Lifestealer. He's got that Aghanim Shard queued up, which will, of course, enable him to take these next few fights a lot more effectively. And it does do that thing that you were talking about, right? Unless they win the fights early on Mystique, it becomes a whole lot more challenging for them. And, I mean, Open Wounds is a great way to extend team fights off the back of a Viper who, again, wants long team fights.
I do want to say as well, though, in regards to Radiant's team fight, their potential to take a little bit more drawn-out fights will get easier once they get items. They're not there just yet, which is, you know, maybe this is the Silver's Edge could help out. I don't even think that's the stage where the Shadow Fiend is going to be able to play around with that. I think Butterfly and maybe one more item, and even the DK as well. But for Die, they want to make sure it doesn't get towards that stage because they're going to look to move into Roche. Radiant do have their ultimates, so they scout this out. This is a perfect place to take a team fight. See that be the case. Scan connects, but they got to go. Roche is soon to fall. Someone's going to enter the pit, but the Aegis will be picked up for the Lifesteal. Now he's going to turn his attention over towards the Shadow Fiend, but an Overgrowth will protect Zone so he can step out to get the right clicks going, but he will still tick out. Molasses' right click killing off the Shadow Fiend, and Adaya, they can look for the rest of the cores as well. On towards the Dragon Knight. He won't be long for this world. Ray will look to TP, and the Spear's going to cover that. Simultaneously, it also takes away the Aegis advantage. Adaya come out in top, getting Roshan and multiple kills on the board.
Yeah, I was a little perplexed, honestly, that it took them that long to get inside the Roche pit. They knew it was going on. They had the scan happening. You have multiple heroes with Blink Dagger and Ray, even just sitting behind it with the 4-staff available. Could have gone in for the Overgrowth, but well, instead you get that that first extra life through onto the Lifestealer. That gives him enough gold to be able to now have the Open Wounds available. And well, I wasn't expecting to say this, but Meteor Gaming in a really good spot to be able to possibly close out this game.
That they are. So we've spoken a lot about the Lifestealer having a free Lifestealer game, without a doubt. Of course, a big reason for that is because how you're able to counter a lot of the Radiant ultimates. I'm a little bit concerned about his matchup with the Shadow Fiend as the game goes on. But can we maybe see the Lifestealer going like an AC to help out, mitigate some of the Shadow Fiend's damage?
Oh yeah, and not even just him, right? Also the Viper to some extent. Are you going to be able to get a Blink Spear back? I mean, they're seeing that the Rage is on cooldown, and very wisely enough off knowing that that's really the only way that he's going to be dying anytime soon.
Still sticking around though. The boys on Meteor. Trying to see if Radiant step out a little bit too far. Smoking the double back in. Marblue is just waiting for that opportunity to jump. It's going to be NJ that starts instead. Is the Viper the target they really want to try and blow up? They'll secure the kill. They're going to turn towards a lifesteal, but they just don't have the capability to bring him down. He's A-okay to stand his ground and continue the right click, but the rest of the Dire members are not so fortunate. And now they'll turn their attention over to the carrier Meteor Gaming and try and get the finishing member. TZ will just escape with his own life, but finally Team Mystique will take a successful team fight.
And that's why I wanted the Viper to go a little bit more down this route of like survivability, right? Because we've seen them turn around fights so easily if you're able to get off that hood, if you can pop the Greaves, but a bunch of these items in the lead up to the Aghanim Scepter just really don't do all that much, especially around this BKB usage. You saw that Rubik got a really good steal onto the Spear, but he couldn't use it. Everyone was BKB'd up and killing the Viper. So if you have, you know, a BKB instead, for example, on the Viper, maybe you live after all of that.
Just taking a look at back that fight, honestly, I was quite surprised at how fast the Viper died. I was a little bit hesitant if that was the real target that you wanted to initiate on, but it looked perfect for them in the end. DK was just freely right-clicking up on that high ground. The Shadow Fiend as well was able to do so. It's a big fight where they're able to get some economy into their back pocket. Zone is ever so close towards the butterfly.
Not like this.
Not like this, indeed.
But, you know, even with the Rubik steal, right, it was really good positioning coming through from the Phoenix, not only to get the Sun Ray off onto multiple heroes, but just to make sure that it's not interrupted by that spear.
Is that kind of the target for Marblu, is speaking about the Tiny? We'll be in a position to pop the smoke. Looks like he's not going to be able to escape with his own life. So we'll be forced to reposition the Blink up shortly, but the Rubik, well, he'll be the one that actually goes down in the river. Tiny will get out, so just one kill. We'll give Radiant maybe an opportunity to get the lane shoved out. You've got a catapult, and with this DK ultimate activated, this tower will not be long for the world.
Don't forget the Manta as well. He's able to just roam around wherever he wants.
We'll be able to run into YRG. Is there going to be anyone else from Team Mystique to connect? And oh, you bet there will. NJ, along with the Phoenix, to dive over on the higher ground to help give that extra hand, extra assistance. Across the map, though, we see that the lifesteal doing a lot of damage onto the bottom tower, but they've got to start to come back.
They do. They got to do something. They didn't even pop the glyph. Very, very odd move coming
Molasses,
through here. Is
great
nice
force start, but now they're grouped inside the arena, and the BKB is not going to protect you from the right clicks. As they've found the items now, Team Mystique, a couple of fights going their way, and the
DK is just running back in a creep.
Going for T4s.
He didn't TP, he's just running back. He's finally going to get back to his team, but it's pretty sus that they see a creep running around randomly.
Okay, what's going on here? What's going on? There's just a random creep, and instead they're going to go for the heroes that will reveal themselves. Supernova in the middle of the fight, but no one's looking to deal with the Supernova. The double spear sets up perfectly for the egg to blow up, and that's just game. A couple of one fights in a row for Team Mystique will net them game one.
Woo, they're calling it. Even though the creeps aren't in the base, no buybacks, nothing available for them. To me, MVP of this game is NJ. I think he just, the high ground defense was all on the back of him, even though he was the only one Mystique hero that died. Just being able to catch those 3 heroes inside when they didn't have the BKB to set up for the Phoenix, landing multiple 2-hero stuns, again, catching the Viper at the start of that secondary high ground push. For me, and he even had quite a lot of net worth coming out of that lane against the Lifestealer. Yes, you can't stop Lifestealer from farming, but he had picked up a good amount for himself as well. So NJ, for me, very well done.
Yeah, we saw NJ go for some stats to kind of play that lane, Phase Roots, Bracer, and the Wand as well to kind of help combat the Lifestealer lane. So that was very important for him to be able to have those early items to get that early farm. And we saw what he was able to do, and Team Mystique as well. But we will have Nomad and Fluke rejoin us to help break this one down. Welcome back, boys.
all that kind of stuff. They've got all that under wraps, but their shot calling and the decision making is a little bit wonky for me.
Yeah, and I do think that's a little worrying as well. You know, like that's something which you kind of expect most teams to be able to have had the hang off by now, is that high ground push. It's such a major thing, especially in this patch as well. You know, we've seen it time and time again that teams just take it slow, take over the map. And I'm not sure if that's a confidence thing where they didn't have the confidence to kind of try and control the game. And they just got antsy and went for high ground. But either way, I mean, you know, they'll be able to look back on it. They'll be able to reflect on this game and try to work on it. But yeah, certainly a big mistake from them, and ultimately what ends up turning it around on their heads. But yeah, I mean, any standout performances from you, Flick?
I think I'm probably going to have to agree with Denog. I think NJ played really, really well in a lot of these team fights, getting multiple people with the arena, and the way he was just able to come out with a decent amount of net worth as well. So I think, yeah, it definitely is a pretty standout performance coming in from NJ. Like, this is like one of the final moments here, being able to come in and they get the massive amount of damage that goes on to YRG to be able to get this team fight going their way. And there was
just
a point...
Imagine he had a BKB there, you know, instead of this stupid Aghanim scepter built up that I absolutely hate, right? Because he's got Greaves as well, so he could use that to break the overgrowth if that comes afterwards. And he lives, it means he's able to get off the hood, it means that he's not dying 100-0, and it means you might even win that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that's like maybe one of the other reasons why I wasn't super sold on this Viper. I feel like this is one of those heroes that kind of needs a lot, and I think that game, yeah, the Aghanim Scepter really didn't work out for him. BKB would have been better, but I also feel like this hero needs to have the good start that he had and can really start to fall off. So if they didn't end the game when they did, maybe that was the reason why they started hitting the high ground early, is they felt like the clock was starting to tick for them, and it really just didn't work out.
Yeah, and I love that moment there as well. The kind of, it wasn't even a fake back, it was kind of just like the momentary glimpse of like, hold on a minute, that's a support on the front lines. We're not letting them get away with that. And, you know, the whole team rallied round as well. There was no hesitation there. That was a very nice sign from Mystique that they're kind of all firing like on the same cylinder, you know, that they're all in the same playbook, which was really nice to see. And I think those small little moments where you can kind of just isolate how much that they're actually trusting each other, part of the big reason they're able to come back into this game. So yeah, our MVP for this one definitely going to be NJ on the Mars. You know, once again, these Mars players in the China region, they just get it done. They're on the front lines, they're getting the stuns off, they're finding the right targets, and they're really leading their team to victory in both of these series now, which is pretty cool to see. I mean, I don't know, why is the Mars like not so popular in the other regions after seeing it twice now do quite a lot of work areas?
I think maybe just in regards to his itemization is probably a big thing. We see a lot of the offlaners right now is going kind of that Greaves and that pipe route. So it feels like you're playing a bit out of the meta, which maybe is a reason why people are favoring some of the other heroes, you know, the Broods and, you know, the Visages and all those other heroes, for example. I feel like Mars still has that place, but China has always been a region that is just team fight. They love team fight, and if a hero provides them a ridiculous amount of team fight, they will still continue to pick it up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's what it comes down to, is just trying to make sure you can kind of control up the enemy, and Mars definitely a good hero at doing that, especially when you have these kind of two heroes which can just wail away on the backlines. Alrighty, we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of Team Mystique versus Meteor Gaming here at the China Division 2. We'll see you in a bit. It's time for game number 2 of Meteor Gaming versus Team Mystique here in the China Division 2. My name is Noma. Joining me is Fluke. We've got Danog and we've got Aries. What a lovely selection of lads to take you through this game. Fluke, what are we expecting from game number 2? Any change-ups you want to see?
I don't know if I want to see like many draft change-ups from either of these two teams. I think both drafts were relatively straightforward. I think more so for me, I just want to see Meteor Gaming kind of take their foot off the gas just a little bit. I think they're going a little bit too ham, a little bit too crazy. Yeah. I think just kind of relax a little bit. You guys have some really good laners. You guys have drafted really well, I think, in game number 1. Just relax a little bit. Dot your I's, cross your T's. Get all your items. Get the correct items. Push high ground at the right time. And just cruise into this game.
Yeah, I would agree. And, I think they're wearing their hearts on their sleeves a little bit there as well. We saw from the player cam, that kind of despair, not like this moment. It was really kind of getting to them. And that kind of just showed me that they knew that this game was theirs and they knew that they made a really critical mistake. Like, it was all on them. Obviously Mystique played very well and they did really well once they had the advantage, once they were able to actually make plays. They're able to come back into the game really hard. But I definitely feel like it's going to be a bit of a mental game to reset from this one. I mean, how do you mentally reset? I mean, the Danog, if you have like a really bad cast, like a really terrible cast, just made an absolute arse of yourself, how do you reset afterwards and come back for the next one?
If I had to imagine, because it's never happened to me personally, if I had to imagine that sort of situation, I don't know, it could be something as simple as going and getting an ice cream, go find your happy place, basically.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Go get your creams. Well, let's hope that when we cut to player cams off Meteor, they're all sitting there with a nice little ice cream each. Imagine your coach does that. Like, you have a bad game and he just whips out the ice cream. You're like, oh, well.
That would instantly put me in a good mood.
Yeah. But then what if you started relating the ice creams to doing bad, like Pavlov's dog, and then every time you see an ice cream, you're like, oh, I lost my game.
10 seconds.
True. But then the secret is to have an ice cream after you win every game as well. So
a better ice cream. You have like the mid-tier ice cream when you lose, and you have the god-tier ice cream when you win. See?
True.
It's all about association, boys. Also, that was very, very spooky for a second there. I thought Team Mystique were going to leave the Lina in and say, hey, let's see if we can have some idea to try and take this down. We're already 1 game up in this best of 3. Let's see how it goes. They do ban it out. Now with the Nature's Prophet and the Beastmaster coming in, Meteor Gaming are like,
you think they're trying to
can't
push?
take a tier 3? Like, we can't take a tier 3 in 14 minutes? Why don't we get more pushing heroes, baby? Let's go.
All right, so what's happening? We're going to get a Terrorblade, we're going to get an Enchantress, and we're going to get... What else could we get?
Shen?
An Ogre or something? Just to buff up.
Radiant team back.
So the discussion wasn't... They had this discussion and the conclusion wasn't we shouldn't have gone high ground. It was like, no. We just didn't have the right heroes to go high ground at that point. Yeah, that's it. That's what we address. All right. I respect it.
Look at them banning all this high ground defending heroes and the things that are going to ruin Beastmaster's lane. What's going next? Arc Warden? You think that's going to get banned out next?
Yeah, maybe Magnus.
A lot of deep push.
But you've already picked the DP, right? I know it can go mid, but like DP most of the time these days is going to be played in the off lane.
5 seconds.
Do you still get rid of the tree, though, Danog? Here, if you're Meteor Gaming?
No, I think because the Beastmaster lanes pretty well into it.
Yeah, it does. And like it's not going to stop this much push, That's the issue. It's you use it to punish weak pushing lineups. I think maybe they were even trying to bait out the tree and protector coming through so that they could pick something that was going to be able to counter it somewhat. I love me a Night Stalker, Aries. I do kind of like it against Beastmaster, against Nature's Prophet. You're able to chase down the NP as long as you got Dark Ascension. You don't care about the Sprout. And then you get your Aghanim Shard to be able to deal with the Helm of the Overlord creep.
I don't think I've heard anyone
10 seconds
try and
remaining.
not represent.
Shoehorn it in.
Yes. Try and be a bit. You are probably the biggest Night Stalker fan I know.
Phew. I was questioning. I was like, well, I'm not one to doubt Mr. Danog, but
He's the Oracle. You can't doubt him.
okay.
This man is.
We'll see about
Right.
that. We'll see after this
Don't
game.
inflate his ego anymore, guys. All right, let's
Yeah.
see if he can catch this next hero.
I've made 1 or 2 good calls, and then he starts talking me up to He wants my fall to be great, basically. He wants something completely wrong about something. What's going to come to be able to contest this Beastmaster? Honestly, even something like a CM wouldn't be horrible. It's good at being able to deal with the boars in lane. It means that you're able to lock down the Nature's Prophet if your TP's in. Deals with AoE push fairly decently with the Crystal Nova. I really wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I think it pairs pretty well with the Tusk and the Death Prophet as well, like two heroes that are very spell dependent. So just having some extra mana to be able to utilize. They also want to play very aggressive, and CM can further enable that.
Oh, I was going to call Pudge CM. Got to call it, man. I swear. It's a really good lane, right? Frostbite into Hook. Again, just enables everything. When you've got a lot of these different units, then you're able to deal with them fairly well that are all dealing a little bit of damage. I think it's a fantastic Pudge game. So CM is still coming. Let's keep it with that. But I was going to say this Pudge.
Yeah, I think the Pudge, the bans that were coming out from Team Mystic really do cover a lot of the weaknesses of the Pudge. The Drow and the Shadow Fiend, just big range cores that it's very, very hard for him to deal with, especially early on until he gets like a lot of those items. So right now I really like this Team Mystic Pudge pick. The question for me though is, if they put a good laner up into it, the Beastmaster now with the Hoodwink, you can put a lot of pressure on the Pudge early on if you can stay at range for the Hoodwink. And if this Pudge doesn't have a good time, doesn't get towards those item timings, then you can really start to fall by the wayside.
Just get a CM and hook her in. Easy.
Easy peasy. I'm surprised they let this Hoodwink all the way through, actually, because I feel like this was quite a predictable hit pick from the side of Meteor Gaming. Like, makes a lot of sense for the Beastmaster.
I'm even happy with being right. I'll be even happier. I mean, it gets any kind of push. Like, when Prophet was being picked every single game, and to be fair, it kind of is now, I'm surprised that more people aren't picking Wyvern. You can, as long as you can predict where the Prophet's going to be, you can pick him off pretty easily just with a Winter's Curse, right? You're always going to have units around you with the Treants, and Beastmaster's kind of a similar sort of thing. So,
Makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
I think it plays really well with the Death Prophet as well. This hero, very similar to the Leshrac, always loves having a saving support, because you're someone that wants to be inside the middle of the fight. You're going to be the one taking up a vast majority of the damage. So that Cold Embrace is just going to be really nice to help keep her alive as well.
Yeah,
not a ton of magic damage either to go through it.
Magical spell which does like a decent amount of damage. I mean, and to be fair, it is Sharpshoots, which is an insane amount of damage. But yeah.
I think I do like these final two bans coming out from Meteor as well. Just the fact that it's just going to make their team really, really hard to kill. And I think the one thing that Meteor is kind of lacking right now is damage.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm concerned that their team fights are going to revolve around kind of Roar into Sharpshooter or Hook into Sharpshooter. So if Tusk gets blinked, then that's going to prevent a lot of their team fight at the moment until the Nature's Prophet has items. So trying to think of some position 2s they can pick up to help out, and well, that's definitely one of them that gets a whole lot of damage in.
Yeah,
and more tower push as well on top of everything.
True.
I mean, is this? I feel like this is almost certainly a. They don't want to pick a position 3 that goes backline, because look at these heroes that they're banning out, or a mid laner, right? So either this DP's mid, so they're not going to pick up a Storm Spirit or something along those lines, or the offlaner that they were hoping for is not too great against at just finding that backline engage. So what is even left to be able to counter this? Is it just another Mars game?
It's got to feel that way, right? Like, it's always got to be on their radar, but yeah, I mean, they could also shift the DP to the offlane and go, yeah, there you go, Ember Spirit. Pretty predictable option for Mystique at the end here, considering the Pangolia's banned. So, yeah, no, I like this as well. Another zone favorite, so they'll be happy on this. And yeah, I'm just excited for this Pudge and this Leshrac just run at each other in the middle of the fights, The Pulse Nova versus the Rot just clashing of two unstoppable forces, seeing which one comes out at the end. That's going to be pretty hard. But yeah, overall, I mean, the mid matchup is actually going to be, the Lesh versus the Ember. So I think it's pretty good. I'm probably going to say, I mean, after last game, as I said, I think there were some big misplays from Meta. Even though they did play really, really well for like the first kind of setup, then that one big strategical mistake and it all fell apart for them. I think this draft looks really easy for them to kind of work with. I think Mystique's is a little bit harder, but they do have some nice answers in the Wyvern. And I like this Ember as the last pick as well. So I think I'll go Mystique. talked in a bit of a circle there, but Fluke, what you saying?
I feel like I'd probably have to agree with you for a little bit. I think the big question mark for me is what does look like in comparison to Molasses with this Nature's Prophet? Is he going to play, much more connected with the team? Are they going to try and group around each other at like that 10, 12 minute mark, take all these tier 1 towers once again and see if they can push high ground? I feel like on the other side of it, though, that we can really see this Pudge kind of pop off, gets that early Vanguard, heads in towards the Aghanim Scepter, and I think the team fight from the Winter Wyvern is probably what's going to push me over the edge here, so I think it's 2-0.
Yep. All right. Well, that's how we will go then as we move into this game number 2. We'll throw it over to our casters, Danog and Aries, to cast versus
Thank you very much. Still not going to get me slipping out here. Danog you can cover me. You can get all the going, and Fluke and Nomad can do it for me as well. But regardless, we got a beautiful game 2 here, Danog. It's going to be exciting to see. Can Team Mystique be able to 2-0, or is Meteor going to be able to take game 2 and send us to a third game?
I mean, as soon as I saw that Wyvern, is what escaped my lips. So I want to ask you first. Like, who do you think is going to take this one?
I really like this Lesh last pick. I think it helps a lot of the issues that they had prior in regards to their damage, and I'm a bit concerned they're actually not going to be able to kill the Lesh in a game like this. I think with how he plays around with Radiant's draft, they're going to look to get super aggressive, and that's kind of the one thing that I'm looking at here at the moment for Radiant. I think this Lesh last pick was probably one of the better ones they could go for. I'm a big fan of it. So yeah, I think just solely based off the Lesh, just favoring Radiant.
All right, so the panel says 2 Mystique, and the casters are saying 2 Meteor, because I agree with you. I think Meteor are going to be able to get this one. On top of everything that you've said, you've also got a Pud up against a Clockwork and a Nature's Prophet, who are going to be able to do a great job until he gets that Blink Dagger plus BK at being able to stop him from just walking at you and doing a lot of the damage, right? So I think that's going to be a big issue for him. And then all the while, you're just going to have Lesh completely out of control doing damage.
Yeah, and he can very easily die this game to Sharpshooter. Like, that is kind of the one big thing with this in your toolkit. I think the game will get a little bit easier for Dire once the Tusk is able to find that blink to act as the save versus the raw Sharpshooter or hookshot Sharpshooter. But I think until then, Radiant are going to have a very big window where they can utilize this to bring down not only the Pudge, but a lot of the other members on Mystique.
And they've simplified things for themselves as well. That can't be underrated as well. Like we saw the issues when they were trying to go up onto that high ground. It was a little premature. Nature's Prophet, Leshrac, Beastmaster kind of plays itself. Like, exactly when you're at the stage where you can look to go high ground. And outside of this, Wyvern don't have any great high ground defenders. This might be, well, I'm wondering with Ray, like, what his item build is going to be on this Wyvern, whether he's bought 3 sets of tangos, so not concerned at all about trading against this Hoodwink. It's all about just surviving for as long as possible in the lane. Every single time he gets Arctic Burn, he's going to be using it off cooldown. 40-ish seconds, so not exactly the biggest window to be able to make that stuff happen. But to me, it's a question of what's he going to prioritize? Is it going to be the gotcha style, where he tries to win the game for his team by stalling it out a little bit further and getting the perfect Blink Curse? Or is it about protecting the high ground off the back of, like, Cold Embrace with the Aghanim Shard and using that with the Splinter Blasts to just keep the waves as far away from your base as possible? Or even a 4-staff, honestly, to a lesser extent, right? Gets you out of Cogs. Obviously, you're fine with Arctic Burn, but you're against Sprout, you're against Cogs, and you want to stay away from the Shrek. You can even break the Bushwhack if you're on point.
There's a lot of different routes that the Wyvern has to be able to have his impact in this game. You actually might be in a bit of trouble here, Marblue, with that last Acorn shot, but he's going to be able to fly over the tree line. Axe is not enough. They're going to go for the dive. They'll reapply the slow and the bushwhack damage over time.
Nice dodge.
Be able to find first blood. Dodges out the hook as well. So Marblue gets the solo experience. He's probably going to look to go deny himself. He should get there before the Wyvern respawns and TPs in to claim that experience. So top lane, already a good start for Radiant. Looks like bottom lane is no different as well. The Nature's Prophet, 11-6 compared to the 9-1. Is there any kind of core down here between the DP and the Nature's Prophet that might be a little bit more vulnerable to deaths in this lane?
No, I think they should probably just trade. The Tusk and the Clockwork are going to do a similar role, in my opinion, of just keeping away, letting them get up that early farm. DP, again, pretty obvious, just want to get into that exorcism so that you could start to... he's the only one that's going to be doing any kind of tower pushing, right? So it's going to be on the back of him with a zone rotation coming through on his Ember Spirit if they're going to try and open this map up at all and enable the Pudge to farm. Because, as I mentioned, very important for him to get, like, honestly, 3 different items before he's able to contribute anything to these team fights.
What are those items that you're mentioning as well, those 3 items?
He needs Blink and BKB as the big 2, and Aghanims to make himself actually feel impactful. But he's, in my opinion, like a non-contributor, basically, if he doesn't have at least the Blink BKB.
Is there some trouble here? Molasses had another round of the axes. Ray, I think he was trying to pull the wave to get the equilibrium back underneath the tower, but Meteor used that timing perfectly. I should say Mystique. No, Meteor, I was right at the start.
2 M's, and then the 4 M's from and
there's a lot of M's. How do we keep up with all the M's? It's just...
I told you about how I chose my favorite football team.
No, you haven't.
There's a reason for this, okay? So, it just goes back to my ego. So basically, Mum was trying to get me to follow her team, and then I saw a different team playing, and that team had 3 Matthews on them, and I'm like, that's my team.
Of course. All right.
It's all about the M. It goes back to the power of M, dude.
Then okay, Matt does go for Richmond, one of the worst teams.
Greatest clubs.
So, tough to see.
You're an Essendon fan, aren't you?
We don't have to bring up my club. Yeah, it's always... we can also change topics. It's always a bit difficult to speak about sports. And
this is esports, man. Digital sports.
Digital sports, but it feels like there's a bit of a gap there. I don't know. In particular, Australia is very... Aussie rules football is very... not as well known across the world.
Should be.
It definitely should be. Very top lane should end up going down. This lane's starting to get pretty out of hand here. 3 kills now between the Beastmaster and the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the biggest Wyvern simp you'll ever meet, right? But it's like, against this Hoodwink with a Blightstone, there's just nothing that you can do. You're already giving up at least a 10 attack damage differential, and then he's got the Blightstone, so bringing you down to 1 armor while right-clicking you from greater range. Like, it's just a terrible, terrible situation to be in. So while it might be decent for the game, this is why I was so...
Oh, they got him.
Unless...
Oh no, he sidesteps away from the board. Really nicely done, honestly, from the Hoodwink to go to the right instead of towards the creeps.
Yep.
Making sure that Splinter Blast was not going to be a factor at getting that kill.
And then that just pushes the lane out as well, right? So it just makes Pudge's life even more difficult. What I was saying before is this is why I felt more strongly about the Crystal Maiden as well, right? You might not be able to contend with right clicks, but at least you set up for some potential kills, whereas Wyvern doesn't do that at all.
They could be in trouble. Lesh has a haste rune and he's already activated it. Starting to make his way top. The Nature's Prophet's even got to consider about TPing. He'll actually cancel that one. Just expecting the Leshrac to have plenty of damage by himself, so they won't need the carry-on raiding. Lesh will be able to do the dirty work. Does indeed land the stun as well. Beautifully done from YRG. He's having some mana issues, however. Once he can get over the tree line, Cold Embrace actually going to be able to protect him, and YRG will not secure the second kill.
Zone's going to be very happy about that. He's used the time to push the lane in. It's around the time where he's kept this siege creep alive as well. I wonder if he'll even consider glyphing up his own wave just to keep the siege alive. Or might even tank it up himself. Oh, that would have been fantastic if he was able to get that one, especially with the Leshrac with very little mana to be able to play with.
And Zone could be that person to help kind of rectify how this top lane has gone so far. He's top of the net worth. There's almost like a 700 gold advantage over his counterpart in the mid lane. So maybe off the back of some power runes, we could see this Ember try and help out the Pudge's lane.
He's going to need to, that's for sure. I mean, even going up against the Nature's Prophet to a lesser extent, right? And the Beastmaster with these massive zoo potential. Sleight of Fist does a great job of being able to counter that.
Which it is already maxed out. He's got that Orb Corrosion as well, so... You're going down this
you're not
build
getting
where
any kills with these support combinations. No points in the series chains just yet.
No need. Close to the phase boots as well. So, yep, Zone's off to a great start, but it's just how can he look to put his mark on this game? As once again, Podge actually going to be able to find a hook under the tower. They might be able to turn it though. Molasses with the roar should help get some distance away. Nature's Prophet's going to TP in as well as the Court Embrace will do nothing but keep the Pudge into place, and now they'll even be able to lock into Ray. Nature's Call now means that there's plenty of creeps to help with the push, so this is going to be the first tier 1 tower of the game going towards Meteor.
Now this game it's expected. Last game I wasn't expecting them to be able to get all 3 tier 1 towers at a super early state, but I mean again, Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, it kind of plays itself. So he's got the Helm of the Dominator, of course, very important that his micro is on point, which it has been so far, to make sure that you're not just giving that one up for free to the Pudge, who, speaking of Pudge, looks like he's going into that early Vanguard. Of course, very important to be able to pick that one up against a lot of this little damage. So, like I was mentioning before, Blink, BKB, and Vanguard, those are the 3 items that he really needs.
We just saw Prior bottom lane, NJ, in combination with the Tusk, was able to get a kill with that Exo. Now they are able to continue to chain that into their own tier 1 tower as well. But of course, that's really the only time you really have to push on Dire. Whereas Radiant, when it looks like they're already starting to consider about making their way over to mid, Molasses just hits level 7, so he's got that maxed out ball. They might be ready to go with 3 points in Edict as well. Got to be so cautious on Mystique on how you get set up around this tier 1 tower, because you can't let it go down.
No, not for free. They might choose to wait, like just pick up a little bit of the farm, wait to play around that 10-minute timing with the siege creep as well, especially considering you know that the exorcism was popped previously, so they feel like they're still going to be pretty heavily lacking in damage on Mystique's side. It's pretty good damage in him once again on the Ember Spirit and the Wyvern. Not really known for tower taking is Mr. Wyvern.
TZ, great position with the Clockwork, trying to wrap all the way towards the backline, trying to target down the Winter Wyvern. Ray should be the first casualty of war. Let's see if they can catch up the zone. Lass is going to try and pogo on forward, but will not have any further way to close the distance. So in the end, just 1 kill over the Wyvern, but that kill will open up the tier 1 tower now.
Wyvern needs to buy that tome. Like, you're going to be spawning a little bit too late to be able to defend this tier 1, but now you've got the level 6. So next tower push that you go for, this could be the time that Mystique look to make a turnaround. They've already shown form on Meteor that maybe they'll look to overextend a little bit too much. So to me, that's going to be the big thing that brings them back into this game. It's a little late on the Arctic Burn as well. I thought he could have potentially gotten away if he just popped it as soon as the cogs had trapped him in.
As a result of that, giving Ray his 4th death and still ever so close towards that level 6. Valuable ultimate for them to have. Counterparts in this game, we see the Nature's Prophet's gone down this Midas route, so he is ridiculously farm. We'll see if he's going to be able to utilize that farm to help defend the tier 1 tower, and looks like it won't be the case. So really important that Dire are actually able to find an objective without even having to commit the Exo.
Yeah,
So
I was just about to mention
but
that. I mean, the fact that NJ came mid but didn't pop the Exo, I'm a huge fan of it, right? Because he has the mechanism, he's still very, very hard to take down, but it still enables you to get a little bit more of that team fight, that map control for yourself. So yeah, I'm really expecting to see him. I wonder where he does play next. Oh, actually, he's getting gone on.
What? All right, NJ, lure inside the river. Nothing Ray can do. He'll let
that's a creep.
curse, but it's a creep. My friend,
100
that's not
gold.
a hero, and the Cory's...
okay.
Okay. Okay. I don't know how that just happened.
High ground, brother.
Dire's bottom tower.
Sorry, I should say. Well, you're right. I was in my head. I'm like 100% gonna hit. 100%. It's just it's gonna work. Yeah, they'll get the Cory as well as the kill onto NJ, and
Oh, if it's
everything will
your
continue to
Kyria,
rise.
100% it hits. But enemies miss every time.
See, they're not missing so far in Radiant. A great start for them, and still continuing to get a lot out of the map. I asked before, like, what can we expect out of zone to really help make amends with how the other lanes went? We haven't really seen a whole lot of him. Well, he got a tier 1 tower mid. I mean, that's probably more than you can ever ask from the Ember, but what else can he do this game for Team Mystique? What can zone do?
I don't think he can do anything on his own. That's the issue, right? You're playing against, you're playing with a Wyvern and a Tusk. Tusk, Ember, not really a combination.
Pudge in some trouble, TZ. He's got to hook in. They've got the Nature's Prophet out to the left side to get the damage required to kill off the carry. And there's nothing that Ray can do once again. Spoke with the Winter Wyvern potentially having some issues at least early on with a cold embrace to help protect some of his heroes, and wasn't even able to put that into play.
Yeah, it still was a couple of seconds off cooldown, unfortunately, so wasn't able to get that defense coming through, as Ray has to be careful with where he's walking. You got Marblue and Molasses here waiting to try and pick him off, but well, they won't be able to do that.
Far, though.
No,
The
I think it's
wraparound
fine.
zone and DWQ. They're going to try and get something out of this. They're going to play the distance game, though. Zone away as far as possible to make sure he doesn't get brought down. They're going to turn their attention over to the task with a late hook close from Pudge to keep his support alive, but unfortunately not enough. Zone still making him work for the escape, but just like you said, there's nothing he can do by himself.
I'm not the biggest fan of item build. He's going straight into the Aghanim Scepter, and it's exactly what we've been talking about, right? Like, you've got multiple stuns on the team. You've got Sprout and the Cogs to be able to just prevent him from getting right in on top of you.
Hook needs to be Cogs back into the split earth. Have they overlapped
nicely
their
done.
stuns a little bit too much? And that's not the case. A beautiful combo out of Meteor to be able to get that difficult kill onto the Ember.
I like the priority as well, making sure the Ember goes down, because he doesn't quite yet have that Maelstrom, so they still feel fairly free to be able to just move on forward and be able to make a lot of sieges happen around these towers. I mean, you've nearly got the Helm of the Overlord, and it's only 14 minutes. Just about a minute or so away here for Molasses, and well, he's going to be playing during the nighttime with the Hawk Vision, so it's going to be a big advantage coming through from Meteor in the next little bit. Expect them to make the most of this glyph being down and make a play around topside, you would assume.
It's really scary now with kind of the status of this game. They're winning all these little skirmishes without even having these big items. Bloodstone's almost done.
They smoked underneath the Hawk as well, so they know exactly what's coming. They all back off. You just watch everyone on Meteor sweep back towards their tier 2 tower, play inside the trees as much as they can. By himself forward because he's got that Invis rune to be able to potentially pop it, but yeah, no one's dying here on Meteor Gaming off the back, but pretty big investment where, again, you're not farming while all of you are moving across the map.
You're going to be very close to a stage where Radiant can just force down this Roshan. Then Helm of the Overlord, you said the Bloodstone. Probably the items they're waiting for. It just maybe depends. Do you think they can move into the pit even without a pickoff? Or will they be that strong enough with these items?
I think you just want to take tier 2 top first, take the outpost, and then go Roshan, just to make things a little bit safer for yourselves. You've got the Bloodstone to be able to play around with. Again, Helm of the Overlord, 75 gold away, no glyph. Prophet pushing in top tower with a Midas, by the way, so he's even setting himself up to scale into the later stages.
See how much farm he's been able to pick up, closing in on the Gleipnir for the Nature's Prophet.
Close.
Then, a lot of damage on a YRG. Bloodstone still on cooldown for a little bit of time. They actually might be able to blow him up as Dire. That is a huge kill for them to find. They might lose the Pudge down bottom, though. Molasses in combination with the Nature's Prophet. They're going to hold the Roar into the Dismember to make sure they can cancel that as soon as it is activated. As well, across the map, they'll find their own kill, but it might come at a cost. As Zone can render on fall to continue to chase down onto Molasses as Beastmaster, but it's just Zone at the moment, and he won't get lucky with the chains. Goes into the boars instead, so Molasses can reposition out the safety. Now the Nature's Prophet, he's come back for revenge. He's got to respect NJ, however, with the Exorcism activated. They will be able to back away. Regardless, even though you don't get the kill onto the Ember, that is a big ultimate expended to no avail from NJ.
Comes back, though, not full health and mana, not getting the full fountain regen coming through. How long's left on the Exo? Yeah, only about a quarter duration, so shouldn't be able to do any damage to this bottom tower. Still, though, taking out YRG, very, very significant kill to be able to stop the farm from accelerating too much, as YRG is actually looking around this Roche pit, feeling like maybe with the Helm of the Overlord creep, they can be able to take it out.
Maybe with Exo on cooldown as well. That could just be something that they don't have to be too worried about for a potential fight around Roche. It's going to fall pretty fast. It doesn't look like there's any way they'll get in the neighborhood to be able to contest it, so Radiant now have this first advantage of Roshan. Age is probably in the hands of YRG, and yep, that'll be the case.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
just so hard for you to have any kind of vision on Mystique as well, right? Like, they've done a fairly good job of playing around this bottom bottom observer ward, keeping as much information as they can, but that's not where Meteor want to play. They're like, well, we've taken Roche, and now we can just look to take your entire top 2/3 of the map away from you. You know, we're happy to give up 1/3 if it means that we're just going to continue to extend our lead with this early pushing lineup. Like, this 18 minutes push, I like this push.
We'll see if this time it's going to be successful for Meteor. Pretty much the same timing as game 1 where they walked up higher ground. And the result of that lost team fight pretty much gave away the game. We'll see if that's going to be a similar case as Pudge just autos is into the middle. Wyvern's able to find an incredible curse onto 3, as now they can look to turn it over the other forces of Radiant. They're in trouble for the moment as YRG still can play around with a second life. They'll finally be able to bring him down, but can Radiant stick around to set up for round 2, as it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. YRG on his own devices here, but Dire are hesitant about continuing to go on forward, and I mean, you've got to be just pretty happy with the fact that you defend the tower, get 2, and get rid of the Aegis pretty early on.
Yeah, probably not the best to clump around against a Wyvern, right? Just giving him the perfect Winter's Curse opportunity, even with the help of the Overlord creep helping him out as well. I thought that was the big advantage of this draft versus the previous one of looking to high ground. You can just let your creeps do the majority of the work and force the Wyvern to potentially expend that Winter's Curse just to be able to stop them from going into you before you're able to actually defend. But well, they just clump up for him and say, you know what, here you go, have a free kill, stop the push.
Some more kills across the map. Bottom lane, Nature's Prophet should get the kill onto Tusk. Meanwhile, inside the river, the Ember has been caught out, though. They're still going to continue to try and chase down Tusk, however. TZ off the mark with a hawk shot, clipping onto the small camp. Molasses are going to try and TP into the tier 1 tower, but they will not catch up to the Tusk as he ducks into the tree line. Regardless, Meteor have to be pretty happy with getting that kill on the Ember. They're in a perfect spot to be able to capitalize, now getting a tier 1 tower for their own reward.
BKB coming next for on his Pudge, and well, I like it. Again, though, I need more. It's just, can you stall it out long enough for you to be able to counter this? They've got the potential for it, sure, and it's still a really good Pudge and, you know, decent Wyvern game. Who they caught?
Caught out NJ. It was a really nice attempt. They tried to silence the Beastmaster and just go straight for the TP, but Nature's Prophet had already casted his own teleport and could stop that with the Gleipnir. So a nice kill, and now just we see all the lanes are in a great position for Radiant. Mid, top, and bottom are going to be shoved out, so they can look to make a play with this now.
Gone for a BKB of his own on YRG, and of course that's going to do wonders at stopping all this damage coming through from Pudge. Wyvern, to a lesser extent, with that Arctic Burn % damage. Even the Ember Spirit, to a lesser extent.
You'd love to take a fight before Pudge is able to pick up that BKB. 3,100 gold in the bank, but all that gold is not going to help him. Is onto the carry they go, but a cold embrace, is it enough to keep him alive for the moment? YRG gets straight on top of him, and the Pulse Nova will tick him out. Easy 2 kills for Radiant to find. Now they can chain this into some objectives and probably even go higher ground.
It's just one of the big advantages of the Beastmaster, right? You might not have the greatest ward coverage, but the Hawks do the majority of it for you, and we even saw the effect of TZ and his jetpack that time around, just giving that flying vision to be able to find the key pickoff that they needed.
Glyph will be the one thing standing in between them and getting these buildings, so team fight, all they get is a tier 2 tower. That was that second tier 2 tower though, so up to 7,000 gold. Experience is very much in the favor of Radiant as well, so these next set of items soon to be completed to help them close out this game too.
They're really just going all in on the survivability, aren't
bottom
they?
lane. Marblue will start with the blink. Follow-up brawl is going to be there. They'll require the extra stuns, and that's where the Leshrac is able to come into play. Beautifully done from Radiant. Multiple times we've seen them bring down with the Ember Spirit.
There's the potential there again
across the map. They're onto the Tusk this time, so TZ, both supports, trying to chain their abilities together to bring down Mr. Tuskar. The shards, is it enough to get him out? Nature's Prophet's going to be able to TP him with the Gleipnir from afar. They'll be able to find another kill. It does kind of turn them away from the higher ground though.
Yeah, I don't think he's too unhappy about that, to be honest. He nearly even got away with the Blink Dagger just being a second off cooldown, but This is what I was talking about with the Wyvern, right? It feels like they've been pushing in fairly easily. You don't have that Cold Embrace. He's actually got more points into the Arctic Burn instead of the Cold, which I'm a little surprised about, considering he's got Pudge and DP to be able to layer it onto. And 4 staff's nearly completed, so obviously that's going to be able to protect his teammates quite handily. But I want to see him go into a Blink Dagger straight after that if Cold Embrace isn't the strat that he's going for. There's been a few times now, obviously the High Ground Siege was one of them, that they've been a little bit too clumped on Meteor, and I feel like it's very punishable.
It's just a question of can they get to that kind of timing where those support items are going to pay dividends, because right now you're just hoping you can find the farm on the claws, and that's why Zone's down in the lane, but once again, he's going to be caught out. This time they won't be able to secure the kill. They were lacking that +1 to get the damage or the control, so we'll get out of danger. Now completes the Chiron Sun, so we'll help a little bit more with his own survivability.
Bit of extra damage as well. Can never hurt.
They run into the triangle. EQQ with NJ. Able to kill off Marblu, but Nature's Prophet is just freely right-clicking. NJ a little bit hesitant about just running straight towards the NP to make him think twice about getting that damage out, but it will not matter. Another kill going their way, and importantly, they reoccupy their triangle.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, the most important thing is that's just attention away from the Pudge. He's finished up his BKB. He's 1,500 gold away from the Blink Dagger. They know that they've got some kind of vision there. Otherwise, no reason for that hook shot to go in onto just then. But yeah, I feel like any time that they're just giving up a support to create space for Pudge, they're happy with that. They've smoked under a Hawk once again. So immediately, all full-on retreat coming through, even the blink back on Molasses to make sure that he's not getting picked off for free. Might actually be TZ trying to put himself in harm's way so that they can stay out on the map and farm and continue to extend this net worth lead.
I'm not quite sure where they are at the moment. They scanned inside their own jungle, so YRG's got to run straight into them, but instantly pop in the BKB. And what do you do now with this activated? Curse is going to hold him into place. They've done a pretty good job to waste out this magic immunity, but can they go back in afterwards? Over back towards the jungle. The Pudge getting control for the Roar, but the right-click damage starting to come through for the Nature's Prophet. Pudge will get the Dismember, but it doesn't matter. He'll still go down in the end, and now they can turn their attention over to NJ, continuing to kite the X's in, but the Nature's Prophet has way too much farm to give a care in the world. As Radiant, 13,000 net worth lead, boosted up even more after that incredible team fight from them.
Yeah, worked out real well. The power of the Beastmaster, man. We're going to keep saying it, right? Even though he ends up being the only one to die on Team Meteor, there's the Hawk vision, giving him so much potential to correctly position themselves. They throw the beefiest hero that they've got on their team on the front lines in YRG, and yeah, team fight goes completely in their favor. Pudge did have that issue as well, right? Wasn't able to get right in on top of the target that he wanted because he's still a little bit short of that Blink Dagger. I feel like you have to just sit back and farm this one even though you're this far behind. Unfortunately for them, he won't be able to get it before this second Roche is up, and that's going to be the one with the Aghanim Shard as well, so I would assume it's going to be Beastmaster that picks that one up just for the dive bomb coming through from the Call the Wild Hawk. Very, very handy to have that one picked up. Might even be Hoodwink, to be honest, just to give him a little bit of extra burst potential with the Boomerang.
I mean, that's
control around that pit too.
Make an argument for both. Why would you, in a game like this, why would you want maybe the Beastmaster or the Hoodwinks?
I think it's just going to be dependent, honestly, on how Mystique play it, right? Like, if they feel that Wyvern's positioning hasn't been amazing, then probably the Beastmaster Hawk is going to be good, right? Because it's going to lock him in place. It means that he might need to expend an earlier 4-staff, and then you can exploit the game off the back of that. But if Wyvern's positioning is good, and you're able to get Curse, Cold Embrace saves off, then maybe you need that little bit of extra bonus damage to amp up your magic damage so that you actually don't care about the Cold Embrace.
Let's see where that shard's going to go.
Don't give it to the only other person. The Lishrak ends up picking it up. It's decent for sieging high ground, I suppose. Yeah. And I mean, especially considering Pudge has only used the BKB once, so it's not too bad in that regard, right? But anytime that
pretty close to
Blink, yeah.
Sorry, go finish. Yeah, I was just going to say he's... Yeah, go.
I was just saying that you can lay the Split Earth down on the ground, and then, you know, eventually you get to the stage where Pudge can't just continue to try and stand on you.
Uh-oh. Well, Speaking about the Pudge, you still don't have your blink yet to escape. We'll turn and activate BKB. Is there anyone to cancel this? Look at them split away so TZ can find that opening for the hook shot. Now the rest of Radiant will instantly funnel into the neighborhood.
Oh, and he just buys it before he dies. No buyback now.
Oh, 45 seconds without the Pudge, and you're not going to have the Tusk as well for this defense. Molasses finds an opening, and the rest of the boys move on over instantly.
Bro, you're going up
attention
against
over another kill.
A Lesh, a Prophet, and a Beastmaster with no buyback. I mean, this is going to need to be the greatest Winter's Curse of all time.
Oh, look at Molasses.
Oh, okay.
Look, hang on, man. I know you're 18k ahead, but this is a ballsy TP. Dude! He doesn't care! Oh my god, that's the perfect showcase of how far ahead they are. The Nature's Prophet just TPs in the middle. It's just a bully pushing them away from their own base. They get a good curse that secures the Aegis, but they needed more out of it. Pudge is about to respawn. The Cold Embrace will not keep the Death Prophet alive, so it's going to be a 4-on-5. Radiant is starting to get out. Pudge actually jumps into the Split Earth stun, so he doesn't get that instant dismembers under the cover of the BKB. YRG can charge on forward without a care in the world. There's nothing they can do to slow down YRG's Leshrac.
Yeah, not wanting to pop that Dismember until he had the BKB off cooldown. It's only just happened right now, so you get a buyback out of the clockwork, but again, it's just more and more damage getting through onto this base. And to me, Meteor, they're being a little ballsy going through with, you know, teleportations in like that, but still feels like they're in a state to do it. This isn't the meager 3k net worth lead that they had previously. They're by far ahead.
Zone, is he going to get caught out? Hook just shy. And with that hook revealing itself, Zone's like, all right, I can't go full anymore. You take a look at the item he's got queued up. That's not a good sign of the status of this game.
Who it is?
Zone, he's gone 4 staff.
Ooh, yeah, that ain't good.
Yeah. Molasses? Snowball timing's going to be able to prevent the roar. Molasses is taking enough to still find the ultimate, and now with the Leshrac deep fire, there's so much damage. Ember gets blown up. He's even going to buy back to look to re-enter the fight, but can he get much out of this use of the buyback? Will turn over towards the Beastmaster. They'll finally be able to slay the offlaner, but that's just not a worthwhile kill as Nature's Prophet. The Sprout onto 2 once again. Always on point with the Sprout, and an ability you wouldn't expect to be ever so flashy, but he's showcasing that. He also has the capability to play the Nature's Prophet at a very high level.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the reason why Ember's going for the 4-staff, right? Nature's Prophet level 20, Sprout Leash. He's just completely dead to rights if he gets caught inside of that.
We just
saw that missing, but I'm sure they're just saying, well, he used the Winter's Curse on hero that didn't die, so who cares? He's not going to be able to stop us from pushing forward. Even with their previous push that they had onto the high ground, what I love to see from teams is if game 1 doesn't work out for you, what learnings do you take from it? And even just earlier on in this game, right? They all clumped up together, they got cursed, they got turned around upon. That siege was very different. It was Nature's Prophet standing in on the front lines, by far the top net worth, plenty of survivability, no heroes near him at all. And the one hero that did was the Leshrac, who had the Aegis anyway, and he was about to die and he had no mana. So it was actually fine to get them to expend the Winter's Curse just to get that kill onto an Aegis. So good little changes coming through here.
Well, they're still actually going to go for the kill.
They want him to expend
Pudge can protect himself with the BKB. Still, the damage might come through regardless. Which if the Nature's Prophet, he won't be able to continue the chase. Hook shot from TZ catches up to the Winter Wyvern. Now all of a sudden, Radiant continuing on inside the base. Look at a pillage more and more. I'll pay some respect though. At the tier 3, reset the positioning.
Yeah, that was not the spot to TP for Wyvern, right? You've got probably a bunch of the scariest heroes in the game as a Wyvern that are just able to get it on top of you and burst you down, and you TP down onto the low ground. A little bit sus, and it means that he needs to use the buyback as well.
Top lane, Nature's Prophet. He's going to be in some trouble here. The rest of the team are really far away. Can he stay alive long enough for the boys to rotate? And you bet he can. Satanic activated, back to full health, repairs all the damage. And now they'll look to clean up. penalizing Dire for making that aggressive attempt onto the Nature's Prophet, saying, no, no, no. There's nothing you can do to bring yourself back into this game, as Dire will call it quits, and we're going to a game 3.
We are indeed, and it shows that once again we have not had a bad cast series. You and I predicted that one to perfection, coming through with the Meteor Gaming victory as we bring back the panel of losers with their Mystique prediction.
Jesus
we
Christ.
got Nomad and Fluke coming in.
Let's not get caught up on who did or didn't predict what may not have happened. I mean, I don't even remember which way everyone goes because it's not really important at the end of the day. What is important that, well, Meteor were able to do it. They played a breakneck pace, and, you know, when they said, hey, we need to go back to the drawing board and pick faster heroes rather than not going into high ground as quickly, turns out they're right, Fluke.
Yeah, I think I'm going to echo what Matt said in the cast towards the end there. It's all about the learnings they made from game number 1, the way that they played around the Aegis, the way that they played around the Winter's Curse as well. This first fight here, with this first push up on the high ground, they had the Aegis. They were like, okay, this time around, we want to understand that we have a decent net worth lead. We want to see if we can try and take these towers. They get caught out by the Winter's Curse. It seems like Team Mystique was able to hold on just for a little bit longer there, and they just decide, okay, let's fall back, let's get a whole lot more of this net worth lead, and then we'll play around this Winter's Curse a whole lot better. They did a really, really good job this time around to really just be able to make sure that they dotted their I's and crossed their T's. I think there's a few issues coming in from Mystique's heroes. I think there was some awkward kind of item timings. I think the Pudge not getting any defensive items was a little bit hard for them. The Ember Spirit couldn't go for like an early BKB. If you wanted to have full immunity against a lot of these spells, you would have had to have gone BKB Lincolns, and that's 2 defensive items, and then they start running out of a bit of this damage. So I think it's a little bit unfortunate that Mystique weren't able to utilize their heroes to the fullest potential, but I think, you know, the way that Meteor played this game just goes to show that they made a lot of learnings in game number 1 and are really pushing to try and get this one done in 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just seems like this is how they want to play. You know, this felt very natural for them, like the fast-paced gameplay. And it's kind of cool, you know, we don't really see this. You know, those first 2 picks came out with the Prophet and the Beastmaster, and I was like, okay, feels like they're getting a bit desperate. But no, like this actually felt very well thought through from them, didn't it, Dano?
It did. And I forget who had second pick that time around. Did they pick the Prophet and the Beastmaster back to back, or did they end the phase with the Beastmaster?
They ended the phase with the Beastmaster.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? So they're able to protect it quite heavily. That's one of the big heroes that you can look to counter in lane. And I mean, Beastmaster had a totally fine time in that lane. Again, it was being protected by this Hoodwink. You picked a Wyvern into it, and I think unless you've got a Pudge laning together with something that's going to enable kills off the back of the hook, then it's really not going to have that same level of effectiveness. So to me, the biggest issue for Mystique was going into the draft with this situation where your support was always going to be on the losing end of any kind of trades. And then on top of that, like you mentioned, skipping up a few of the defensive items to go straight Aghanim Scepter, he had all the issues that we were talking about. He was getting slowed, cogged, sprouted, stunned, everything, and it meant that you actually weren't able to get any value out of that Aghanim Scepter. Ended up doing only 12k damage the entire game.
Yeah, not good enough. Not good enough at all. But, you know, you just couldn't stand on the front lines. It's a problem with Pudge, right? When you're behind, it's really hard to stay in the front lines and you need your rot to deal damage. So it's tough. And it comes to MVP. I would kind of like to give it to Marblu, you know? Like, yeah, you have these big 14-1 and 10-1 cores in the Nature's Prophet and in the Leshrac, but I don't know. I feel like this Hoodwink did so much work in kind of finding the kills and just like enabling game a lot, because those bushwhacks into TPs were really, really nice. So yeah, that'll be our MVP. And I also think that Blink Dagger was very smart as well, realizing that anybody who she bushwhacked was probably going to die if they're outside of the base, and even sometimes inside the base. Any arguments, Fluke?
The only thing I would say is we're giving a lot of MVPs to a lot of these supports, so maybe we might start needing to give some of these core players a bit more of the love. But I do agree with you. I think Marblu has played 2 good games back to back here. I think this Hoodwink is definitely one of those position 4 heroes that can shine when it comes to players' positioning and how they want to play the lane and stuff like that. Matt was talking about it a little bit. did have a very, very good lane going into the Winter Wyvern, so he was kind of set up for success, but I think just the way that they moved around the map, being able to be, just very slippery in the trees as well, and just be able to, set up a lot of these team fights and do a lot of damage as well.
Alrighty, well, that will make us all 1-1, which means we need one more game to find out who will be the better. We'll find out after this short break. Got to keep an eye on that hairline, you know.
Good.
Hello. Yes, we were all pre-unfolded for you guys today, and welcome back to the China Division 2, where we're into game number 3 in this marvelous series between Meteor and Mystique, because these guys are kind of revealing what their strats are somewhat here, and it's nice to see a team come in with an idea, you know. Meteor flying into the first game, maybe a little bit too fast, but rather than slowing it down, they just push down on that gas, and they take a very, very fast game number 2, leading us to a game number 3. Now, Denog, knowing what we know now about Meteor and that they may well try and do this kind of thing again, are you expecting any kind of adjustments to the draft? And say it quickly, because they might get ruined.
Maybe. Meteor is just going to try and pick up their fast stuff again, and Mystique, wisely enough, are looking to ban it out. So they go down a different route. They go on the Ricky instead. Really, will they Mirana after this? I don't think they will, just because Mirana doesn't feel like that game-winning pick that if you've got first pick, you pick up at the end of that first phase. You got to pick some kind of core that you think is going to pair together well with this. Maybe... is it too early for a Drow Ranger? Maybe they could sniper just against a lot of this, and if they feel that Ricky is going to be able to provide that front line to protect it.
You want to say it's an interesting adaptation, though, banning out the Nature's Prophet. I think that's something that media really play heavily around with getting pickoffs across the map and having this global presence, something that we saw both games, I'm pretty sure, first phased, and even though the carry looked a lot more comfortable on it, it still seems like that is really the game style from them. So they banned the Viper in the first phase of the previous game, so that's why that's at least the substitute with the Nature's Prophet now.
5 seconds remaining.
Prefer the Prophet ban, to be honest.
Oh,
Much more
100%.
versatile than a Viper.
Yeah.
Not tempted to go into terrible Aghanim Scepters. You know, there's the positive.
Yeah, got to keep it Temptation's way. And they'll go with a Rubik SF. Was this the same opening as game 1?
No,
it was a tree SF, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm pretty sure Meteor went Rubik Nature's game 1.
Yeah.
So now it's whether or not that it's what Danog said about Meteor picking up one of these core heroes that you know is going to match up well into the Shadowfiend, or whether or not you want to have the wombo combo with the Ricky and the Mirana. I'm not
I
sure
still
if
think
you really
you
want to play
sniper.
that into the Rubik.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, you could still
just
Drow
wanna
as well,
outrange
right?
The SF? Yeah,
I mean, Drow
feel
was
like
the
Drow's a
one
little
hero that-
closer.
Yeah, Drow was one of the heroes that a lot of people would pick when Shadowfiend was that meta hero, so it could be something they fall back on. Just go with the DP instead.
It's flex. I get it, right? What are they going to ban out after this? We haven't really seen too
Bat.
much AA bans, but yeah, Bat Rider's pretty decent.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, AA is
KB piercing stuns.
definitely not much of a consideration anymore.
Come on, he's the Dota version of an ice cream cone. You gotta keep him in your heart.
Popsicle.
They do ban out the Mirana.
If you licked AA, would your tongue get stuck to him?
I don't even want to think about that, Nomad.
Yeah, well, that's a very interesting question.
That sounds like Dota After Dark, I think, at that point.
Well, stick around after today's show and we'll find out.
We'll have the answers for you.
5 seconds.
Oh, no. I think a good thing for video gaming thinking about the Ancient Apparition is you have a Rubik, and I think Rubik AA as like a 1-2 support duo will feel kind of bad when you have a Shadow Fiend, just because you kind of want to have some more of those bodies on the front line for you. So if I was Meteor Gaming right now, I would definitely be thinking along the lines of like a Clockwork for them, just because it gives them that hero can get on top of the death prop. You can find the Ricky as well to be able to catch him out, and you can just kind of be this body in the front line for your SF to deal damage.
Dire team
I think even Meteor can go Clockwork. I think it's a very good Clockwork game as well. Even though Rubik can kind of use telekinesis defensively, I think just how he likes to play Dota is very much how Meteor want to play Dota. Like, you just want to run at you, and that's what a Shadowfiend really does not like at all.
Yeah, he wants to stand and deliver most of the time, and yeah, if you get on top of him, it can cause some issues. Also gives you that BKB penetrating stun, which is really, really nice versus SF, because you just want to make sure that when he's got that BKB going, you can still cancel out the ultimate. So
I still think the snipering, man. Like all
options.
these to me suggest ones that want to run you down, and even just in the lane, sniper against Centaur doesn't feel that great. You just get the retaliate, and then you know you're taking a lot of damage. So yeah, I'd be really surprised if Meteor don't sniper here.
Sniper or Drow, I think, are still both options. Actually, are going to ban out the Drow. So Mystique showing which one they're more afraid of. Yeah,
I
they
think
do
maybe
need to go in and
because-
hit people kind of hero now on Mystique. Like,
because Mystique have the final pick of this second phase as well, so they ban out the Drow here. If they do get sniped in this next 1-2, they at least have one hero to try and answer it. At this point, we have seen some of the Chinese teams go for Shadow Fiend as well as Storm Spirit as their 1-2 cause, so I wouldn't hate to see that if you get sniped in this next one, you pick a 5, you go in for the sniper, they go for the Sven. though.
wowee. That's
And
twist.
it's one of those ones, like, whenever I see a Riki or any hero that, like, completely takes a hero out of a fight through, like, stuns or silences or whatever, just something that always does something, with especially if it's a support. So, like, Ogre Magi, for example, you have Bloodlust on someone, so you've kind of done your job already. And if it's a support Sven, you get into the Aghanim Shard, then you're at least providing some passive armor to your entire team. So I really don't hate the Sven pick, and there's still the flex that it could be a 1. You don't know with Team Mystique.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm in two minds about it. If it is carry, then I'm definitely in two minds about it because there's like it's a weird with Death Prophet. I feel like the lane is okay, but Death Prophet always feels like she's one step ahead of you. She gets the Yules before you get your BKB. That's really annoying. She can get a Shivas for a bit of armor against you, so you can't immediately blow her up. And that's ultimately what you want to do as a carry spam, is just jump in and immediately blow up a DP before she can get that ulti offer in the early stages. Now, admittedly, if he's working with the Shadow Fiend, then between the two of them, they will have enough damage to get through us. So it could work out, but yeah, I think I'd prefer to see it as a support. I think that would be really strong for Mystique. That shard is... Mwah.
Oh, he's so smart, man.
God,
He's so
damn.
smart.
You said it, not me. So we've...
I really don't like this disruptor. We saw it not yesterday, maybe it was the day before, disruptor into Tidehunter, and it just showcased how goddamn good this Rubik is at being able to pretty much, you mitigate all of Disruptor's toolkit with Kinetic Field and Static Storm. I think really the only way you can play Disruptor into this matchup is playing for your Glimpse and just looking to play incredibly fast.
Yeah, and it's not like you have a lineup to... I feel like Ricky's job in this game is very clear, right? Find the Rubik, dart him, and set up for kills. But who do you have to actually follow in immediately after you if they've got decent sentry wards set up, And I feel like Ricky might just end up feeding a bunch of kills as a result of it. Through no fault of his own, right? That's his job, but it's just on the back of Team Mystique if their invis coverage is good throughout the map.
And I think that's where, like, might be leaning towards one of these, like, kind of jump heroes for media gaming as well. Things like the Storm Spirit or the Ember Spirit, to kind of have that hero that will go in, as soon as the Sleep Dart goes down on the Rubik, you'd be able to come in with the Static Storm Kinetic Field combo, and then you just jump in with, like, an Ember Spirit or, one of the Spirit heroes to try and blow up somebody in the backline. And so Night Stalker kind of saves you a little bit from getting spirited. I think it is very, very good against a lot of these spirits with like Blink BKB to be able to get in on top of them with the AoE silence as well. So I like this from Team Mystique, and also just gives them a hero to get on top of the sniper here.
Then I'll get to Night Stalker and he didn't call it. What's going on?
No, I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. Like, what I was thinking is that I think it's still a really good Clockwork game for Mystique, but they probably don't want to reveal it just yet because they've picked up this Sven, right? And they don't want to just shoehorn the Sven into being the carry if they wanted to maintain that flexibility. So I was thinking, what sort of offlaners might they look to go for? Mars wouldn't have been terrible, just because you're going to be able to, get the Death Prophet away, you throw up the arena, and then suddenly DP either needs to pop the BKB, Sniper needs to get into, like, killable range, so it makes things very awkward. Night Stalker, it might just be a personal preference sort of thing for NJ, where he's like, look, I just want to be able to stay away from the DP, and maybe they're even using it as a bit of a block pick against, like, a Disruptor draft. Night Stalker Disruptor, Aries, you and I have been casting some Eastern Europe over the years, and we know that that's a combo that they like to go back to very frequently.
Dire team ban.
Big thing is media rely on their vision and just how you can set up a formation with Disruptor Sniper. Very, very squishy heroes. Night Stalker with Dark Ascension and Gem as well is a great way to mitigate the Ricky's effectiveness. So vision is going to be the name of the game for them.
I'm gonna keep it a stat with you though. I'm not super keen on this Night Stalker pick. So, like, my concern here is the supports cover each other really, really well. Like, if the Night Stalker runs in onto the Disruptor or onto the Sniper, he's going to get slept. If he runs onto the Sniper or the Ricky, then he's going to get glimpsed back. Like, it's actually really hard for him to stick on heroes before BKB, and then when you get your BKB, I'm not sure you've got the damage to kind of really threaten a Sniper. Sniper might just turn around and kill you, and now the Naga Siren comes out. Oh my god, they've gone from like full speed to full greed on Meteor Gaming. What on earth is that? Is it...
They
is it
couldn't pudge, could they?
Sniper No. I don't know what they're doing.
What you think is a 1?
I think it's a
Maybe it's
mid sniper against a Shadow Fiend that's probably going to be mid.
5
Jesus.
seconds remaining.
All right. So I'm going Team Mystique for this one.
We don't know, like, what do they have to address the Naga at this point? Like, all these illusions.
Punch
Night Stalker,
They've
terrible.
got Sven. They've already got Sven. They got SF. I think they're fine.
Yeah, but it's physical damage, right? Naga has insane armor. That's the big issue for mine. I wouldn't hate the Lesh, honestly. Like, Pudge, or it feels... You can get glimpsed back, you can get, you know, slowed down, you can get sleep darted, you can get ensnared, and that's what I don't really like quite so much, whereas the Lash Rack, at least you're doing some AoE damage.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I like this just a little bit more than the Leshrac because it just allows you to be one of those like scarier heroes to get on top of the Sniper. It's very similar in the way that it does a lot of magic damage, a lot of AoE damage as well, and be able to just be a tanky frontliner. Like, they have 3 very tanky heroes in the Night Stalker, the Primal, as well as the Sven. So I like this kind of last Primal pick here for Mystique, and I don't know if it's going to be enough though to change out, because I'm a very big believer in Sniper. I think it might be, you know, some PTSD from pubs from years past, but I feel like the Sniper hero is a little hard to beat sometimes.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. This is pretty wild. So it's going to be the Night Stalker on the carry, right? So, and where does that leave them? I mean, Mystique suddenly just have this like very aggressive draft. I mean, I guess SF is still the real carry, even though he's from the mid lane. I mean, I just think it's too greedy from Meteor. I don't think they can play this slowly. Like, all Mystique really needs to do is just make sure that this Death Prophet doesn't have a free time. Like, make sure she wastes her first 1 or 2 exorcisms. And I don't really think Meteor can come into the game. Like, their draft is just way too slow. They need way too much of the map, which I just don't think they're going to get. So I'm going Mystique. Fluke, very quick.
I think I'll still have to go with Mystique. I did say something about Sniper, but I'm going to have to go with Mystique here.
All right, we're doubling down again. Let's do it, Fluke. We can't be wrong twice in a row. Let's throw it over to Daniel Ganaries for game number 3, the deciding matchup between Meteor and Mystique.
Thank you, lads. And we'll see if they can be wrong twice in a row, or the Oracle himself. We still haven't yet to hear your prediction. Of course, you were calling for the Sniper early in the draft. Do we feel like Mystique have enough answers to address this mid lane Sniper?
I can see why they might. My big issue is if Mystique try and fight before the BKB comes out on the Primal Beast, because I think this lane is actually going to be fairly decent for Meteor, right? Like, they've got the Glimpse, and Disruptors really like to level up the Glimpse these days, not just to have that heavy reduction on the cooldown, but it's actually just about as efficient in terms of damage and mana usage compared to the Thunderstrike. It means that you don't need to use as many mangoes, and you just go the trading build. This is almost identical, actually, to the item build that a lot of the pros are using, and I've had a lot of success personally in my pubs as well. So I actually quite like Meteor Gaming's draft this time around. I feel like every time that the Primal Beast is trying to use all of his magic damage to be able to take out the high armor Naga Siren, she's going to be able to A, run away because she's very quickly, or B, he's just going to get glimpsed back and it's not going to have too much of effectiveness. So I actually don't hate Meteor's draft. What do you reckon?
Battle begins.
It does seem like Raiden cover each other pretty nicely. I think for Dire, you're going to have a lot of emphasis on trying to get on top of the Sniper, and you've got the Riki to play in front of him to kind of scout out the Naga illusions to help keep waves in a good position. If you ever get onto the Naga, you can use Song. So if you ever get onto the Sniper, you can use Song to reposition, and then once Dire kind of heavily commit, all of a sudden you're in a tricky spot. So I think that's kind of the nice thing that Radiant are able to play around with, but I'm not too concerned about the Naga's illusions, in particular inside the fights, because that's where the Primal Beast is able to address it. And I really think this Rubik is just the biggest counter to the Disruptor now with that Aghanim Shard. And I don't think they have a lineup where they can look to play really aggressive and play off the back of glimpses instead.
Even with the Naga illusions, do you think they could like be the thing to use for Vision to try and catch out the Rubik, glimpse him back, take him out, and then take the team fight?
I don't think the Rubik should ever be in a position where you get glimpsed and get brought down to start. Maybe that's where you use Song to get on top of... Look, they've got a Primal Beast, Night Stalker, and a Sven that can position in front of him. And you're going to have vision advantage with the Dark Ascension as well. I really don't think Rubik should be caught out of position in a game like this.
Probably shouldn't, to be honest. And I mean, again, imagine if Rubik's able to steal Glimpse, right? All of the cast range on Glimpse plus a Night Stalker. It's kind of nutty that you're actually the ones that are going to be able to find pickoffs. I still kind of want to put it out there and just think that Meteor can take this. I think they've got the avenues. I don't think this is a massive outdraft either ways, like it was in games number 1 and
So the one interesting thing that we do have is this Night Stalker carry, something that we've really only seen put in the carry role against some like Helm of the Overlord hero, where you can get a really fast way to address that thanks to the Aghanim Shard. So what do we feel is like the reasoning for them to give the carry, the Night Stalker in the carry role?
Good question, to be honest. I think they just needed something else that was able to get in onto the back lines, and that was what they felt comfortable with. It's not like it's an amazing lane against the death, and you've got a double melee lane as well, so Ricky's going to be able to do a good enough job trading right clicks with you. All of that armor that Ricky's got to play with, you can see he's itemized for the Orb of Venom, just because he knows that he's going to have the extra mobility versus almost every single hero. Last time we actually saw the Night Stalker pos one, was it like mid one playing it for SMG when he was carry?
The only one I can remember is when Martu played it at TI, but I'm sure that's the only one I've seen recently. I'm sure there has been some others though.
TZ actually ended up going for the Thunderstrike first instead of the Glimpse, but luckily for there wasn't any super deep dives coming through from the Primal Beast. In the meantime, he's been able to get a double stack off and try and push the wave closer back towards his tower, so it's a lot harder to go for those gank attempts.
One thing that we do have to keep in mind, this is kind of the disruptor into the Primal Beast was also something that a lot of the teams favored in the last chance qualifiers.
Bottom lane.
Which, yeah, speaking about it, NJ, don't look for the long charge, but there's a glimpse. See you later, buddy.
Back you go.
That's exactly kind of what we saw again at the last chance qualifiers. It was really the Eastern European teams that brought it to the forefront. We saw Liquid look to utilize it a lot in their last games to, of course, qualify to the group stages. But yeah, it was like the disruptor, the clockwork. So we'll see how TZ is going to be able to play against NJ.
I like that he's prioritized killing these illusions as well. This early on, before Naga gets too much in the form of stats, your heavy right-click damage on the Primal Beast still does a lot to be able to take care of them. So does mean that you just get a little bit of that extra gold in the lane, not even needing to expend the trample for it. Actually going to go for another dive, but again, Glimpse just completely negates it. This is the lane that I was talking about, and well, Primal's actually running a little short on mana. Mangoed up by DQQ, prevents the amount of times that he can look to go for these gank attempts.
A lot of aggression onto the Naga though, just trying to prevent her from being able to get as much farm as possible. They are doing a good job at that, at least in that regard. And in the opposite lane zone, attempting to get aggressive onto the sniper as well, but the shrapnel would be that deterrent, so YRG is going to be okay. They're even trying to bring Ricky over as well. This will get scouted out with the Observe Ward, so Zone is going to be able to reposition accordingly.
Wonder if you can even consider, he's holding on to the third point here on the Disruptor. Wonder if he's considering just using the kinetic field in case they go for a dive underneath the tower, not using the Glimpse, and just trying to get the tower damage to take care of the Primal for the most part.
That could be a great way to help them reposition out to the left or the right. Maybe even have the Ricky TP in.
Someone else right now, though, for NJ to farm all underneath his tower, and he's making sure to keep this wave in a really dangerous spot as well. So not too much that can do about it, but this terrible Kobold soldier camp means that this lane is not going to be fixed too much either. It's the siege creep wave as well, so those neutrals are going to fall down pretty damn quickly as DQQ actually makes the rotation back, realizing that NJ is not in a position where he's going to be dying anytime soon. even with Ray making his rotation through, they want to try and get this early kill onto the sniper. Would be a great way to enable Zone to start what Shadow Fiends need, and that's that snowballing start where you just amp up the damage and go from there.
And I think Radiant's Ward just expired as well, so I don't believe they're too aware of this. And honestly, with the position of the lanes, it's not going to be easy for them to read it. You've got, I think top lane's going to be equal. They've got no vision here. You're probably anticipating the wave's going to get pulled as well, so maybe expecting a support to be there. Bottom's directly underneath NJ's tower, so he doesn't need his support for the next little bit of time. So
they could assume he's stacking, for example.
Yep, exactly.
Like there's many things that DQQ could be doing at this time. Could be even looking to get some like super deep wards up, knowing that Naga Sirens tend to like to go back to the jungle, setting up for future ganks in, around the 10 or so minute mark.
Yeah, both these mid laners are going to be very vulnerable to these rotations. We just saw the Riki attempted. So if it's Dire that actually makes that first successful rotation, then all of a sudden this lane could just snowball out of control, or really just, it could just help the supports get a little bit more levels to make it even a little bit more gold. Say if Ruby gets boots at an early stages, or even Ray as well, that would just make it that much easier to be able to wrap behind the sniper and get that stun to allow the Shadow Fiend to get the razors. So you've got to be really cautious to not feed away this kill. We'll see if YRG is able to read it.
Yeah, I mean, this just comes down to like played experience, like how many times have you played against these guys in your pubs? How habit formed are they, where they like, do the exact same thing every single time? And how adaptable do you think they are based on what we saw in games 1 and 2? There wasn't that many mid rotations in those first 2 games, so maybe they'll be able to catch the sniper off guard.
Yeah, really, the only rotations we saw was trying to get the power runes. It wasn't like, this is not even the timing to rotate for the power runes. It's usually you'll start to move at like the 45-second mark. So this move is them going for the kill. You've got great positioning with the cliff, and maybe even they're considering like, all right, but potential wards expired. And I mean, that's exactly what happened. Like YRG just had a ward mid, it just expired. So maybe they're like, all right, if we move a little bit earlier before the rune timing, he might not have a ward set up already by support to help protect him.
He might kind of know what's going on, though, because if you have a look at him, like, he's mid-cast of Shrapnel right now, and it's level 3, so that's going to do a good job of pushing the lane out. Obviously, you kind of want to do that against a Shadow Fiend because he's just raising the wave back in your favor, but he might just say, look, I want to make sure that I'm not going to get dived underneath the tower with creeps assisting it, so let's just push the wave out now and then back off. It's a question of where does he back off to, though? Maybe just wanting to have bit more information as to where these supports might be.
Do we feel like the supports this game are really the playmakers? Are there any calls we need to look to, not just through the first 10 minutes, maybe even like the first 15 minutes, to be the ones like making plays across the map and getting aggressive?
Good question, right? Like, because it's not, I think going into the late game, there's not like a massive favor for either team. Like, you've got Naga and Sniper on one team, both incredibly strong, but then you've also got a Primal Beast who's able to deal with the illusions incredibly well. You've got a Night Stalker who's going to be an absolute terror for the backlines and taking out a big portion of the team fight in the form of the Disruptor. And then Shadow Fiend's a pretty decent right-clicking beast in his own right. So I think in terms of the early gameplay, it's not necessarily about making the plays happen, it's just preventing your cause from dying. And obviously both teams favor their drafts. They wouldn't have drafted them if they didn't, right? So I think they both feel like they've got the capability to go into the late game.
So we expecting maybe a little bit more of a slower paced game 3
sure.
here to get both sides just, get stable, get their footing, find that farm. Does that mean it's going to be a lot off the back of like this kind of ward formation around the river just to scout out if that enemy team is kind of crossing into the opposition's half?
Yeah, crossing into the enemy's half, or even just what power rune is available, right? Because that can be the thing that breaks the game open.
Sure.
A Shadow Fiend with haste, for example, is super capable of killing a Naga Siren. So we'll see what ends up happening there. I mean, it's only been 0 kills, and it's already the 5.5 minute mark. Could be 1. Now onto the Sniper, but we will have to wait and see.
With the patch on the horizon, are you let's do some
theory
creative
crafting
thinking here. Some theory crafting. We haven't seen changes to the power runes in quite some time, and even a new one added as well. Oh god, he's come back. Oh no. Maybe
We're like,
won't
we
have
don't
time
want to hear us talk about
Yeah,
the game. Our stupid theories coming through. I'll have a think about it. We've got the game to play right now, but I'll have a think about what extra rune we could get.
We'll see how creative you can be, and well, if YRG is going to be in the mindset he needs to keep his life, and it looks like that's not the case. DQQ can telekinesis him back over to Zone's grasping hands as it's Ray that comes here. Thank you, brother. Hey, look, I made the rotation all the way down from top. You should reward me for making that play. I was definitely needed.
Means he's going to get his boots as well if he wanted to. He's already sitting very healthy in terms of regen, wards, everything, and even he's looking to protect that power rune as well with his body, not putting down any kind of observer ward for that feat. It's just off the back of some really good lane positioning though, right? Primal was farming under the tower, Night Stalker as well.
Zone might be in some trouble. Kinetic field to get that shrapnel damage going, but Zone will just do the easy thing and TP out. Which it doesn't look like Rubik has that capability, but won't even matter. Multiple stick charges to play with and no damage for Raiden to continue the chase.
Still though, you'd have to say that Mystique are fairly happy with how that one's turned out. They might even be looking to see, with the damage that the shrapnel was doing, that it's been put a few points into it. So Ray might choose to see if there's been any stacks built up inside of the triangle. Hasn't been just yet, but of course it's good to scout out that sort of thing when you've got heroes like a Shadow Fiend or a Primal Beast that are very quickly able to steal them away.
See if YRG is going to be able to read this again. Sitting off to the left side, but it's going to be DQQ that actually backs off and will continue to try and make some stacks.
He didn't walk perfectly inside of the Fog of War, so that they know that he's been walking around probably on a courier killings mission, and well, he's already gotten one on the way back towards his lane.
DQQ is going to be in some trouble. Have the assassinate from downtown to help out with the damage, but they're going to be cautious how long they want to take to fight. And Zone's now rocked up. We'll try and get the razors going, but the silence going to prevent that follow-up damage as Marblu will just escape. Great use of the blink to find the distance to get out.
That's 6 armor that Ricky has really coming in handy there. Doesn't stop them from taking the stack that had been built up for the Shadow Fiend, but of course, really important to just try and take that any potential away from to be able to snowball more than he naturally does. Ray's, speaking of that, he'll probably start to build up a few stacks for the SF just so that he can keep the ball rolling.
So we've seen a lot of attention's been put around the mid lane against the Sniper and the Shadow Fiend, which means all the cores in the side lanes have had a pretty free time.
A movement from Night Stalker that probably isn't completely expected. Are they in a position to kill anything, though? This is a deep dive if they were to go for it. And Sniper, good map awareness as well. They're probably saying, well, where the hell's Night Stalker right now? Not the greatest jungler.
And they're going to see him.
Yeah. Did they get the DP? Nope. Good positioning by Marblu.
And the DP is that one person I want to see activated out of Radiant. With that Exo, can definitely look to open up the map, get some pressure into the tower, but how can they do that here for Meteor?
To enable the DP? Honestly, they probably can't. Maybe it's going to be on the back of the DP getting dived upon. She has, how many points in Spirit Siphon? All 4, actually. So plenty survivable if she does get gone on. And then it's just a matter of making a TP happen. Maybe they back off, and then you use the glimpse back to be able to get a kill. Perhaps use that to convert into a tower. So I think Molasses is probably going to be kept on his own for a majority of his time up here.
Obviously, with all that free space that he is getting, he's definitely having a great start. Top of the net worth, but be casualty of war with this smoke. They're going to be bringing 2 members. And in that smoke party is going to be the Shadow Fiend, so require out the SF damage to be able to secure the kill. With the Night Stalker Dark Ascension, they'll easily scout him out, ducking into the tree line. There's going to be no escape across the map, though. There will be an invasion party inside Dire Zone jungle. They're not going to have the damage at the moment to kill off DQQ. It's now with the pulverize from NJ. Kills off TZ. Can they get him one more right click? He gets the kill anyway, but it really doesn't matter. NJ's rotation with that pulverize secures them a big kill onto the Sniper, and these early game movements from Team Mystique have been on point.
It was a very deep movement from the Sniper, it has to be said, especially considering you did nothing to control that high ground cliff ward, so every little bit of his movement was completely scouted out. The plus side is you've still got the net worth lead on the back of the Naga Siren being basically uncontested, so Meteor Gaming can look to play off the comfort of knowing that. He's going to be scouted out somewhat by Ray, and I kind of feel like Ray could even just look to follow him around. Just make sure that he's not getting any of this farm completely for free. Even soaking up the experience can do quite a lot against a Naga Siren, who most of your last hits come off the back of your illusions, so you can oftentimes fall behind in experience at the levels.
Oh, here we go. This is how they're going to look to try and unlock the Death Prophet. Oh, they saw the
Stolen.
Exo? All right. Well, maybe this might warrant them to try and defend this tier 1 tower. They're going to need to bring a little bit more numbers to make this attempt.
They really want to keep that siege creep alive, not making the same mistake they made in game number 1. And they will do so.
Ray's going to be the first one to lead in. Sets up for NJ. They'll glimpse the Primal Beast back, but he's already done his job. Holding Molasses is into place. Zone's going to try and charge up the Requiem, but the damage just isn't there at the moment. Molasses can stand strong. That's a big victory for Radiant. They have wasted out the Exo duration, so let's see if they're still going to be able to get the tier 1 tower.
I mean, that's the dream for a sniper, right? He just sat back and peeped away from long range, and he was very happy to do so. It means that you don't die just yet on the Death Prophet. You still probably do take this tier 1 tower. Oh, and they get a glimpse in onto the SF. Glimpse level 3 available, so if they wanted to go for a dive, they could, but they know that the Pulverize still wasn't used, and you don't quite yet have that level 6 on the Disruptor, so pretty happy just to get a tower for free with Naga farming all the while.
Top tower is under attack.
And looking at the Naga even more, it definitely feels like her illusions in particular with pushing out side lanes is, I actually don't think something that Dire can address. Your two supports definitely cannot. Your Primal Beast can, but this hero is not the most mobile. Like, Onslaught's got a pretty big cooldown, 16. You can't really use it to get across the map easily. Maybe Blink will help out there, but... And this is a Night Stalker. I mean, even if you went into the Arcanum Scepter just for that own reason to help with dealing with the illusions, it's 4,200 gold, and I don't even think it'd be enough damage to do it. So we spoke a lot about like the
play. Sorry, TZ was doing a clever play with his illusion, just seeing if Primal Beast would pulverize it. Sorry, what were you saying?
I'll hold that thought, because it does look like Dire's going to try and make a tent with a smoke on 3. Their target is the Naga inside the triangle. It's not going to be an easy way for them to start the fight. They'll need to pop the Dark Ascension. He might just song instantly, but he doesn't have a skill point though. And with the daytime, smoke pops and... Oh, an awkward smoke for Dire. And now look what they're getting out of the map. Top lane's completely shoved in. Molasses, he's free farming bottom. They're getting a lot out of the other lanes, and they might even look to try and take this team fight. EQQ gonna be glimpsed back. Static Storm even lay it down as well, just to help secure the kill onto the Rubik. TZ, no messing around, but Nemo Naga's even caught up to Rage. Do they have a way to cancel the TP? And that kill, just giving him the level 10, putting a point into the ultimate, a long cooldown, but a kill nonetheless.
Wonder if they'll get the sense that they might have put down one of these Deep Observer wards as well, which, again, I don't think they're going to be going for any smokes anytime soon on Meteor. You know, you've got an Argus and you've got who, to be fair, didn't have the greatest laning stage, obviously given up that first blood, and he's sitting at the bottom of the net worth for his team, but you can see that he's not really gone that full farming creep hitting route, you know? It's more about keeping the lanes shoved in. It's more about protecting the Nagas farm.
Dark Ascension used inside the river, but just glimpsed him away. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Was the glimpse used before the Dark Ascension was popped?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No, he used the Dark Ascension, then got glimpsed just before he was able to get in range for the crippling fear.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom
Because the
tower
range isn't that... sorry, your vision isn't that great once the Dark Ascension's popped, so I was like, really? He didn't get silenced before he got the glimpse off? But very fast fingers coming through, I suppose. Oh, that ward inside of the Radiant Triangle. Ancient camp area, sorry. Just out of range of the Sentry ward.
Oh, Blues. They have a sentry? Oh no, they're gonna smoke and try and contest this. Blue to start.
He's
Gotta be
going very
cautious if they
deep.
group up. Putting a lot of their attention over towards the Rick here, but they're not gonna be able to bring him down. Now Molasses can look to enter the fight off the back of the Exorcism, but he might not be strong enough to win this as NJ just goes straight towards the Sniper, pummel him into the ground. It sets up for Zone, and the Night Stalker to get the damage going. The Naga was able to wrap onto the backline and get some revenge, but it wasn't enough to turn the team fight into their favor. So they're still looking for more. Could be the disruptor who's this last target. Okay, Nick Field will hold them back. And that'll be all she wrote. So in the end, a 3 for 2 favoring Mystique.
Yeah, you'd be happy with that one on Mystique, just keeping the sniper in the bin, preventing him. I mean, he knows he's one of the main targets, right? As they actually get a cheeky little sleep off onto the Sven, just letting him know what the situation is. Should probably
It's
go
not looking
down
like
here.
a good situation. Back as he got boys. Lads, help me. Sirs, please.
Not a chance. You're a
One game.
pod, my brother.
Can't see a brother go down like that. They gotta make amends for it. They're ready to go though. I think Moblu might have just got a glimpse of DQQ. Now we'll get confirmation of their positioning. Not even block the stack. A little bit too late.
I like YRG not getting super greedy, right? The only reason he died that time is because Primal Beast is trampling on top of him. You've got the raise damage coming through off the back of the slows, and he just wants to BKB. He wants to make himself not a free kill on this map. He knows Naga's going to carry this game if it gets to the later stages, but right now he just needs to make sure that he's not feeding too much of that gold away while still being able to push out lanes, and he's doing that with the shrapnel build, so I quite like how he's skilling this game.
Oh, Moblu, no.
Oh,
Bit
speaking
too
of
late
bottom,
to use the tricks of the trade to dodge the Sven stun, so Moblu will end up going down. Now bottom lane though, the Nightstalker, no, he's onto the sniper. The glimpse will come out the last second. Can he get the void off? It's still on
clever.
cooldown. Great glimpse from TZ. It probably will cost him his own life, but that is a worthwhile sacrifice from the support.
Very, very nicely done. Where's the tip? That's where you need the tip coming through from your teammate, letting you know you did a very nice job. And this is also the, am I wrong? No, it's my bad. So not a really big window for them to be able to make a lot of stuff happen, maybe get a bit more aggressive with their farm, but any time that you're able to just kite out a Dark Ascension without a core going down is a big win for your team.
Dire's top
Yep.
tower is under attack.
Multiple Dark Ascensions we've seen used now to no avail, and this is a Orchid picked up already for the Naga Siren. Mantle, Orchid, top of the net worth. Who is his target going to be inside the team fights here for the Naga? Who does he want to be prioritizing with this silence now?
Honestly, the Primal wouldn't be the worst, just because a big part of his damage output is that magic, just to be able to get off the slow as well from the uproar, so I really wouldn't hate seeing them use it on that. I would have said the SF, but he's just picked up the BKB for himself, so he is much more survivable, and we don't see an Aghanim Shard just yet coming out for the Rubik, so he's opted to go for the Aether Lens first, feeling like maybe they need to get a little bit more active, get a few more kills on the board, but definitely want to see that being his next item.
Bottom lane, they're setting up on the Nightstalker, but Dire inside the river is starting to make their way bottom, so Ricky and the boys will think twice about this. Of course, not an easy kill to the carry. 1800 health with the armlet activated.
Zone's being very careful not to just reveal himself completely on the lane, trying to nuke these waves down as quickly as he
Yeah.
can to not show that he has the
They're going back for him bottom.
BKB.
Sleeping Dart into the Exo committed.
Oh, he got
Should
out
be
on
able to
Sniper
secure
as
the
well.
kill.
I think that was just luck. He TP'd to the outpost, 6-second TP underneath his tier 1 tower, and that's exactly where Mystique were making that rotation through. Could they look to Song here? Maybe if
Yeah,
they clumped
he
up a little
might.
more, but they'll be able to get a free kill onto the Sven. Happy enough for that.
They're playing the map really well, and I feel like a lot of this comes off the back of the Ricky. His scouting shenanigans and always just having that being utilized as a roaming ward to see wherever Mystique are playing.
Got down a lot of deep wards again. The Naga Siren Illusion's doing a lot of that job as well on the top side. I've talked about Sniper's Shrapnel build. Just it's that ghost push, right? Don't show yourself in the lane. Just throw an ability and then get out to the safety of where you've actually got some decent vision. So again, Meteor, I really like the way that they've addressed this game. It feels like they're all on the same page in terms of their overall macro strategy.
Has to be said as well, it's definitely a different sort of style here for Mystique. We're seeing them play a lot off the back of this Nature's Prophet in Game 1 and Game 2, having this kind of fast tempo lineup. And well, this Game 3 in particular, it's been very slow from them. 20 minutes in, 9 kills apiece, but they haven't really been the ones making that aggressive maneuver into Radiant side of the map. They're just happy with getting their farm. It's just a question if can they hit their timings, because Meteor, well, they feel like they're ready to go. Molasses just charging up into the triangle, trying to protect that power rune, but it's only a regen, nothing too crazy.
They might feel like they're ready to go, but I really hope.
Marblue, in combination with the Naga Siren, they're going to need some TPs coming out pretty goddamn fast, but it might be too late. Can they turn it back around, however? NJ's hesitant. Naga can look to use this song, but the rest of the boys are actually starting to make their way to top. Meteor instead, they want to take the team fight. They'll turn their attention over to DQQ. An easy kill for them to find, or is it easy? The Pulverize protects the Rubik long enough for him to be able to escape. Another Naga Siren, she's the one that's in trouble. The trample will bring her down at the last second. Now NJ, he's looking for more, but he's got to double back. Hesitant because the rest of the team, they've come on over. Static Storm to lock him in. Molasses has shown up, and all of Meteor will be rewarded with getting the kill onto NJ. Beautifully done, coming fast enough to help take that team fight.
Oh, I said they were all on the same page, and I was a little worried at that point because I was like, he's songed. He's standing next to a lot of these high damage heroes. Where are the boys? They were prioritized with trying to take out that Shadow Fiend. He was able to get the BKB TP off back to base and be that stopgap between the Naga Siren and the rest of his team. But, well, they still were able to get a 3-for-1 hero trade on Meteor. So even though your Naga Siren ends up dying, spends a lot of time off the map, you do still win out on the trade. Get a BKB popped, get 3 kills, you're still satisfied.
What are your thoughts on Rubik going for the Blink next item?
Don't like it. I mean, we've seen the greatness that the Active Shard provides, right? And I mean, even little things like, let's say, for example, you're able to steal Song of the Siren somehow, because you've got the Aether Lens, it's possible, and the Ring of the Vizier. If you even stole Song, that's a bunch of HP back for the rest of your team, if you're able to get that one off. So it just buffs everything up, not just the Static Storm denial.
Yeah, and it's a denial of the potential sleeping dart to allow the rest of the team to close the distance, the potential to be able to stop the Naga Siren from just locking down one person and being able to blow them up. I think the shards would provide them a whole lot of defensive kind of toolkit that they're really requiring in these fights. So
I'm just trying to think what the Blink is actually looking to do, you know? Like what's it enabling? Because you've got BKB on the Primal Beast. You're going to have a BKB soon on the Night Stalker. You've got one on the Shadow
Jungle. Static Storm onto 2. Shadow Fiend's got a BKB. He's going to be forced to use it. There a BKB as a way to run away instead of taking a team fight. So down to 7 seconds here for Zone.
Tier 2 tower top, almost gone as well. Really does feel like both teams are just waiting for these BKBs to come out. YRG's got his. Death Prophet actually went away from it. She was going to look to build into it, but instead opting for the Heaven's Halberd instead. Really don't hate it. I mean, again, with these BKBs being expended, the value of that one just goes up more and more.
Is a Heart completed? I think it is.
Yep.
Oh god, she's so farmed. Oh, she's actually so farmed.
What can you do?
What can
and
you
all
do?
this
It's
physical
just
damage as well, right? Like, how are you going to kill the real Naga Siren with the Heart, with the Ricky Sleep Dart as well, just providing all of that mischance from the smoke screen and going into a Butterfly next with no real ways to stop her.
Arc Ascension used just for a measly disruptor. They got the kill, but I don't know if that's a worthwhile kill to expend your Dark Ascension with.
Definitely not. I'm sure they were hoping to be able to claim something else, maybe thinking that Rubik might have been able to steal something. They'll be able to get a tier 1 tower at least, you would assume. Let's go, Sven. Pos 5, Sven. Hit that tower. Steals the last hit.
What's he queued up? He's already got his...
Don't hate it.
Yeah, he's like, all right, come on, boys. You know, Solar Crest, it's going to help you do a little bit more damage, get that attack speed going. I need the net worth. I need the gold. We were just speaking about the Naga Siren, kind of the difficulties that they might have. NJ, you see his itemization, Shivas and Scepter, so that's definitely going to help out in fights. But again, it's just a question of like out of fights, Yeah, good luck dealing with him, and now good luck even dealing with Radiant having an Aegis advantage, because looks like Mystique will be a little bit too late to contest this, even though the scan was on point.
It's still going to
Still
give it
wanna
over
take
the
the
Naga.
fight.
I feel like he's
Smoke's
going to
gonna
play a lot
pop.
more aggressively.
You're able to sleeping dart the Night Stalker, but the rest of Dire are nearby. They're going to be cautious. Zone, he's going to try and charge up the Requiem straight on top of the Death Prophet. They'll slam her down to the ground and get an easy kill as a result of this, but they've got to be cautious though. Song does get stolen, so they can counter-initiate if Radiant want to take the fight off the back of this Song, and that won't be the case. They'll use it defensively to reposition. So Mystique has to be happy with that. A big kill onto Molasses Death Prophet.
Yeah, didn't use it to be able to save the DP, which I'm a little surprised about, you know? You just picked up the Aegis. I feel like Naga could have definitely looked to put herself in onto the front lines. Wasn't able to get the Greaves off, wasn't able to get any Spirit Siphons off as well, which almost certainly would have meant the DP survives and you get good value out of that Exorcism. So, again, they're cutting their losses. They don't lose anything massive, but it just gives...
Ooh. DQQ ran out of... Oh, no.
Feels bad.
That's tough, man, because that Song would have been so nice to use in this next team fight.
Might be the case of like, well, he's stolen Smokescreen anyway now. They feel like without the Exorcism, they don't feel like they can take a team fight just yet, but I'm not so sure. You're gonna need the SF to join in onto this fight though. Not quite yet level 18. Would be great, of course, to have that extra level in the Requiem, but right now, just putting himself on the front lines, trying to take away as much of that map as he can. He's not content with just farming the top side. He wants bottom, he wants top, he wants mid, he wants your entire map.
And he'll get it. This Naga with almost Butterfly completed. The Shadow Fiend is going to have some difficulties with getting that right-click damage going.
Got to be careful about
continue
using
on.
the glyph as well, right? Like, you've already lost a tier 2 tower top. They won't have the refresh of the glyph if it ends up going down. So, yeah, you're basically just giving this one up for free. YRG with the BKB means that he isn't an easy kill anymore. They immediately go for the smoke afterwards.
Who's the target? They don't have any vision inside Dire's own top jungle. So no one they're able to scout at the moment. They might bypass zone, however. Or do they just want to get themselves set up with the Nagasari and pushing the tower and play behind him?
They're not wanting to make it too obvious, just doing normal Nagasaren things. They know they were playing around that region. They're using the creeps to push it in, make sure that the tower gets hit a few times. They were in position to potentially catch the SF if he chose to defend the mid tier 2.
Well, they might bait with this illusion. Let's see. It's the dart. Do they heavily commit? Looks like they've been able to read in illusion.
Nightstalker needs
Vision
to
of the
find the
real one.
backline. He's got to take out that Ricky or the Disruptor. He's got the BKB, he's got the Dust, he's even got a Titan Sliver as well to provide him a little bit more survivability and damage. But, well, they feel like they're not just ready quite yet. And maybe they're just saying, look, I need BKB. I need to get there immediately because my BKB is already 1 second down. We can't waste any time. Dark Ascension level 18 would be great as well. Just 150 gold away. Maybe wanting to wait out the Aegis timer as well. Really feels to me like that's Mystique's, I don't want to say their last chance, but their
Can
best
Ricky
chance.
catch
they've had.
anyone? Oh my god. They showed mid now.
Don't want
He's
to
going to be
BKB for
nearby.
this.
The QQ as well. Now make sure he doesn't have to force out the BKB, but you see Naga just has zero cares in the world. Finally have to use it defensively once the kinetic field will lock him into place, but that means it's a lot more difficult for the Night Stalker to get those support heroes like you were wanting him to.
Buys out the Blink Dagger, so he still wants to try and do it. It's just on the positioning of TZ. He is going to be the main target. His positioning, though. Just
How do you fight
staying as
into
far
this?
away.
This is not an easy team fight to take. Naga on the front, Exo popped. Do you really want it to run into this? It looks like they're going to wait for the Exorcism to spiral. Will they? NJ charges into the middle, over towards an Nagasari, but they're only just tickling her. NJ's in trouble. Defensive use of the BKB. Now they can look to turn. With the help of the Pulverize, they're only starting to get the right-click damage going.
Night
They'll be able
Stalker's
to
just
deal with
waiting.
the first life. finally secures a kill. Now where's the opening to go in afterwards? Night Stalker finds a jump. Now they can move over towards the Nagasai, but the support's getting controlled. It gives them an opening to try and deal with the carry, but the damage isn't there at the moment. Naga looks to turn onto the Shadow Fiend. The Death Requiem's not enough to kill off Radiant members. Maybe it's a Night Stalker that can turn it back around. He finds an opening to jump into the middle. All he gets is TZ though. They didn't need more out of it.
Yeah, and now it's daytime. Now you don't have Dark Ascension, and both of the supports, or actually both supports buy back. What can you do against this? Shadow Fiend, even once he comes back, no BKB, no Requiem, no souls to be able to play around with. I wouldn't be surprised if they just didn't leave Mystique space.
Even with the respawn, it's not going to be easy to contest this, or they can glimpse him back. TC is going to force start to close the distance. Short range glimpse, but it doesn't matter. Rubik's down. An instant use of the buyback. I don't think they're going to be able to protect this second set as well.
Maybe not even the third, to be honest. SF still just sitting at the 12 soul stolen. They're gonna play
MJ.
conservative route.
Make sure they hold the primal base into place. There's no way for them to disrupt this retreat from Meteor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Big wave top as well. They might be tempted to go back for that. Anyone close to a big item? I mean, Sniper, again, I think since the very beginning of the game, like, he's died 3 times, but certainly hasn't become that potential feeding hero that we were hoping that he wasn't, right? And ever since then, he's just been slowly creeping up in farm, went from last of the cause to 3rd place. He's now got a Shadow Blade, so he's actually a damage dealer, not just, a little bit of team fight control.
I think they see the couriers flying past the triangle with their own wards, so...
And they back off?
They will. Let's see if they want to stick around maybe to get some damage in the tier 2 tower. They've got a creep wave getting pushed in surely. But they will not get anything out of the smoke. So a ward placed down, getting a little bit of farm inside Radiant's jungle. It does have to be said that even though a full set of barracks and the melee barracks was claimed up top, it is only a 6,000 net worth lead.
Can I have some of the copium that you've got there? Because...
Alright, maybe with this MKB, that copium could be a little bit more realistic. But this smoke could just be...
And the DD is, like, the one chance that they've got. But who do you even go on to is the question, right? Like, you need to have everything in perfect harmony.
Oh, you got to hope that they aren't the ones to start the fight. The Dark Ascension, he can still charge on 4, but they're doing such a good job to control the Night Stalker. Another song will give them an opportunity to reset, but the rest of the team are backing off. But the Naga finds the opening for the Static Storm onto 2, and it's both the supports that they're going to be able to bring down. It's up to the cores now to turn it around on Dire as they're getting controlled, though. Primal Beast forced to activate his BKB and TP out, and the rest of the team will duck their heads and run away in shame as it's another wasted ultimate from the Night Stalker. Now Radiant, they can look to pillage the last set of barracks down bottom.
Still a little bit left on that exorcism as well, and yeah, I'm not sure about the... might be able to get this onto the
BKB. Can they get anything out of the combo with the Requiem? They can't. That's... But what can you do now? BKB's on cooldown. They'll just kite him. Darts there. In fact, they're even going to jump on top of him. Shadow Fiend's down, out for the count. No buyback for him, and with that death, it's looking like it's going to be Meteor's series and game.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really strong. Even, the Night Stalker, the ults haven't been perfectly on point, but he even went for the kill onto the Disruptor there after the Static Storm had already been used. I mean, that's the big thing that you're worried about in a lot of these team fights, and yeah, it's seems like there's really not too much that they can do. Mega Creep's picked up. Not even a potential to throw them back inside of the fountain. This Naga Siren is proving to be an exceptional pick.
One last defense. That's all you've got left here.
No damage.
4v5, a hope and a prayer, but the throne's just falling to the creeps, and they're even going to call it quits even before making that last attempt. So in the end, it's going to be Meteor that find their first series victory of Division 2.
It is indeed. It turns out that a Meteor was able to kill the dinosaur, and once again, Fluke and Nomad completely incorrect with their prediction coming through. as you and I, we take the chocolates once again. But no, it was a fantastic Nagasarad pick. I really liked it. The sniper, of course, had a harder time, and it was some good rotations that they were able to make happen on Mystique. But yeah, they just weren't able to deal with this Naga or the illusions at all throughout the game.
Ground with only like a 1k gold advantage, maybe even less than a 1k gold advantage. Like, these guys don't care how everyone else is playing the game. They're just doing their own thing, and yeah, I think it's pretty cool, Flick.
Yeah, I think it is as well. I think I kind of want to defend myself a little bit here. I did start out by saying Meteor I felt like a better draft. I also didn't see that was playing the Night Stalker. I think I thought they were going to go Primal mid, SF1, and Night Stalker in the offlane. Anyways, I made my bed, so I'm going to lie in it. But I think the issue that Mystique had is kind of the fact that their Night Stalker really didn't get that much done for them. They put a lot of emphasis on that mid lane, onto the sniper, and then he just transitioned into, hey, by the way, I'm just going to be a guy who throws shrapnel, and then my Naga Siren's going to be the real carry here. So I think Meteor understand the way that they can play their drafts, and I think they can adapt on the fly as well, and kind of what you said, right, Nomad, where they kind of move to the beat of their own drum.
Yeah. I mean, to defend my prediction, that wasn't actually my prediction, guys. It was my friend. He made a prediction.
It was my little
for
brother.
me,
He
and
was on stream for
yeah, exactly. My little brother was just using my account to host with, and he did that. That wasn't me. So I would never have done that. Obviously, I'm way smarter than that. But yeah, I mean, the budget sniper worked so well. Like, I was so surprised about this. He was a budget sniper, but that's not a bad thing, right? Like, if I go to the supermarket, there's a really good deal on it, it's still delicious. I'm still
Home
happy.
brand. Let's
and this
call him
sniper
home
was
brand.
delicious. Yeah,
the
exactly.
Aldi sniper.
Yeah.
When you have a bad game,
Yeah.
you've got to know how to have impact when you have a really bad game. That's, put it like that. I like the budget sniper as well.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a wish sniper, that's for sure. You know, they got something. not the player wish. Love the player wish, but that dodgy website people order stuff from sometimes. But yeah, no, he did absolute work despite really not being like the rich. You know, allowed to still be the Giga carry, and was able to kind of play that position too really, really well. So that's what I was most surprised about. That's what kind of caught me off guard. Was it enough to earn an MVP though? Ares, I'm going to give you the chalice to award.
Oh my, you're giving me the option. I don't know who to give it to. Usually the other games I actually knew who to give it to. Look, can I give it to Marblu again? Why don't we give it to his hoodwink before?
Man,
I think he was...
bro.
But, okay, I'm not going to give it to the Naga side. You want me to give it to the budget sniper? Come on now. Like, let's ease it up a little bit here, brother. Look, I think Ricky did what he had to do. He was playing the front, making sure he was able to scout out a lot of the positioning coming through from Mystique. He was also dropping very good wards, and the daggers were great as well, just to mitigate some of the effectiveness coming out from some of the cores inside the fight. So, look, you guys could make some arguments for anyone else, and I'm not happy with my Ricky Corp, but we'll give him some props.
No, I thought it was so sick. It was really skillful the way he bought the shard. That was really cool. The way he opened the shop was super nice. And then pressing S all the time. Yeah, very, very, very high skill. No, but he obviously was in the right place, doing the right thing. And I mean, just in general, like, I do feel like this Night Stalker did not really enjoy life. Like, he got to like run in the backlines and like kill supports every now and again. But every time he did it, he had to commit so much to it. And that's what we were saying in the draft, right? Like, they've got so much anti-Night Stalker stuff that he has to basically BKB each time. You know, I think he got away with killing a Disruptor like once without popping BKB. Otherwise, you just get slapped, you just get netted, you just get feared by the Death Prophet shard even. So, yeah, really, really tough game for him. He didn't really manage to pull it off. Meanwhile, pulled it out the bag and had a great performance. So, yeah. Closing thoughts on this series, Fluke?
I think people will be very, very confused if they don't understand that two players on either side of the game are called and
They just think I'm having a stroke.
Yeah, they're just like, what is wrong with Nomad right now? But I think it is a good showing for Meteor Gaming, being able to show us that they have a very clear idea about how they want to play Dota. They've got a few different heroes that they like to play. One of the very few Chinese teams that like playing Ricky as well, it being a first pick for them. So I think moving forward, Meteor, if they stick to their guns, I think they should look really good for us of Div 2. And I don't think Mystique should be too, annoyed about how this series went.
Yeah, no, I think there's just some drafting issues to work out on the side of Mystique, and honestly, from that point onwards, I'm not too worried about their future. I don't think, there's nothing super bad which they did in this series, which makes me worry. And actually, Meteor, they had an advantage in all 3 games, so definitely looking good for them. Dan, any closing thoughts?
Nope. Meteor played very well. Good game. Let's get on to the next.
Let's do it. All right. Vici versus Cloud is the next series in this order. And I'm very excited. They're saving the best for last. Vici, it's been a while since we've seen them play. They've been sitting on the sidelines watching the Div 1 boys battle it out. But unfortunately, they have not been part of the fun. And now they're going to have to battle their way through Division 2 if they want to secure their spot in Div 1 next season. And we'll be watching their opening match just after this short break. We'll see you in a bit. Vici Gaming versus Team Cloud is the match we've got coming up next. And my name is Noma, joining me is Fluke, and we got Danog and Ares will be casting the game. But first, let's have a little chat. Let's have a little conversation about the match we got coming up, because Vici Gaming, you know, they're the stars of Div 2. They're the big team which is down here at the moment. But I think it's important to kind of take a look back in time to actually how they ended up getting down here. Danog, did you watch much of them in the final season of the China DPC last year?
I did, and I mean, to be honest, China was just stacked at that point, so someone had to go down, and Vici was one of them. So it's not that they played badly; they were just going up against, you know, the likes of RNG, PSG, LGD, Asta, who were all having really big upward trends towards the end of the year, and all had pretty decent showings at TI.
Yeah, we saw them make a change their roster as well, and even qualify to the last chance qualifiers and almost make it out, where they, you know, swapped YDS, they brought Friskin Fade, they put Yang to the 5 and brought BAB, who was a bit of an unknown offlaner. So even though they didn't have success, that's in particular to Division 1, they still showcase like this is a team that's still like Vici Gaming at heart.
Yeah, they kept that team. And then obviously now things have changed a little bit. New season, new me. Vici Gaming, what are they looking like now, Fluke? What changes have they made?
Well, they're coming in right now with, as we already said, a few extra players coming in. They've got Setsu coming back this time around, and FY is going to be joining them as well. So this time coming into Division 2, I think by and far, this is the one team that everybody's going to be looking at in Div 2 to take it out. I would be very shocked if they actually lose any series in this Division 2. I think it's a pretty big call straight away. I think if they lose one series in Division 2, they're going to be disappointed. If they do lose one series, it's probably going to end up being towards like YBB or LBZS.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to agree with you there, actually. I do think it's a bold call for sure, but I think it's one you can make, especially this time. I think I've mentioned before, I think China's been stronger in the past. That said, you know, that maybe that last series gave me a bit of confidence in some of these unknown teams, but overall, there's not as many names in Div 2 as China compared to how it usually is. So, yeah, we'll be looking at some newcomers, but definitely to the team to beat in this region. So, Danik, anything else you want to talk about regarding the new players on the side of Vici?
Well, you were saying like new year, new DPC, new Vici, and BAB is actually going by new now as well. So interested to see how he's going to go with a new name. You know, the Chinese region, they're always changing their names around. You know, now we've got Y for LGD going by YU Smile, and you know, we've got Erica playing now with a K instead of a C for the carry's name, Poyoyo as well. A lot of people might know him like
Fade
that. So
Frisk, yeah,
Fade to Frisk.
It's not end. It's
at
never
least
ending.
FY is standard. You know, he's been
Yeah.
FY for the longest time, and I'm just loving watching some more FY Dota.
You love to see it, especially in a patch where Rubik is meta as well. I mean, I'm very excited for this.
True.
Oh,
Yeah.
you reminded me in FY Rubik. Oh, don't get my hopes up.
Yeah, I hope we get to see it. I hope we get to
Homer
see
band.
it. All right, let's have a look at the other side of the coin. We do have Team Cloud, a team we may know a little less about, but there are some notable players on this team, right? Fluke.
Yes. Yeah, I think Butterfly Effect is a IGV player. For the last couple of years, he has been on loan to Team Cloud, as well as we did just see float by just then was CSJ, or even Mercy as well as another one of those players that really can kind of come to mind playing on Team Magma as well in the recent DPCs as well. So they've got a few names that are floating around. Going up against Vici though, yeah, I think in the names department, I think Vici Gaming definitely on top of that one, but I think they're not going to be extreme pushovers this game, but I definitely feel like Vici is still just going to be head and shoulders above most teams in Div 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning that Mercy did make it up to Division 1 with Magma, so, you know, this guy knows how to bring a team into the Division 1 and how to beat Division 2. He's done it before and he can do it again, and, yeah, I think Team Cloud definitely should not be out of our estimations, but the thing is that there are these two very big question marks, you know, these newer players coming through, but as we've seen previously, you know, these new players, which we haven't seen so much of, you know, I'm thinking about Mirage over in Western EU, they can pull out some surprises. They can be really good. Some of these pub stars which come up and surprise us, don't count them out. If they're in the right environment, and they can pull off some good stuff. But Ares, what do you think the likelihood is here of Team Cloud, you know, having a miraculously strong team?
I think it comes off the draft. Let's start with a draft. Let's get
Okay.
a 5-man lineup.
Break it down.
where-
Pump the brakes.
Let's get a 5-man lineup that they can have success on, and we'll go from there. This is a very difficult test. I wonder if they would prefer to start their season off with some easier opponents, or if they'd like to start their season off against VG Gaming to showcase that this is a team that cannot be underestimated. But I think you got to start with the draft, and I'm really looking towards Butterfly Effect. No doubt he's their most experienced player. I've seen him in the past on IG Vitality have some incredible performances. So I think if anyone that they should enable, I think it's definitely Butterfly Effect.
So how do you do that in the draft, Danok, then? Is it about like kind of saving the pick until later on with the mid lane to get you the matchup, or just picking the most strong meta hero as early as possible? Which direction would you go down?
I think it's not necessarily specifically a hero thing. Like, he's got his favorite heroes. We see a decent amount of Ember Spirit get picked up across all regions. That's one of his heroes that he can legit just carry a game on. But it's more about like making rotations to secure those power rings. He's kind of similar to like Quinn from the old NA region in that regard, where you just give him the tools to be able to carry a game, do it for you, you know? So I'm keen to see a lot of more emphasis given over to that. And one of the big things that's going to give them a lot of success is that from IG Vitality, you've had both Butterfly Effect as well as Mercy coming up together. And we know that that's a real good recipe for success. You know, we've got Shiro and Planet, for example, who went over to PSG LGD, and, you know, they just qualified first out of that Div 1 region. So for Team Cloud and their players' sake, hopefully it's going to be a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, and you even have CSJ, who was on IG Vitality for a little bit, so has also played with Butterfly Effect. So there is at least some, in the past, some tournaments that they have experience on together.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, we always got to take into account the +1 bump in the China region. It always, I don't know, teams which have just like one non-Chinese player always seem to do great, and Starif is Malaysian, so you know, LGD they've got nothing to say. It always helps to have that one non-Chinese player. Apparently, it does seem to end very well for them. And I believe I was looking the other day, and out of all the Chinese DPCs we've had so far, 5 winners have had a Malaysian player in their lineup, and only one of the winners ever has been an all-China lineup for the China DPC. So it's just an interesting little nugget for you guys as we move into the draft. It is now time. Team Cloud versus VG Gaming getting underway right now, and I can already see an amazing jumper in the top right. Look at that. I want to give that guy a hug.
Looks very cozy, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Definitely feels like it would be a nice warm hug as well.
Yeah, a little snuggle.
Looks like they stayed on with their coach as well from the last chance qualifiers. I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to butcher it. Liekkas. Lycus?
Oh, Lycus. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a surprising one. I think they brought him in on season 3 last year, and we were like, "This is interesting." And we asked a bunch about him in the interviews, and they were just like, "Yeah, he's very kind of draft oriented, and kind of just does the research."
Ooh,
so
let's go.
that's pretty cool. And there it is.
Let's go.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
when you've got Fenrir in the chair and his buddy FY just says, "Hey, you know what? Rubik's meta right now. Can you just pick it?" And he goes, "All right, dude, whatever." Slams it first pick, first game of the Div 2. So it's good.
Thank you. I knew that face was familiar. I'm like, is that Lycus or is that Fenrir? Because I knew they had another one. I'm like, that face is too familiar. I don't know. Another thing, we just spoke about the Rubik, but the Death Prophet is something that Setsu is incredibly comfortable on back on RNG. They would play the Death Prophet a ridiculous amount, and of course you can also flex it to new on the position 3 as well. But we see Team Cloud, they've gone down the Shadowfiend route. Shadowfiend didn't have a good success rate in the previous series, so we'll see if it's going to work out a little bit better here, but it is also something that Butterfly Effect is very comfortable on in the mid lane. And you were just asking before, like, how can you enable Butterfly Effect? And going for his hero at the 8th and then protecting it with 3 bands is definitely one way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Even the Treant Protector on top of that, right? Don't even need to make the the full rotation through unless it's a full-on dive coming through from the Death Prophet on top of the Shadow Fiend, Leech Seed. You can do it if you're there, but Living Armor across the map is really going to enable him. So I really want to see Team Cloud go into some kind of position 4 that's going to be able to easily make rotations towards the mid lane. And I want to see a position 3 that's a little bit more self-sustainable, or a position 4. We don't know who the POS 5 is yet for Vici Gaming, the hero, not the player. So if they don't pick some kind of stunning hero, then I'm going to feel a lot more confident about Team Cloud's chances, right? Because then it's going to mean that there's nothing really going to disrupt a pull behind the tier 1 tower, and then you're able to get a nice amount of farm on your own and really support the Shadow Fiend a bit more rather than just your offlaner.
Yeah, I think for Cloud, you're looking for heroes that have early magic damage to be able to contest the Death Prophet, because Vici going to want to take early towers with his Exo. Again, we've seen the Churn Protector so far today, and this is a hero who can struggle early on at defending towers. So Team Cloud need heroes that are going to be able to contest this Exo at the early stage.
I would love to see Team Cloud come out with a Potom right now. I think being able to arrow the first couple of catapult creeps, be able to kind of sit back and just be able to protect the Shadow Fiend or even gank for the Shadow Fiend as well, and just gives you that extra bit of something in the lane that can make these rotations if you have that self-sufficient offlaner.
Why do you like the clock, Danog? What's
I mean, it's just a Yang specialty, and again, it's mini stuns, but it's stuns that's going to stop the pulls from happening. Nice base movement speed as well. He's going to know how to itemize this as well, right? If you're not wanting to trade, then just go for max movement speed so that you're always going to be able to catch up in terms of landing that battery assault and dissuading this lane equilibrium disruption that I'm sure Cloud are going to look to go for on Mercy. And he knows what his role is going to be. He's drafting for them.
I think we could see a potential of like a Snapfire going through as well if they don't feel comfortable with the Mirana. I think Snap with Dream Protector just gives you a lot of teamfight potential. If you can get the Mortimer Kisses at 10 minutes on the dot, then you've got a good way to be able to contest that second catapult. You can get out of cogs. Might have some issues though with being a bit too magic damage focused once DP gets BKB. That's probably where your other cores need to come into play to have physical damage.
I want that hoodie that Yang's wearing right now. That looks comfy.
My dude's chilling.
So fresh.
I need that one.
Ember Spirit.
It's got like
Ooh,
Ember
butterfly.
as well. Hef's in the chat. All right, so I guess it's going to be a bit Ember as well. I mean, we were talking about the strength of Butterfly effect on his SF, but before that, we were talking about the Ember, right? Like, he is the one that's going to be able to bring this game through. So I like it. This is the first game of the DPC for them. You're going up against Vici Gaming. I mean, if I was in Team Cloud's shoes and I got to choose the scheduling, I would have been like, right, I either want to play Vici first or last. Last, because then we'll have the growth throughout the entire season. And first, nice call. First, because even if we lose, we're going to be able to take those learnings and apply them to every single other game afterward the fact. So I think they just need to do what they do best for now, not necessarily respond to Vici's style in a certain way. If it works out, fantastic, and they know that their style works. If not, then they've got something to be able to draw from.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. Losing is learning, especially for these teams. Very important to be able to do that. And I mean, I really like Team Cloud's draft so far, though, honestly. I think this is super solid. Vici as well, waiting to see the fourth, but overall, both teams coming up with some good ideas, very meta, but very strong. And also answering each other quite well. I mean, how much reset potential is there on Cloud here? Do you think they're going to be able to be a back off from this Exorcism fights? Or I'm not so sure at the moment.
I think there's a lot of potential.
Requiem, Overgrowth, pretty solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cookie to reposition Remnants as a possibility. I do think there are some ways the Ember can die this game with the Rubik into the chain control from the clock, and depending on what cores they pick up as well. I'm not sure what Vici want to go here. I think you pick your carry because you see the Shadow Fiend is now a 1, and yep, they're going to do that. So the reason why you go carry here at the 18th is you hold the Death Prophet flex, whether you want to play it as a 3 or a 2. I guess you already know his lane as well, so maybe you just feel like the Drow Ranger is the hero that's going to be able to carry the game, and they were worried that we don't have as many carry options here. We want to pick the Drow now before they're able to ban it out.
It's a Poyo specialty as well, Erica,
Yes.
rather. So Always they say, all right, you want comfort, we'll do the exact same thing to you. And Drow plus Clockwork is a duo that's super capable of punishing the offlaner if they're just left in a position on their own with Snap trying to rotate. It is a good Snap game in some regards, but you don't have the movement speed to be able to really make these pulls happen versus the Clockwork. And I feel like the Mirana might have been a little bit of a better kill threat paired together with the Ember Spirit, but that plus the Treant Protector is great as well. So it really does go either way. I'm just trying to think, what are they looking to go for here, especially with this Brewmaster being banned out. It's not really a Darkseer game, but...
Is it more so that they're kind of understanding that one of the offlaners that gives them a little bit of team fight, that little bit of extra initiation, and he's extremely hard for them to kill, right? They've only got Fire Snap Cookie that's really going to be able to catch him out, and maybe a Requiem. Because he can always split outside of Overgrowth as well as a Searing Chain, so...
True. You do need a bit to set up, though. You need a frontliner on Cloud as well. So that's why Vici Gaming have gone and got rid of the Mars. Just anything that's going to be that first line to force even BKBs feels really solid, right? Because then you've got Overgrowth follow-up after the fact.
I think they'd like another hero to start fights and get on top of the Drow.
Yep.
Thinking Centaur, but I think I don't really like Centaur versus Rubik anymore. They do still ban it. So there's another offlane initiator out of the pool. Trying to think of any others that can...
Did they just go for the Tide here?
That's
the one thing that I'm thinking of. It might have a bit of a rough time in lane, but you always got the Snapfire to be able to give the cookie to get the Tide Hunter at least far enough away from the Drow Ranger. You got to have the Kraken Shell. It's going to be a bit hard for him to deal with the Death Poet. They just go with the Tusk. Okay. So more damage orientated, right, Matt?
I mean, this might be one of the games where I actually don't hate this. I might not hate it.
What, the Tusk offlane?
Yeah,
he doesn't like Tusk offlane.
I'm a notorious Tusk offlane hater. But against a Drow Ranger, it makes sense. They've done a good job with all their bans on Vici, so there wasn't really that much to be able to go back to after the fact. So much was focused onto CSJ. So, anyone that's able to buy a Blink Dagger, that's able to get right in position, be able to disable that marksmanship is going to be a big bonus. And I think it's exactly what they needed. So I think this could definitely work.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree. With the Tusk as well, it's a lot of options in how he can go with the build. It could be a slow game, honestly. He could choose to just go QW, which is actually the more common build at the moment, and just go and farm and try and kind of just shove waves and be annoying, make as much space as possible for his two kind of greedier cores. Or he could just go fight. The Snapfire combo is pretty strong as well. So yeah, loads of options on how to play this depending on how the lane goes and everything. But yeah, I mean, I think these drafts are very even, honestly. I think these drafts are really, really even. So obviously I'm going to go Vici if I think the drafts are even because I think they're the better team. This last pick, Magnus, I think it just gives them a lot of team fight. It is a kind of high pressure hero, not something you can kind of soft commit with. It's very much a case of, okay, when we're going in, we're going in. Maybe you can get some skewer backs or something, but to be honest, it looks like it's one of those games where you're going to have to commit hard with the RPs because you have so much mobility and save on the side of Team Cloud that the skewer backs maybe don't feel as valuable as they would in some other games, but you've also got skewer back into silence as well. So that is an option, and yeah, overall, I just think that there's a lot of answers to each other's draft here, which is just going to result in, I think, a very close game, and I'm very excited to watch it, but I'm going to go Vici. Fluke, you following?
Yeah, I'm going to go Vici. I do like the fact that Ice Limit is going to be playing the Ember Spirit in the safe lane. I think that gives them a few good ideas about how they want to play this game. I feel like Nu is going to have to go for the Seb Magnus build this time around. Has no real good empower target, so Guardian Greaves into something like the Ag Shard is probably what he's going to be looking for this game. But I'm just going to say Vici because I think if I bet against Vici, then I'm going to look stupid either way.
We can't be wrong 4 times in a row, Fluke. Let's go for it. Alrighty, we'll throw it over to our casters, Danog and Aries, for this game number 1.
Thank you, boys. Here we go, Danog. The debut of Vici's new roster up against Team Cloud as well, as we're probably going to have a team fight very soon to break out. Not a good way for FY2 to start rejoining his previous home of Vici Gaming, and well, he'll be the first casualty of game 1.
Do you think Vici are going to take this, or do you think Cloud are?
I really like Cloud's draft.
I
think
really
this
like
is-
Cloud's draft
yeah.
as well. I think it's like a 70-30, to be honest.
Oh, really?
But
Okay.
then it comes down to the gameplay, right? So, which one do I value more? You're a bit of a Butterfly Effect fan. I think you might be leaning towards Cloud. Am I right?
I'm really hesitant. Okay. I'll start with saying that I think if Team Cloud lose the first couple of fights pre 20 minutes, then I'm very concerned that Vici can just take control of this game. I think if Cloud can contest some of the early pushes with the Exo, I do think they have the damage with this Tusk off lane. Hopefully he goes like Shards and Snowball max out and TPs to defend towers. I think if they do that and are able to withstand some of these early pushes, then I think they can definitely do it. That's really my one question. Like, if they can take those fights, then I believe in them. But if they can't, then I think Vici will.
I need an answer, one way or the other. Vici or Cloud?
I'll go Cloud. Because
Yeah,
the panel
me
went both
too. Let's
Vici. I'm down to do it. Let's do it.
I'm on the Cloud
Let's
train.
do it. All right, we'll hop on the train together. We'll see what happens. I do want to also mention that Flute just mentioned it at the end of the panel, but they're putting the Ember Spirit safe lane and the Shadow Fiend mid. We were thinking before the players chose their heroes that it was going to be the other way around. What do you think is the reasoning for the Ember going safe lane?
I mean, just as soon as they saw the Death Prophet was going mid, right? They're just saying, well, we know that this is a lane that Ember Spirit absolutely hates to go into, so just give Butterfly Effect. Again, a comfort hero. They are playing very heavily around him, which is what everyone in the pregame wanted. So they were like, look, you can play both of these really well. They are flexible to multiple lanes, so let's make it happen.
I think the nice thing in regards to the Death Prophet being played as a 2 and having this Magnus last pick is the fact that we've seen DP offlane go for this very utility heavy build with like the Greaves, the Pipe. We saw that I think multiple times in the previous series. I think he doesn't have to this game because you have the Magnus now to go down that kind of teamfight utility items.
Mm-hmm. And even just in the lane against the Ember Spirit, right? He's got the Shockwave leveled up now, but really wouldn't surprise me to see him try and just contest with right clicks and the Empower. We've seen back when Magnus was being played a lot more mid, they maxed it out against, and absolutely dumpstered them. Of course, Ember Spirit has a little bit more to play with, but still fulfills a similar sort of thing.
You were also saying at the end of the draft that you actually don't mind the offlane Tusk in a game like this. What do you feel like he's going to be able to provide the Cloud lineup?
I think you need to get on top of the Drow, one, and they banned a lot of the other heroes that were capable of doing that, so it was kind of like, well, the best of what's left. And you've also got a Shadow Fiend that at level 15 is going to have, Presence of the Dark Lord maxed out, and he's probably going to be in a position so that when the Tusk does roll in onto either the Drow or even the Death Prophet, you're going to get a good amount of burst through. And I think to make that happen, you need some farm. So Blink, BKB, Desolator for the Tusk would go a long way.
Skewer under the tower with the Shockwave to hold him inside as well. It's a lot of damage onto Ice Limit, but Starford is a great position to utilize that Leech Seed defensively, and the Ember will be okay.
I don't know how Setsu got the courier from the Shadow Fiend in the mid lane. I think maybe it was just some missed micro from Butterfly Effect. Still though, all lanes going fairly evenly, except for Tusk falling perhaps a little bit behind, but he's got a decent creep wave to be able to farm with. Surprised they're not putting a little bit more pressure on Yang.
Again, bottom lane. Once Ember under the tower, thanks to the skewer from Ewan. I mean, if it wasn't for Starf, it would be the Ember going down.
If I was to be a little bit careful here, you've got the Searing Chains, of course, leveled up on Ice Limit, so has to be a little bit careful of his positioning, but I mean, it's FY Rubik. This is a man that knows how to play a hero to its limits. He's going to use that boost of speed because he knows, again, you're not really in a right-click trading situation against another ranged position 4. You can just look to skirt the outskirts of these lanes and make sure to get a lot of free hits in rather than having to expend your own regen for it.
Yeah, what do you feel like his role is over the next couple of minutes as well? Is he looking to secure the runes and even make some stacks, or do you still want to kind of play with the mag?
Yeah, he absolutely still needs to be able to rotate towards the mid lane, right? We talked about how it was important both for Butterfly Effect to be able to get some rotations for himself, but also for Vici to look to pay attention to him. Can they get the lift, though? Oh,
They should be able to blow him up. Oh, they get the lift last second. Setsu as well will find the burst thanks to the Crypt Spawn, but Cloud are looking to hit back. Setsu taking up multiple tower hits will enable Cloud to get the revenge. Yeah, Mercy giving the stick charges, but the Scatter Blast is still on cooldown. Setsu's got a Fairy Fire to work with, trying to duck out to the right side. It just comes down to if he can get in range of the Scatter Blast, and he can indeed.
Gotta be worried about CSJ though. They know that the Snapfire made that rotation through, so they're looking to try and get a little bit of pressure in onto him, but for right now, they're just like, you know what? We're fine not getting this kill. Him being up here on basically no HP with no regen left means that our Drow Ranger is going to be able to farm unopposed, so that's exactly what they're trying to do. Nice use of the Ice Shards, though, to be able to get every last hit that he can. You just see here, like, Erica slightly ahead on the experience front, despite being with 2 people in the lane versus just the one, as Mercy makes his own rotation back. Level 4 as well, so have to be a little bit careful with your positioning, and this is a game where they're definitely going to be...
Butterfly Effect might be in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
He's walked across the river, so this might open up for FY, thinking twice about revealing his positioning, and now will show himself. Telekinesis drag back. Butterfly Effect is hoping that some of the supports can look to TP in, but he's going to have to rely on the raindrops and the one charges to keep him alive.
Ends up completing the TP as well on Mercy, so wonder if they actually saw that. The Observer Ward just gives vision now. Ends up missing, but, well, at least it dissuades Setsu from going for the consistent chase.
It's huge, though.
Nicely done by FY. Denying his own Observer Ward.
No gold for you. Mercy might be in trouble. Alright, it's going to be power and spawn down bottom, but Setsu will be able to close the distance. We'll be playing around with the cookie, but just the cogs. Just enticing him. He's like, just get a little bit closer. Get closer to the cliff, and then he'll cogs. So the hope was there for him to be able to escape, but not the case. They've still kept this catapult as well mid lane. There's a lot of damage being dealt.
Yeah, it's going to continue as well. We've got all of this creep wave coming through. And Shadow Fiend actually went back and farmed a neutral camp rather than just immediately running back to base, getting the bottle refill, coming back to lane. And look at Yang. He wants to get this wraparound going onto the SF if he can. Might be dissuaded away from it, though, with this siege creep going down. But still, 3/4 damage being dealt into the tier 1 tower. Sarif, with the 2 points in the living armor, is going to try and heal it up as much as possible before Setsu's able to get the full effectiveness out of that exorcism. Probably up to go into it at level 7. Obviously just going for a bit more of the brawling style for now. All 3 lanes.
CSJ might be in some trouble. Nice wraparound from Yang. The only place he can snowball is closer into Dire's territory. Ooh. They might look to get aggressive on Erica instead, but with the cookie off the mark, they're going to be lacking the damage. Will they win out of the man fight? He just gets the kill before he goes down, so... Honestly, I wasn't seeing that opportunity for them to even find the trade. I thought it was going to be an easy kill onto the toss, so Cloud have to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, CSJ probably could have gotten that kill as well if he just swung his... What does Tusk have? Little hook anywhere one more time, but well, still ends up going over to the Snapfire. Mercy's having a really good game so far. He's making sure to pick up the Flag Bearer creep CS as much as possible as well, just for that double injection of gold, getting a bunch of extra last hits, so... He's going to be in a really decent spot. Wonder if he's going to go into that Arcane Boots just so that you can continue this spell spam up on the top side of the map. 4-staff instead realizes how important it is against not only the Death Prophet, Clockwork as well.
Speaking of the Clockwork, will be the one that's the initial target here for Cloud. Butterfly Effect's actually going to reveal his positioning, so the Shadow Fiend making a kind of interesting rotation to the top lane.
He's been rewarded for it pretty well, though. Gets the kill, gets the courier last hit, using the Arcane Rune to start farming up the Dire jungle. And he's always just making sure to remain in a position to potentially punish. I think with the Drow Ranger reveals that she's not coming back to this lane, they might even start wailing in onto this tower. Of course, with a Train Protector. Ooh.
Telekinesis sets up for the skewer, but he was not going to look for the RP.
Yeah, with the Train Protector, you've got the luxury of just tossing him into mid. Sure, there's not quite as many trees to play around, but you know that tower's not even with an exorcism.
It's pretty important that Vici aren't trading towers right now. Like, yes, his bottom lane is looking horrendous for the Ember. They also kind of know where he is with that right click continuing to chase him, but top tower goes
so.
down, and our bottom will be under siege with the X. So just the question is, Cloud, can they defend it, or do they even want to defend it?
I mean, they've got the glyph available. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't popped it immediately, especially to protect a little bit of that creep wave. It looking like they want to just close in on the drow if they can.
Doesn't look like they're able to, though. Erica holding it back. They don't get the cookie on the low ground as well. Unfortunate mistake cost them a big kill onto their offlane Tusk, and
Still no
this
glyph.
will mean that they get nothing out of this. So the bottom tower goes for free. Setsu, a combination of new and then look, this Magnus is top of their net worth. They're going to have some really big issues with the first item blink on new.
Yeah, I mean, you've put the Train Protector into the role of trying to protect the mid tower again against a Magnus plus a Rubik. It's not really easy for this dual melee lane, right? I was talking about the strength that the Empower is going to give. He's still only got 2 points into it, but it just lets you bully the Ember Spirit away from the lane so easily.
See what they can do though from Radiant. This game, not getting too crazy out of control, but a 3,000 net worth lead at 10-minute mark is no joke at all. They can get a kill off the back of this smoke, potentially some damage into the tier 1 tower. Erica would be the grand prize, but he's so close to the tier 2. It's not an easy attempt at all, but they're going to go for it. Mortimer Kisses lay it down for the magic burst. It should be enough to get the kill into Erica, but will it cost them multiple members? The Warrior's Punch getting stolen. Utilized onto CSJ, but they're going to turn their attention onto Starf instead as Yang. Straight towards a Tree Protector, but it should cost him his own life.
Oh,
as a
nice Requiem.
comes out at the last second, forcing away multiple members, so New can't land the Requiem. As now
Perfect
Setsu
shot.
sees an opening to get into the middle. Well, they stole Requiem.
FY. All right. I'm okay with this Rubik buying a Blink Tech. I think FY is able to make those plays happen. There was a bunch of really good small plays coming through there from Cloud. Mercy made sure not to go too far forward because he was still out inside the cover of the Smoke of Deceit while he was using that Mortimer's Kisses. So FY couldn't actually steal them away. Would have been the highest priority target. And then that...
Do it, FY. Do it, FY. Wait, what? That, that Requiem looks so weird. I didn't know if it was at the end of the use or not. I thought he cancelled it, but in the end, nice ultimate usage. 300 gold for the Rubik and an easy kill.
It's much quicker for a Rubik to use it, right? Kind of like the Light Strike Array, the Split Earth, the Fisher. Just comes out so much quicker.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Blink's coming on the Koro for New. This is going to catch them off guard with the potential to Blink RP, and they might not
Great
even
hook.
need it as Yang finds the angle to land the hook onto Butterfly Effect, and easy pickings for the boys on Vici to find him. Now they've repaired the damage as well. Setsu with the mechanism will enable them to stick around to get some much needed damage in the tower, as there's the Blink reveal. The perfect one you would be hoping for as New drags back to. They will TP in though on Cloud. They're going to try and defend the
FY.
tower with CSJ, but FY stolen. Snowball protects himself for long enough, and now they've got more than enough members to continue the chase. There's nothing that Ice Limit can do on the Ember Spirit to prevent Vici Gaming from getting this objective in the end.
Man, the instant use of that snowball by FY, I want to see the replay of that one because the man gets away from team fights that he should just have absolutely no right
another
to.
one. Skewer back into the silence. Let's see if they're going to have enough damage over the Flame Guard, protecting him for the moment.
FY.
But he's got no remnants there. FY up to a killing spree. Oh, you see why we're so excited to see it. I didn't even have to show my excitement of the FY Rubik as we get to take a look back at that previous fight.
Great hook by Yang, has to be said. Just finding that initial pick off. Again, he is such a big portion of their damage that's coming through. TPs that come in, they look to try and find the easiest pick off that they can because, I mean, Drow's just not showing up to so many of these team fights, right? It's going to be the Magnus, the DP. They're not the ones that you want to go on. So they find FY, steals the snowball, immediately gets into it. Not the target of the harassment, gets the Fade Bolt off, backs off in time. Everything that you could want out of a support, not giving his life up for free. Maximum impact.
And a Blink Dagger at 13 minutes in for FY. Has
Actually?
even more.
Holy.
Yep, he's got the Blink. 3, 1, and 4. 2 towers to their name. 6,000 net
Giving up
worth
first
lead.
blood.
Yeah, he's made amends. You know, we might see that Blink reveal now. Oh, hey, what about kisses? FY's
The
like,
Crypt
yeah,
Swab
thank you,
stole.
sir.
Crypt Swab killed the cookied creep, so he didn't get the stun off to be able to begin with. And then, yeah, like you mentioned, Blink Dagger Mortimer Kisses. Anyone's for free.
And they might even use it now onto the task, or maybe they feel like they've got plenty of damage. FY drops the kisses. CSJ, he'll use the snowball to try and mitigate a decent use of the ultimate, but regardless, the damage has been dealt, and now they're already looking for more as Yang once again, pinpoint accuracy with the hook shot will catch up to Mercy's Snapfire, as there's going to be no escape for multiple members of Cloud. News even already looking for more. Vici Gaming always trying to find that +1.
For sure, for sure. I mean, FY has nearly overtaken 2 cores with how well he's been playing this Rubik, man. He is an absolute beast, unstoppable so far. And I'm just trying to think of an avenue for them to come back into this. I really feel like letting that bottom tower go for free was the beginning of, not the end for Cloud, but a really rough spot for them to be in. Because now there's a big portion of the map where it just feels like they can't play in. And Vici Gaming are free to make these smoke attempts, sweep across the map. They're trying to find anyone that might be farming in the one place that they haven't been for the next little bit, which has been the dire side of the map.
I don't know if they have the damage just with these 2 Flame Guards activated.
And he's got the Remnant up as well.
You do have that instant telekinesis stun. FY is going to look to start with a cookie just a little bit too late, so Exo committed. They have run into Starif though. An easy kill into the tree and protector. The rest of Radiant actually feel like they can take the team fight. They're starting to move on over, but they clump up again. Another RP onto 2. How does he keep finding the angles to get multiple Cloud members inside the big ultimate? And now Setsu, cookie forward, closing the distance onto CSJ. This will be more of a difficult kill for them to find, but not until New can stop the escape. A triple kill for Setsu.
Oh man, what do you do now? Like, where can you look to push lanes out? Where can you look to farm? I mean, it just feels so scary to be anywhere on the map right now. Drow's been completely unopposed as well. 1, 2, and 3 right now on Erica. I mean, maybe during that, if it involves giving up a few heroes, Butterfly Effect needs to push out the mid lane to force them to come back and defend, but it just feels like Magnus and Rubik are everywhere right now, getting pickoff after pickoff.
I feel like I've seen this too often though. Like all your hope is onto the Shadow Fiend now, and he seems like a carry when he's playing behind. Even though if he's got net worth and the enemy team has the same amount, he doesn't do enough. Like, it still feels like even if you're not going like a magic build SF, if you're going the physical damage, like you need to play from ahead.
I don't know. Cute little plays here. New with the illusion rune. He was putting the illusions inside of camps, basically saying, you know what, we're not going to even let you farm the jungle. That's how strangled into like 1 or 2 camps per minute is going to be for you.
Really, for Vici, they can have their eyes on Roche with this next Exo. They've got plenty of sustain to be able to walk into the pit, and damage as well with the Death Prophet soon to show up as well. Just what can Cloud look to do to kind of stem the bleeding?
I mean, Yang is... just the way that he's moving around, it makes you think that he's got teammates right behind him, but he's confident enough. He's got a freaking Vanguard on this position 5 clockwork, man. He is very, very difficult to kill.
So is the Ember. The chain control has to be perfect. Telekinesis away from the hook, and that will cost them the kill in the end. So 4 heroes showing themselves. This will give Radiant an opportunity to shove out mid. Hopefully getting the power in his... I like the call. They probably will need Drought because the Exo by the time they get there is going to be about half duration.
She's got the TP available though. Can come at any time. Really just wants to be shoving this lane out. Look at this. Yang anticipating that, well, this might be a kill that gets put onto the Drow Ranger, so let's make sure we're in a position to turn it around. No one's been showing off the map for quite some time. And Butterfly Effect, at least that time, while the tower was being taken, pushed in the mid lane. Didn't end up taking the tier 1 tower, but at least it was lane creeps that he was able to get rather than just sticking in the jungle the whole time, and forced someone to come back. Meant that they weren't able to just make plays around this Magnus. Oh, New. The man's too good.
Dude. Oh, bottom lane, Yang. Let's see if they're going to be able to bring down the clockwork, but a multi-man silence along with the sustain. Yang actually goes in, the madman. Wants the hook into the middle. Yes, they'll get the kill, but what's it cost Cloud in the end is New. No hesitation with jumping over the tree line. He's got multiple boys starting to funnel into the area. And Mercy will attempt the cute jump over the tree line, but won't be able to find a home to TP out as New gets the triple kill.
This doesn't look like a Div 2 team, Aries. This looks
No,
like
sure
a
it
team that
doesn't.
is hungry to get back into Div 1. And this is a statement coming through from Vici. I honestly can't call out any mistakes at all that have come out from them at this stage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Every single death that they've given away has been for the greater good. You know, we give up 1, we get 3 in return. You as well. Might have just revealed his position, popping the arcane boots, but seems like that's the case. With the Nature's Grasp being used into the trees, they're disabling any Blink Dagger for any skewer back. He's even got the Horn Toss to be able to play around with too.
I think
That's a BKB for the DP as well, so
oh,
can't even hold in place. Like, you could pop it super early. You've got the Guardian Greaves, so that's what Overgrowth is going to be saved for.
you're looking for maybe one more fight off the back of this Shadowfin BKB that was just picked up. We'll see if they can find the opening for that fight, though. BC Gaming, they're going to go for their own.
But can you do that against a Magnus?
I don't think you can. We'll see. Mercy, they're going to reveal that at least mid's pushed out to Vici. Actually going to go all the way around. Setsu with the invis. Oh, look at all the information he's getting. See, Starif off by his lonesome self. So yeah, he's like, all right, we can't get anyone out, so I may as well just hookshot in. But a force stuff will actually keep him alive. Does he go for the rocket flare? It's still on cooldown for the moment. Does he snipe him
anyway.
again? Any prediction? Do it. Go for it. Oh, he's scanned. Oh, he's a man.
Tip him.
Top lane as well.
Yeah, there we
They've
go.
caught another new in combination with Erica running into CSJ. The Tusk, it just wanted a little bit of farm. It just wanted to shove out a lane, but Vici Gaming will make sure there's nowhere safe across the map.
Doesn't feel good whenever you see a Tusk going into a mech, right? There are many heroes from the offlane that are able to pick it up. I would not say Tusk is one.
Oh, we went neck.
It's just let me survive for another couple of seconds to get one more wave pushed in, you know?
Dire's bottom tower.
There's the Aegis. And here comes the eventual push now. Just looking to get their lanes in.
Yeah, we got
Respective
another kill
position.
there on FY.
Yeah, it was
Onto
close.
the Ember Spirit. He was just able to get away. Drow Ranger was in
Look at
position.
his cast
with the
range.
silence.
What?
Yep.
What?
Rubik.
What? Dude, he doesn't need the Eye of Vision. Come on.
Takes the
Just give him
Land's Eye of
something
Vizier.
else.
Maxed out Arcade Supremacy.
What? How do you hide from him?
You don't.
And you see, he's like,
Stacking.
all right. Yeah, he's like, yeah, what? I'll stack for the boys. Maybe that's his farm. What are we saying? Come on. That's his farm.
There we go.
You can definitely siege high ground if you want to with this, but they might just play it a little bit more safe. They still have multiple tier 2 towers to claim, and still for Radiance, just one more fight. Maybe that fight with the BKB on the Ember. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that they're about to complete. Maybe Blink on Tree, but I don't think that's going to be enough to turn a team fight.
It'll be nice-ish, you know. I think they were just waiting for level 18 plus the Blink Dagger on DP. Say 18? 15. Oh, went for the blind Horn Toss. I mean, New's been on point with it so far this game. Not able to land at that time, though, as, well, CSJ, they've got some
Yeah.
good vision set up. He's not scared.
No, he's not. He's just standing there, just tormenting them.
Oh, you can't... Oh, okay.
Ooh. Well, they're even going to lay down the
Oh,
Mortimer
no.
Kisses. It gets stolen, but Erica feels pretty free to just right-click
the
CSJ.
forces.
They actually force him into the middle. And now you don't have Kisses for this fight. They're definitely going to go high ground knowing it's on cooldown. Setsu has an Arcane in the bottle as well, so he's more than happy to pop this with the Exo that's about to come off cooldown.
I mean, I think all they're waiting for right now is just the Blink Dagger to be delivered on the Courier, level 15, so he's got that extra heal coming through from the Spirit Siphon, Greaves, BKB. Yeah. Good luck trying to contend against this. It might honestly be worth selling the smoke on the tree just to get your Blink Dagger available. He's holding the Philosopher's Stone. Feeling like that'll do the work for him.
We'll have this Blink down to play with. But the buildings are falling fast, and even if he gets the start, it's going to be New that actually goes first. RP only onto one. But it's the Snapfire that's killed off. A great use of the Hurricane Pike sends Butterfly Effect further away, so the Requiem will have zero effectiveness for this defense. Again, it's just ultimates that aren't being used in combination together, so when they're all up, there's just no damage. There's new
guard as well.
protected. What do you need? A BKB, but to no avail, and that's got to be all she wrote. Not using everything together, and G's it dropped, and Vici Gaming, what else would you expect from them to be able to take it as convincingly as what it was?
Celebratory Requiem coming out from FY at the end there, and the Tusk off lane, position 3, finishing second bottom in net worth. I knew there's a reason that I hated this hero, and it is very well justified in that off lane. But yeah, even at the very end, right? You got the Blink Dagger delivered on the Treant Protector. You got a RP heavily committed. They're all clumped up, and just doesn't go in on the Treant. He had the Overgrowth available, but it just felt like they were all on the same, on different pages. So, despite the fact that Cloud, we liked their draft, it just never really came well together for them.
That it didn't, and the boys on the panel, they were right with the Vici Gaming prediction. So we'll bring them back. Nomad Fluke, you can smite us for being wrong. It's okay, I understand.
You guys are just very brave. You're very, very brave going against Vici. Some would make a joke about bravery versus busy here, but that's below me. I'll just leave the implication to do its thing. But no, absolute clinic from Vici Gaming. Absolutely clinical. Really nice stuff from them. They picked this draft, which was like, interesting. Certainly worked, though. It was kind of just playing off the individual skill to make the plays happen. And where did that, in that clip, I was watching it live, so where did the snap even come from? Like, he just summoned him. New just brought him in from the Shadow Realm. It was just like, hey, buddy, come into my RP. All right, fine, fair enough. Very nice RPs coming out, though. Very nice deals coming out from the Rubik. Setsu, very nice pressing R and A clicking down lanes. All in all, great stuff. It's really hard to find a fault in how Vici played this one. It was super, super clean, Fluke.
Yeah, I think Vici just kind of played like all their lanes extremely well. I think Nu just did a really good job in that offlane F-Lie every single time that he was anywhere near a hero that he could steal a big spell from. He did. I just think that I will try and defend Daniel Ganerius here. I don't think anybody expected Vici Gaming to come out and look this clean. With the draft that they had. I think that was the big shock for a lot of people is like Vici Gaming came into this and they said, we don't want to be in Deep 2 anymore. And they absolutely obliterated Team Cloud. And I think if they play like this for the rest of Deep 2, I don't even see them losing a map, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, you're really doubling down on your claim made earlier about never losing a series. But, I can't blame you. But, of course, early days still in Cloud, we don't really have a kind of strength rating on them just yet. So I would hesitate to make a claim. But yeah, even with that aside, it was just very, very nicely done from them. Love to see it. God, how do we choose an MVP out of these guys?
FY.
FY? All right. We like the flashy Rubik players. We like the steals. We like the stolen stuff.
Honestly, 3, 4, 5, throw a blanket over them. I think Yaya is fantastic as well at being able to catch out Butterfly Effect. You got the freaking Crimson Guard, but I mean, it's an FY Rubik. You got to give it to him.
Come on, production. Morph them all into one hero and show us that. That's what we want. Some unholy abomination. Kronberg.
Do you first phase ban Rubik? Do you actually do that? I don't know. Like, this is FY.
Pick it yourselves if you've got first pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pick all carries with rubbish spells.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to like really start to... If FY is going to play like this, then it's all about, okay, are we going to give them like Nature's Prophet now? Are we going to give them like the Lina and have something that can really shut down like one of those bigger cores? Where is... Like the thing is with Rubik, right, is like you can't just not pick heroes with good spells because then you don't have good spells. So at the end of the day, I think
Wraith King, bro, let's go.
Don't you dare talk smack about him, okay? Don't you dare. But I think the biggest thing for me is, I mean, what are you supposed to do? I don't know.
Well,
try first pick.
We talked earlier. We said, losing is learning. Danog, what's the biggest lessons which I think Team Cloud have to take away from this game?
No off-lane Tusk. Start with that one and then go from there.
I have a counterpoint for that. How would you feel if he didn't go mech and the Snapfire bought the mech instead?
there's an argument to be said for that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I just felt like Vici's positioning was never an issue for them. So you weren't going to find that pick off. You had, Guardian Greaves, BKB, Pipe, constant repositioning, Crimson Guard. Like, no one was dying this game. So I just feel like Vici outplayed them 100%.
Yeah, I think if the
wanna-
Tusk had a lane, then we could have seen more from him. Sorry, go on, Aries.
I was just going to say, I do want to quickly say, I think one tricky moment in the game was when we saw them not defend their T1 tower. They opted to invade into Vici's gaming jungle and wanted to kill instead on a core, and they didn't get that on the Drow. I think that was a really big turning point in the game where we were speaking about a lot that you need to stop Vici from getting towers. You've got a Treant Protector. You're against Death Prophet. If you can prevent the EXO from having success early on, then it's going to be able to enable you to hold your map control to get that farm. And just that decision of not defending the tower, and
they didn't
maybe
glyph.
it works out. Yeah, they didn't glyph. That's another thing. Maybe it works out if they actually get the kill on the Drow. Maybe you feel a little bit better, but that's, I think, really the big thing of where it started to kind of crumble for them.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say as well is like when it comes to draft, I kind of wanted them to swap the Snapfire and the Tusk. I mean, I'm sure in retrospect, knowing that the Tusk was going to end up building a mech, you'd much rather have the Snapfire in that position because Grief Snapfire is very much a thing in the offlane. And that would have felt much more natural, giving them that aura they want to play around. But alas, that wasn't the case. And, it's all good looking back on things. But at the end of the day, it just didn't work out for them. Vici Gaming with an unstoppable game number 1. And I'm very excited to watch game number 2 and see if they can repeat the same success. And I'm sure you guys are too, but you'll have to wait as we've got a short break coming up. And then we shall return with the second match. Well done on waiting through that break. I'm really proud of you. And welcome back to game number 2 of Vici Gaming versus Team Clouders. Team Cloud unfortunately got evaporated in the game number 1. Vici reminding us all that they are still a top tier team and they are not happy about the fact that they are stuck down here in the measly depths of Division 2 and are excited to make their return to Division 1. But of course, it's been one game. How clean was it though, Daniel? Just for anybody that didn't notice, on a scale of a pig to what's a really clean animal? I don't know, a dolphin.
Pigs
They're
are
always
pretty
in
clean.
water.
Pigs are clean
Pigs are
animals.
super clean. Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah. Well, I mean, they do like bathing in mud, but yeah, in terms of
No, you're thinking of me.
what
What is going on? What is how are pigs clean? Hang on. But how are pigs clean? Somehow we got here, so let's continue.
Well, like
I'll
in the
let you
sense
fill
of
this
like
one, Luke.
germs clean, not like
It's something people say a lot, and yeah, it's
what I
a
mean?
thing
Like-
which gets said a lot. I don't know the exact.
According to
reasons, but-
Google, in their natural state,
Uh-huh.
pigs are very clean animals. They keep their toilets far from their living or feeding area. They're tolerant of cold environments versus heat. That doesn't really address heat at all or cleanliness. They have no sweat glands. There we go. They're not sweaty.
Yeah, they don't
and that's
sweat.
why they go in mud. See, full
cool
circle.
themselves down, but mud might be considered dirty. Either way, how clean was this game, Daniel?
Very.
Very
clean as a pig.
Clean as a pig.
Clean as a pig. There we go. What
Wonderful.
year is it, by the way, the Chinese New Year? Chinese.
Rabbit.
Yeah.
How clean are rabbits?
Nope.
Rabbits are very clean. They groom themselves a lot.
Okay. All right,
would
it's a
say.
rabbit. We'll do that for our Chinese fans.
I love how the first game there's really not much for us to analyze, that we're actually just talking about the cleanliness of different animals. It's gotten to that point where it is. To be fair, I think that the way that Vici played in game number 1 really just sets them up for the rest of Division 2 to be like, we can kind of draft what we feel is comfortable, what we feel like is good for us as players, and we're just going to outskill everybody. And if they ever do get a position where they outdraft someone, then hey, I mean, it could just be 20-minute average games for Vici.
What's your zodiac, guys? The Chinese zodiac. I want to know.
I'm a pig.
Clean.
What
Knew it.
am I?
Let me look it up.
Wait, what year were you born, Lockie?
2000. Dragon.
Oh,
Let's go,
what?
baby.
It starts with a 2. I'm a rat.
Wow. It started. What the hell? What are you guys?
Millennial baby. Wow.
Oh.
It's born
Everyone
this
needs
He's a
millennium.
zoomer. All right, we're millennials. He's a freaking.
Yeah. Sorry, not millennial baby, but
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
born
a-
in this millennium. That's crazy.
I'm a freaking dragon. You keep your mouth shut. Respect me. All right. I've had enough. You. We're ready to go. We got a draft underway. We got a draft
like,
underway.
please
We can
save
kick
us.
Nomad out.
Yeah,
It's all right.
production's like, Jesus Christ, what are they talking about? Get the draft
Stop
on the
the
goddamn
zodiac
screen.
discussions, guys.
It's like, the
Like even
clearest way
FY
they
is done
can
with
tell
us.
Oh, Rubik's still in the pool.
Ooh.
So Cloud have first pick this time. That's the
Yes.
difference. So maybe they're trying to keep it available for themselves. That's why Vici have gone ahead and banned Alina. The Broodmother as well is something that BAB has been playing a lot. Sorry, New has been playing a lot. So they wanted to take that one away from him. DP, I feel like Setsu played a really good game as well in that mid lane. And again, it's kind of one of those heroes that just play themselves, if that makes sense.
I like this.
Shadow Fiend.
So the idea that I have behind this, right, is if you leave enough of these strong heroes in the meta, then you can still go for like your Rubik plus Natures, or like, yeah, there's just so many of these good heroes that are left in the pool. The Vici Gaming say,
Ben
hey, which
Meepo.
one do you... Yeah, they're like, which one of these heroes do you actually think is the one that you want to play around with? And now they've got the information that 2 games in a row, Team Cloud really want Treant.
Remaining.
Bro, TI2, Ice Strat, Zenith Gaming, 0 bans. He let them all go. And he was just like, we'll pick anything. You know, we just want all of these heroes available to us.
Where'd that get them?
Zenith did pretty well, I think, at TI2. I know you were still in the womb at that time, but it was Dota did exist before 2017.
He hadn't quite got sentience.
Yeah.
2012.
Come on, pick the Rubik. We know you're already going to do it. Let's stop playing with my feelings
teasing
right
us,
now.
Vici. Come on.
They got top 6, which got them back in.
F5 Phoenix. Just as good.
All right.
It's
Oh,
not
have they,
just as
and they've
good.
gone a fire-based draft? they've gone against a tree protector, so they got to try and burn the tree somehow.
Right. They never
It
did
all
that,
makes sense
thank
now.
God.
Ooh, okay. I love seeing me some Marcy in the Chinese region. This is something that, I mean, Zhao was probed about it. That's probably the bad word to use. Asked about it in the winners' interview for their final series against Asta, and they were trying to like, what is it? What's great about this hero? And he's like, our player is just really good on the hero, so we'll give it to him. There has to be reasons, and the director will not give them away for free. But I mean, it just feels like it needs to be played as a core for starters, and it's a great way to deal with the egg.
Deals with the egg, deals with a lot of these other heroes in the meta right now. If you get like a very early basher online as well, you can just get lucky with the Unleash, just jump on top of an Ember Spirit. You can like 2-3 hit him if you get on top of him, especially if you have like the overgrowth and stuff like that. So I think this Marcy allows you to play really, really fast. She's a very, very good laner, has long catch, can scale really well, and can buff up another core on the backside of things as well with the sidekick. So I think this Marcy here, I'm very, very excited to see it. We've done a few days of Div 2 so far, boys. It has been banned a few times, but never picked. So I'm excited to see what it's going to look like here for Team Cloud. And this allows them to have strong lanes and allows them to have a bit of fast pace as well to try and outplay Vici Gaming.
What sidekick pairings are you really wanting to see? Because the ones that I immediately look for are Lina and probably Visage is my like top two. Visage, not really as doable because Marcy 3 tends to be most commonly where you see her, and that's where Visage wants to play, and Lena's banned. SF as well to a lesser extent, right? Heroes that just want to stand there and right-click, don't need to spend time running around and chasing. So to me, this feels like it's going to be a luxury sidekick, if anything. Marcy's going to be happy enough just to have it on herself.
Yeah, I mean, when you're core, that's fine. That's absolutely fine to like not really have a partner, but there'll always be someone you can just throw it on. Throw it on tree and it'll be funny when he goes and hits someone. Just do loads of damage.
Life steal to full.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Marcy is a bit of a weird one, though. I mean, it's very good against the Phoenix for sure. Like, being able to dispel, especially with the Ags, is very, very nice. So we'll see if that is the build in the end. Depending, and I hope it's still flex, but it might just be straight up core pick.
I wonder if Vici go back for the clock here. If they want to try and reveal whether the Phoenix are 4 or 5. It's actually Beastmaster. So I thought in
Maybe
regards to the 3,
yeah.
they might Mars with the combo of the Phoenix, but Beastmaster is a great way to be able to address the Treant Protector in the lane. Gives them a lot of vision as well. Their team fight is really, really strong for Vici, which is something that Team Cloud kind of need to address with his next couple of picks.
I think it also just gives them the BKB lockdown against the Marcy, right? Like that's kind of her main power spike is BKB plus 1 item. So lock her down during the Unleash, she doesn't really do much.
Do they Marcy in this? I feel like Marcy... do they Marana with this?
Yes, feel like, they do now.
I feel like Arrow plus Rebound, pretty good combination. Extra attack speed to be able to take out the Phoenix. It takes it away from the Vici Gaming if they were wanting to go a 5 Marana to pair together with the Ember Spirit for kill potential and deals with the Beastmaster creep.
But why Marana when you could 4 clock? That's what I want to see.
True. 1 Marana.
I think with Clock, you might have a few issues kind of locking people down, right? Like if you hookshot onto the Beastmaster and he's got a ball with him, your battery assault really doesn't do much for you. It's hard for you to catch out an Ember Spirit unless you have like, a little bit of the extra
true.
Lockdown.
And it is actually really
melee
awkward
support.
with Marcy as well, because you hookshot in and then Marcy can't actually rebound off you to your target because you're like sitting right on top of them.
I'm going to say Marana Sniper is what I want to see.
Sniper got banned.
We're not going to see the Sniper.
What?
That's okay. That's
All right.
a great prediction.
What about
Thank you.
this being the Night Stalker game?
Not against Phoenix. I was thinking that as well, but Phoenix, when you use Supernova, it turns to day and your fight is kind of poopy after that.
Can
You
you
don't wanna- you don't wanna
override the
poopy
day
fight.
with Dark Ascension after he eggs?
No.
No, it has like priority.
Get in the lobby, Luke. Test it.
It's really weird. So like, I think Supernova is like the number 1, and then Eclipse is like just below Supernova or something. There is like a hierarchy in those things for some reason coded into the game. I don't know why.
Dire team picked.
Sunshine and Rainbows is better than Darkness.
Oh.
All right. Something different.
Yes.
What?
You got a Zeus
What's
coming
this
out.
for?
Why'd they pick a Zeus?
Yeah.
They want Vision to be able to find out the Phoenix, I guess, with Ultimate, is what I'm thinking.
But then you need to find a way to kill the Phoenix, right? Like that's
True. Okay, what the?
Okay, so
yeah,
Disseminate into thunder gods, lightning with the pow pow pow, the Marcy. But yeah, no, I don't know what this is.
the Shadow Demon is really nice against the Beastmaster Raw if you want to use the disruption
that's true,
defensively.
that's true,
And the
that's true.
Purge, the Purge versus the Ember's incredible as well. Like Ember can't do anything in fights if he gets purged, but you have a horrible game now versus Spectre. This is an Erica classic. He absolutely loves this hero. I can never see the Zeus ever having a good time versus Hawk Vision, versus the Ember being on top of him, versus the Spectre Haunt to find him out as well. Tree's not going to have a fun time this game. This is already looking like a bit of a rough one.
Yeah.
The Shadow Demon on its own would have been okay. Still not great though, because again, they're two kind of do nothing supports, and
Yeah.
like who is actually
time.
making plays for you? Who is taking towers for you?
who's-
Barely anyone.
yeah, and who's like your like lots of lockdown? Like, is Team Cloud literally relying on the fact that Marcy's going to get a basher and she's going to chain bash
All right.
someone? Like,
I'm calling it PA. Cloud wants a PA.
What?
PA with break against Spectre. PA good against Beastmaster. You've got Marcy with sidekick. I like it. Extra attack speed to be able to hit the Phoenix. Burst potential against an Ember Spirit when you hit your... I'm counting one stun against it.
yeah. I like
You can say you hate it, it's okay.
Oh!
Butterfly effect Meepo.
I said they should have banned the Meepo. I told you.
What?
A butterfly effect Meepo is kind of high.
Yeah.
so
When was the last time I cast a Meepo game? Holy.
so you said
Elder
this is a
Titan.
butterfly
Elder
effect Meepo,
Titan.
right? And then
Or
so
a
what,
Wyvern.
Ice
Give me a
Time is gonna
Wyvern
play,
now.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, Ice Limit is going to play the Zeus or the Marcy
This is the first Meepo pick off the DPC.
ever.
No, not.
is it?
Oh,
This year.
We've
I was gonna
cast
say.
Alacrity Meepo before in the
Yeah,
CDPC
yeah, this is-
logs.
yeah.
So.
Davichi-
Yeah, Wyvern or Elder Titan, please.
We also
Yeah,
had the first
I-
Warlock pick of the DPC earlier today as well. So
I saw that one.
And first Wyvern, really? Well, okay.
Yeah, I think you go ET.
Oh no, not first Wyvern.
Like, if you ever get a spirit on any of these heroes, they just instantly die. The sleep just allows you to set up for, like, Phoenix Egg, the Ember Spirit to be able to come through as well. It gives you that little bit of disengage if Ember ever gets caught out. Yeah.
You could Pango as well. I know they need a support, but like Pango's pretty amazing. All right, sure, why not?
All right. That gives
Yeah,
them a little bit of extra
Jakira's-
push.
The Jakira is going to be really nice versus the Marcy in the lane with that dual breath. Someone that kind of wants the right clicks going, even as the game goes on as well. Pre-BKB, like the attack speed slow is going to be a bit of an issue. So in particular, I think it's just going to be a really nice way to make it difficult for them to play the lane. Dagger into dual breast spam is going to be very frustrating for Cloud. It's not even a butterfly effect Meepo as well.
Yeah,
I was not aware their carry player could play the Meepo. I know butterfly effect could, but they have 2 Meepo plays. That's rare.
Wow, yeah. And just to clarify, by the way, Skem did actually play Meepo, but he lost with it. So, yeah, this is the second Meepo pick, but could be the first Meepo win, maybe. But it does feel like they're clutching at straws here. That's pretty crazy. Wow, what a twist. I mean, in terms of it being a good Meepo game, Danok, you know, is this a game where he can take over and kind of carry his team?
No.
Does it not look horrible? Does it not look like a bad Meepo game?
It's
Am I
not
missing
an
something?
amazing Meepo game. Maybe he felt like he needed to deal with the egg, but against the Ember Spirit, it's kind of okay if you can get on top of him. Maybe they felt they needed more lockdown. I don't know. But
I mean, just
maybe they felt that they just got stomped so hard in game number 1 that they're just like, you know what, let's try something crazy, and if it works, great.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
gonna go Vici this time.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you for that brave takedown. Okay, anybody want to go Cloud here? Anybody
Yeah,
got
Ares?
the confidence, Ares?
Look, everyone doesn't need to know what I said before we went live, right? They don't need to know that I said I'm going Cloud no matter what. They don't need to know that.
Maybe they were going for the role play with this Zeus pick because Zeus with his Arcana is riding on a Cloud.
Dope, thank you. I'll go Cloud because of that.
All right. Okay, a very serious prediction from Aries, but yeah, I think me and Fluke know where we stand on this one. Looking like a very interesting draft from Cloud. Can they pull it off? Could they possibly pull off the Meepo win? We'll find out with Danog and Aries for game number 2.
Thank you, boys. We'll see. We're going to get into this one pretty fast if they can find first blood again. Mercy, no, a bit late on the reaction, so no first blood advantage this time in game 2. Denog, we got a goddamn Meepo.
Don't make me explain the Meepo, man. It's been so long.
No, you don't need to. I'll explain why I think this is not a very good Meepo game. There's so much AoE damage.
Yep.
There's so much AoE damage to address the Meepo. I mean, I can imagine the Beast Master as well with the axes is not going to be fun at all. Erica, if he wants to, can go Blade Mail and like max out Dispersion. Have fun with that.
Sunray,
which, how do you kill off the Phoenix? Like inside Supernova, you have a Marcy to deal with that. But this is all besides the point of us thinking that this is like an incredible Spectre game to deal with the Zeus, to deal with the Shadow Demon. Like it's a god tier pick, and they did not really hesitate at the 18th when they picked the Spectre.
yeah, seems pretty amazing to be honest. I mean, and again, like, who's taking objectives, really? Unless you get an amazing Meepo lane, then good luck. Just having a review of all of his stats as well. I mean, 8 armor is pretty nice, and that's why New's already gone into the Wild Axes to be able to contest against that and at least be able to claim some last hits. I don't know, man. I'm struggling to find a way that they're going to be able to pull this one out. Also, I do have to say, I know that Nomad said that we knew the way that Fluke and him were going. They did mean Beachy, so if Cloud are able to take this, I don't want them saying, oh, I knew it. Just
well, you have to point that out.
Oh, they're trying to swindle every win possible, I know
I get it. I get it. Any little one-up they can get on us, we'll make sure there is absolutely no gaslighting.
Yeah,
I
the
respect
score
it.
is 3-1 at the moment, so we'll take our lead and run with it.
I mean, you also used to gaslighting me. You got to make sure that you see any opportunity for someone else to gaslight. You're like, yeah, we'll stop that one short.
Bro, you keep going on about this gaslighting. All right, you know, gaslighting doesn't exist. You made it up because you're crazy.
All right, very cool. That's very nice of you to say. I'm crazy. What are you though? What does that make you?
Not a Zoomer born in the year of the dragon in 2000.
Free the freaking dragon. All right, you keep your mouth shut. You respect the dragon.
Bro, I'm a Wyvern spammer. What do you mean? Of course I respect the dragon.
And isn't that is a wyvern a dragon?
Oh, don't
is
start
it?
this debate. Don't.
Is it
I don't want
there
this
we go.
begin.
Nice. So, I've hit a deep spot there. Holy.
Nah, it's just for whatever reason it keeps getting brought up, and I'm like, you know, just who cares? It's a
He
flying
flies.
flappy
That's all
thing.
that matters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. That's all we need. We got a couple of flying flappy things in with Vici Gaming's lineup, so at least they can kind of flap themselves potentially to victory.
Yeah, they didn't end up going that full fire-based draft, more like 2.5. The Jakiro just rounding that out a little bit. So half of their entire draft is based around fire. I like it.
Butterfly effect? Sean. Setsu just continued to spam out with the slide. We saw in the previous game there was a lot of rotations coming out from the supports to secure some of the power runes. Of course, we're not at that stage just yet, but looking to see what supports and want to do over the next kind of 30 seconds to make sure their side lanes are safe enough for them to rotate, because Butterfly Effect would love a rune, but if he goes back inside his own jungle, he's going to see there's no bounty for him to take.
Yeah, and I mean, Cloud supports are pretty abysmal at rotating in terms of like what they provide in terms of effectiveness. They want to be staying in that lane as much as possible, either, you know, harassing in the terms of the Shadow Demon and Treant being that beefy frontliner, getting the leech seed off, making sure that you're able to continue farming on the Meepo. That is one little combination that's going to be fairly decent, right? The multiple routes that you've got, so the Guardian Greaves isn't necessarily going to provide you with complete safety once it comes out, You've got the Overgrowth, of course, plus the Earthbind coming through from the Meepo, and even just the Leech Seed in the middle of team fights is going to affect all the Meepos. So even though you got all this AoE damage, at least you've got the AoE heal to be able to counter it.
I do wonder what this build's going to be from Meepo as well. As he does get that divided we stand, so as soon as the ultimate's leveled up, they're going to start to get aggressive onto Newen. This would be first blood picked up. Unfortunately, it's Star if that finds the bounty for it. You would have loved to give it over to Ice Limit.
I think he's going to get plenty of farm on his own. You've already had Mercy at every opportunity go back inside of the Ancient area, and he's already built up a stack of the camps there. You could look to give that one over to the Zeus, sure, but I feel like Meepo is also super capable of quickly taking those, accelerating the net worth, because we know with Meepos, you've got like a very small window to be able to close the games out. You can't let it go super late, especially against this Vici Gaming lineup. You've got a Spectre to deal with, and then Phoenix is going to be high enough level that his AoE damage is going to be insane.
But Vici have kind of already prepared themselves for this eventual mass farm that the Meepo is going to be able to find. You see there's a deep ward kind of towards this top outpost, scouting out the stacks and scouting out the Meepo clone that's up to his own shenanigans. So they will be aware of this. FY is even dropping another ward as well. Do their best to keep tabs, but Starf has been able to read this.
Yeah, he's going to need to wait until he's level 4 though for the flying until he's able to get onto that high ground. I guess if Shadow Demon makes a rotation, you can toss out the Shadow Poison to reveal the high ground ward, but you know, any chance that you can get as a Phoenix to keep Treant Protector out of the lane, you're fairly happy. Actually ends up dropping his own ward. So FY is going to know
now
where
that
the vision is.
that he will. We'll see if he wants to de-ward it afterwards and maybe continue to stick around. Ember's actually going to try and refill up in the resources and TP back so he can contest this power rune.
So good luck on the Trio Protector trying to like get 2 hits in as a Trio Protector, especially with Fire Spirits on you as well. He's even waited long enough that he's actually going to get rid of these. Oh, who wins the battle? Oh, he got it. Very nicely done, Starf. I feel like FY is going to hang around and just use the Fire Spirits onto the high ground. He's going to need another ward, though. He's actually been outplayed here.
I don't know, man. Is that
get outplayed.
actually Butterfly Effect? Might have been some trouble with Setsu. Instant use to the Arcane. I'm going to try and dive deep onto the tier 2 tower, but Butterfly Effect will be fine. Even Ice Limit, he's like, all right, boys, I'm coming to play. Setsu, he's out of Remnants, and he's going to be brought down. If Meepo wants to bring his other clone, they'll probably need the extra control, but he's hesitant. Finally, we'll bring that extra member to provide the Earthbind that does push him out of the lane, but he can always TP back, or maybe he just wants to make a farming rotation through the jungle.
You know, it's good that they're able to get these early kills. It's at the expense... I guess they've got a Treant to be able to park up on the top side, right? Probably one of the better heroes at being able to defend the tower, at least until the... What are we finding? Yeah.
Well, we're finding a dead Zeus. FY and Yang were able to set up, and then Setsu's like, thank you, boys. You've done your job. It's now time for me to come and be rewarded with the kill.
It's really just around that Helm of the Dominator timing, which I believe news just finished up, that they might try and put a little bit more emphasis up on this top side of the map. Erica might just look to wait for him to hit onto that level 6, have the Haunt available for the extra scouting potential.
Deny yourself. He might get denied. Oh my god. Oh, Yang tried to deal with the cliff, so even send his courier over as well to bring that one down. Is Setsu gonna go for this? He doesn't have maxed out Flame Guard. I don't think he can bring this one down.
No.
It's a big stack though. You have to protect it on Cloud. You cannot let these stacks go.
FY. Just getting some D-wards happening. Who's actually going to protect this? I mean, I feel like Zeus is going to come back into that camp, right? Of course, it would be great to give it over to Meepo, but I just feel like it's going to be a little bit too slow to take that one. Zeus, with almost maxed out Arc Lightning, is going to do a far better job.
How would we like to see them utilize the Marcy level 6 now? Are you wanting to rotate down bottom, or do you need to be a little bit more hesitant with this usage just in case if it's on cooldown, then Vici Gaming can play aggressive?
No, I think you can look to potentially make a kill happen, but against the Spectre on your own, I just don't think that's going to be the case. you can probably get at least one usage out of it before the Phoenix hits level 6 for the Supernova. Is, well, look at this. They're trying to take it away with the 2 supports. The Flappy Flaps trying to take it away from... Mercy's doing his best. Butterfly Effect is going to look to come in, and they might be able to pick up a couple of kills for themselves.
But they will. They'll get FY. It'll come at the cost of the Thunder God's Wrath to secure the kill. Does look like Radiant. They got a couple of the creeps. Maybe even Setsu's going to be able to clean up some of them as well. So, not the worst. Do you want to still stick around?
They're getting top tower all the while.
Yeah, look at that. It's just so much attention put on the opposite side of the map. So, new once again, back-to-back games that the offlane from Vici Gaming is off to an incredible start.
I mean, we were so impressed with him during the last chance qualifiers, weren't we?
Yeah.
Back when he was going to be, almost felt like every single game he was Vici Gaming's best player.
Mid lane. Look at this, Erica instantly with the horn set up thanks to Setsu's chains means that Butterfly Effect will not be able to escape this aggressive maneuver from Vici Gaming. First horn of the game and a big kill for them to find another death onto the Zeus, and man, that cannot be playing from behind. That is a lot of their early to mid-game damage.
And it's so important that they were able to get that tower up top as well before this 10-minute mark, because now New can just look to rotate through the dire jungle. He feels very, very tanky with all that farm that he's been able to pick up. Still a little short of the Vlad's offering. Maybe he might look to finish that one up before actually joining the rest of his team to try and take the mid tower with the siege creep. I feel like FY is probably just going to keep this wave here for as long as possible. I want to just buy that little bit of extra time.
It's quite a concern if this T1 tower goes down mid. I don't know where Dire are going to be able to farm. Meepo's not going to have a jungle.
Again.
Yeah, that's a great point. We saw last game those towers fell incredibly fast, and might be the same case this game. What do you feel like they're waiting for on Vici to maybe to try and attempt this Tier 1 push?
Yeah, just that Vlad's on the on New. He's got it now. He's still 1,200 away from the Helm of the Overlord. I don't think you could wait enough for that one. But FY, again, he's done a really good job of keeping this siege creep alive. You know, not wanting to push the entire wave out. He hasn't really been right-clicking the siege creep. Just wanting to keep it as alive as possible, keep it stationary there in the wave, but
Setsu?
unfortunately...
Oh, nice dodge. It's a cute attempt. Star tried to go in with the pogo stick into the overgrowth, but Setsu is no sir, not today. And now they're going to come to defend the tower. FY is going to TP with the threat of the Supernova, and Setsu will follow up onto CSJ. All they've got is really the chains, but that won't be able to set up for the ice path, and well, that's all they really need. Maybe not. CSJ gets to jump away thanks to the net living armor, but Setsu will still be able to cut him down from afar. And meanwhile, mid lane is now under threat, so Vici Gaming love what they're doing in regards to their resources, recognizing what heroes need to be in the right place and not bring everyone to help out with that bottom defense.
To Cloud's credit, though, they only used one TP to be able to make that happen, so they're able to rotate back, still have potential to be able to defend this tower, especially if they needed to do it urgently. So it'll stay up, and again, Dream Protector is level 6, so 3 points in that living armor means that the tower's going to be safe for now. It's going to hold them off at least until that Helm of the Overlord comes out.
Oh, just smoked under a hawk.
Really
Great.
getting into the habit of that today, aren't we?
Yeah. You got to give props to the Beastmaster players, just being able to read them perfectly. Smoke is not going to work out. They haven't used that first unleash of the game. They're pretty much a guaranteed kill, and you might run into them.
You'd be happy to pick up this Beastmaster right next to a tower. I'm not sure if that's where you want to go for the kill.
They're going to see him, though. Radiant, they're smoking top. I think they're going to be a little bit too late to keep him alive. He's surprisingly tanky. Do they have the damage now? Yane's going to try and cover him with the macro pipe. They'll secure the kill, but it looks like it'll come. It's such a grave cost as all of Vici Gaming show up to make amends to the Beastmaster going down. CSJ will try and jump into the tree line, but there will be no escape for the position 3 on Cloud.
And again, that was, I believe, only the support TPs being used to be able to claim that kill. So 3 for 1. You've still got the potential to come down bottom and defend this tower, which they do. Erica, he might even be trying to claim this kill.
Yeah, they'll get it. Or maybe not.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Chain's already being used, who will be able to TP up. Sure, they'll make sure that doesn't happen again now with kind of the lack of stuns they have between Vici Gaming. But really importantly, you send Ice Limit back to base. Like, that is time that the Meepo is not getting farm, and a timing that we expect early on from the Meepo seems like it's going to be hit a couple minutes late.
Yeah, it was a very important kill to get onto the Beastmaster. Obviously, you got to hold him off that Helm of the Overlord timing. You tried to, he was still able to get all 3 of those assists in that fight, so he ends up getting it anyway, and now they're just sieging the mid tower. So the curse of having these 2 very defensive style supports is coming to bite Cloud. You know, they just didn't have the damage to be able to convert on that catch.
They might be in trouble. Setsu's going to Remnant on over and look at the Shadow Demon, just putting himself forward. Take me instead of my Zeus position too. Well, they'll do just that, Vici Gaming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cloud nearly got the bottom tower though, so there's little things going their way. Looking to open up the map a little bit further. What's he going next? BKB feels pretty damn important, right? The job is just deal with that egg in the middle of these team fights. Gonna need to put someone on the front lines to try and bait this out. You might need to wait until you get the mechanism on the Shadow Demon as well, just because it feels to me like Meepo needs to be that one.
It doesn't seem like they're ready though to contest this Rosh, and well, they don't even know the Rosh is going on though. They will actually start to see the Corys funneling towards the pit, but yeah, they're in no position to be able to prevent Vici Gaming from finding it, so Age is going to be given over to Setsu, and with that, Vici will continue to look to get some map control, instantly starting to sweep inside Cloud's own jungle.
Just seeing if there's anything else. I mean, okay, you got Blink Overgrowth, you got Mech 300-ish gold away, you've got BKB about 600 away. There's stuff coming, for sure, for Cloud, and the Blink Dagger now for the Meepo. It'd be great if he could get into a few more levels just to provide that little bit of extra damage with the Ransack. But I mean, it's such a small window, and now you're having to contend up into the Aegis, so it still feels to me like Beastmaster is the one that needs to go down, and then Marcy needs to follow up when the Phoenix eventually does take part in the team fight. But my big thing is, without the Marcy, do you kill Beastmaster fast enough? I don't think you do.
Dire's structures are
Definitely not once Snoo's able to pick up the BKB, so they got to try and bring him down beforehand. I was even thinking he could even consider something like a pipe, but that's where FY comes into play.
is under attack.
It'd be a great item for the Phoenix. Might even go the Aghanim Shard afterwards as well. But we just see Vici Gaming feel strong enough to even brute force down a T2 tower. There's going to be no way that Cloud can contest this, so feeling like they don't have these timings yet. Like you were mentioning, still a little bit away towards that goal requiring out of the items, but there's more map control going the way of Vici Gaming. Look, Setsu has no carries. Farming a creep way behind a T2 tower just showcases the kind of limits they have to the lineup on Cloud.
Yeah, they've got no instant stuns outside of maybe the Meepo to some extent, but he has the Aegis. He knows that he wasn't going to go down too easily, and I mean, it's going to become even worse for Cloud Gaming once he does pick up that BKB for himself. No real reliable lockdown at all.
Smoke up, let's see who they can get. Yang is definitely not the target they're wanting with this smoke, but whatever they can take,
Oof, even
they will
popping
be
a
happy to
Thunder
do
Ghost.
so. Yeah.
They know that they've got vision there now as well. I believe that's one of 2 wards that they've got left for Cloud Gaming. One not so useful one outside of the Roche pit, and one protecting the one place that Meepo is wanting to continue farming. So very important that they look to try and keep that as much as possible. But Cloud Gaming might just say, all right, well, you've got this one little area you want to protect. We'll do what we did last game. We'll keep farming 3/4 of the map and we'll
Mid-lane.
give you your quarter.
Rosh is going to be able to stand nearby to protect CSJ in case New wanted to opt for the Roar. Might actually look for Starif instead, as New, he has that Aghanim Shard to work with, so this stun, even though it was just a little bit, was enough to allow the boars to get the slow, and they could easily chase down Starif. And now without the tree for 25 seconds, they might consider about getting some damage onto the tier 2.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I don't know if anyone can really commit forward to stop it from happening. They're trying to drag the creep wave away, let the regular creeps do the most of the work, which I do like. Mercy's trying to put himself in a position to do the same sort of thing. But I do like this from Cloud. They didn't look to overcommit into a fight. They had no vision around that area, and now's the time where you got to make something happen. You've got...
Oh, they see Ice Limit. This is not good. This deep lane ward's going to be able to scout out the Meepo's progression back to the tier 1 tower, and Roar into the Sunray, plenty of damage. Even used the Supernova just in case. I think they saw a TP and that was instantly stopped once the Meepo was blown up.
Well, no Supernova and Roar used. 30 seconds left on the Meepo respawn. I mean, to me, you're not going to get a better chance.
Top lane.
He's already
You're not killing this guy. Yeah, and they're off the mark as well. Star's still going to go for it inside the river, but he's wasted enough time where the boys can start to TP in. He'll still jump back to the fight. But the FY Sunray, it's just going to repair all the damage that Cloud is dishing out onto Erica. There is no way you're killing this man. In fact, CSJ is recognizing that. This is going to be BKB TPR, but Mercy will have no way to escape.
I can understand wanting to make that play. Like, the way to kill a Spectre or play against a Spectre most of the time, of course, he can haunt in if you try and go on the rest of the team. So why not go on the Spectre? But the fact is, you have almost no tower control, so you're able to TP and reinforcements super easily. That's why I really like the place that Erica was farming, so that it made it as easy as possible. And you had no Meepo. Meepo feels like a huge portion of your damage right now. So with BKBs being used with Unleash, now Vici Gaming know they've got a good 50 seconds where they can just completely farm for free across the map with no real fear.
I think down bottom they know that the Meepo clones are still continuing to the lane. Once again, this deep ward was able to scout it out. Cloud's going to be in some trouble. Erica has that Scepter to play with. Macropyre, not going to do too much damage. It needs some control. That's where the Ice Path is able to come into play. Another death for the Meepo. 2 deaths now for him. And there's a hero. You're not scaling into the late game. You need to be one to hit your timings in these deaths. Are definitely slowing that down.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to have that dig, but I feel like you get the gold off the back of a bunch of kills rather than farming across the map with how much of the vision that Vici Gaming control right now. You know, I feel like they've just gotten it the wrong way around on Cloud.
Oh, look at Zeus under the towel.
Yeah.
They're actually going to go for it? Yeah, Eric is in. Why not? Star for the overgrowth, but Setsu instantly purges it off with the use of the BKB. CSJ feels like there's an opening for him to have some involvement in the team fight, but the instant use of the Roar and the chain control will stop him short. Can Vici Gaming get new out as well? The Beastmaster's in a little bit of trouble for the moment. Off to the left side though, Ice Limit. He feels like he can jump into the middle, but that's not the case. Ice Path instantly into the Supernova. It's going to turn to try and bring it down, but it's fallen way too low to have a hope in a world of escaping it. And Shadow Demon, they'll catch up to him as well. Setsu rewarded with the Ultra Kill. He wants a rampage. He wants to be able to catch up to CSJ, but this man will duck away to make sure that's not an opportunity. But Setsu and the boys are more than happy with what they've gotten.
It's 3 fights now that Meepo hasn't truly felt a part of, right? It felt like he joined super late, you weren't able to get the initial burst, and more importantly, Marcy is a big part of your damage. And, you know, she did her job. She took out the Beastmaster, she took away that Helm of the Overlord aura coming through, as well as, you know, the Inner Beast, everything else that they had, but again, they just need to convert onto something else after that. And I mean, I really like the way that Eric has been building to support that. He wants to not just be a haunt bot. Now he's got the Shadow Step to be able to play around with. And, you know, Setsu, I would give him the MVP so far this game. He has just been everywhere, and he's staying out on the enemy side of the map, enabling Spectre to use all of that net worth to its fullest potential.
Yeah, back-to-back incredible games for Setsu, and should be able to find another kill as well with the help of the Spectre illusion.
Dodged out the Demonic Purge there. Damn good
Just
player when he's on.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Setsu is a incredibly gifted player. It just come down to some other team components that have been an issue in the past. This guy is... There's no question that he is mechanically gifted and can be the person to carry games. We saw that last game on the Death Prophet. We see that this game 12-1-4 and already on to his next foe. Catching out Ice Limit. The wards, man. Radiant's Vision. We spoke about the Hawks, but again, this ward at the remnants of the bottom tier 1 tower, that is 3 deaths to the Meepo because of that ward placement.
He just has nowhere else to go, right? Like, that's the one tower that they've been able to take at this point, so he feels safest there. Maybe some of it needs to be, I need some de-warding around here. You can't really afford to buy a gem with how far behind you are, but you know, this is the sort of thing where Feels like they've perhaps been a little overwhelmed.
I'm seeing Butterfly Effect, Pump Fake, use Lightning Bolt, and Mercy as well. This is
They want,
No good,
again,
no
they
bueno.
can't do anything without the Meepo, right? So they kind of just need to hang around and fake using their spells. You know, don't tilt. Try and have a bit of fun with it. Here we go. This is the last attempt. Meepo's alive. They're all grouping up around mid. What's the Hawk Vision look like? I mean, when you see Marcy and Zeus together, you know that they're going for some kind of kill attempt. Or some kind of smoke group up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
they're gonna know. Daytime, Zeus was spamming out the wave and
Radiant are
we
scared.
weren't able to see him, so they're gonna
Invisible
be off the
lightning
mark.
bolts.
Yes, it's I wonder what they're doing. Where could they be?
And they just
Look
group
at
up
them.
together. They go for their own smoke. Wouldn't have held it against them if they chose to go towards the Dire Ancient camp, just fight under their vision there. Instead, just looking to get a little bit closer, perhaps, towards the Roche pit, towards where they've got the tower control.
Erica just picked up an Orchid as well, so we already spoke about how difficult of a game it is for the supports to deal with the Spectre, and now have even more fun of a time against the Silencers. We're going to see that come into play.
Found
And
ya.
no hesitation from Erica, straight on top of the Shadow Demon, making sure that Setsu now has a much easier fight without having to worry about his own Purge. And well, they'll look to back off, just getting the kill onto support, but really the Roche is the prize for them.
This is second Roche as well. Who are they going to give this one to? Phoenix has it already. Beastmaster's got already. Yeah, I guess Ember Spirit can never hurt to just have a lot more of that AoE damage against a Meepo.
I think you give it to Setsu because he's got Scepter.
Yeah.
Dookily dookily. And ages over to the Spectre.
I would have felt physically ill if the Spectre got it. Oh, what a terrible Aghanim shot.
What do you mean, best in the game?
Worst. By far.
This goddamn dispersion that I actually don't think anyone has done. You would, if he was the only person that hadn't picked up a shard, hadn't had a shard in a game, you'd destroy it. You would actually destroy the shard.
Longer
You wouldn't want to
respawn
see
time.
this abysmal dagger just around the map. As well, we will see Erica get another kill. You wouldn't want to see the Aghanim Shard dagger just going everywhere, and it is that atrocious of a shard. You destroy it. I have no doubt.
It takes 1500 damage to be able to proc it as well. It's very deceptive just with the wording of it, right?
Is it 1500?
I'm probably wrong. But anyway.
I don't know. I've got no idea. I couldn't give a goddamn. I couldn't care about this shot. You don't even have to know what it does because you just never see it. There's no point. Just reinvent the shot. You know what? Your next pack's coming up. Your new shot. Not that he needs it. Just change all the bad
Listening
shots.
in. Have a think. Panel, what could the
Oh,
shard
Shadow
be as
Demon.
they go for the GG push?
Oh, he gets blown up. The Setsu is young. Nothing to fear. Remnant out. Repositions himself just in case. They were caught out. I mean, the damage from Zeus is starting to rack up, but once Erica pops the Blade Melt, he's going to be protected for the moment, and FY sees an opportunity for the dive into the middle. They might be in trouble with the Unleash, but that's where the Roar is able to come into play, covering the ultimate from
GG.
FY, and they will all burn to a crisp as Vici Gaming. Well, this is what you're expecting out of
no.
the boys. This
Not
is
the
what
Zeus.
you're hoping for from a Vici Gaming lineup. A clean 2-0 victory, only 6 deaths for them. An incredible series for them to debut Division 2 off of this new roster.
Yeah. This is... would it have been top 4 if it was in Div 1? You got to consider the quality of the opponents as well.
Yeah,
Not
it's
to
just
say that
game.
Cloud are, any slackers, but this looked like Smurfs, to be honest, with how well they were playing. They were amazing. And we know that it's all Vici. We know that they're just that damn good. And they showed it here in this game 1.
Oh, that's a big call, Mr. Dano. It feels like it was just a Smurf gameplay. Lads, do we agree? We feel like Vici Gaming just a bunch of Smurfs right now?
Yeah, they're smurfing in Div 2, I'm afraid. That was an absolute beatdown. I mean, to be fair, they picked Meepo. I don't really know what that Meepo pick was about. The game didn't reveal anything to me either. Sometimes, It is what it is.
Do you want to know the damage done?
From,
no,
from
don't
the
say
Meepo?
it.
3,700,
No.
0, 6, and 2.
Was he the lowest?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Lower than the Treant Protector.
Oh,
Oh god.
Jesus. Well, yeah, that's a sidekick train protector for you, eh?
Lower than
Coming
the
to
Shadow
in the
Demon.
deeps.
Psychic tree.
Came in.
I think maybe the Smurfs were on Team Clouds. Maybe it was a bunch of heralds that were drafting for him this time around.
Whoa.
I'm just trying to think of the ideas coming in with the Zeus pick. Maybe it was like kind of a scenario where they said, you know what, we kind of got our class pretty hardcore from VG Gaming. What does everyone want to play? And they just decided, hey, let's try and have some fun with this draft. Let's see where it goes and see if we can, try and throw some style points the way of VG Gaming. But they kind of slapped that down pretty fast.
I want to quickly say, if that's the mentality, I think that's a horrible mentality to have in your first series. I really don't care if it's against Vici Gaming. Yes, you're expected to lose. This is Vici. These are some incredible players, but you are a team that, like, you need to be playing serious. You need to see what is not working in a game where you pick a lineup.
I like how we're
that-
just putting words in their mouths like that's what they were thinking rather than
I was
some
saying
legitimate
that's what it looked like to
strategy.
me.
and I'm saying, hypothetically, if that's what it looked like, that's not good. You want to take every game seriously,
I think it's
because
a conversation worth having for sure. Like you have to look at the mentality of Cloud here, right? Like why did they pick this Meepo? It was a terrible Meepo game as far as all of us are concerned, and there has to be some kind of discussion there. Like the guy just goes, maybe he's just saying, I'll try. I believe in my Meepo a lot. That might catch them off guard. There's no other way we're going to beat them unless we cheese them.
And now they know.
It was just
now
like,
they can tick it off. Never again.
Or
They'll
he
just bring
said-
up the match replay and be like, they just point at the screen.
Or he said, dude, pick me Meepo. And he goes, okay, I was obviously joking, bro. I was obviously joking. Don't pick me Meepo into this. What the hell? And then he just had to play it. But Setsu will be our MVP for this game, to nobody's surprise. He just had an absolute blinder of a game, blasting around all over the place. I think maybe we can give Baba a nice kind of secondary mention. But this was the Setsu show.
It definitely did feel like it, and I think even Aries said it in the cast as well. I think he had two kind of standout games. I think everybody on Vici Gaming had two standout games. I do feel kind of bad for Erica. He really didn't have to do much, to be perfectly honest. Like, he just had four kind of shining stars on the rest of his team, and he just was like, okay, guys, I'm just going to hit creeps and kind of do my own stuff. He was getting involved in the Spectre, but when you have players who are doing so much work for you on the map, it just feels like it's so hard for you to be the one that has like the most impact. But I do want to say one thing to Team Cloud as well before they do go. I think this is a really, really good learning experience for them, especially that game number one. I think if they can take a few learnings from that game number one, take it into a few more of these series, they could start to climb back. It is always a hard task to try and go up against the highest favored team in your first series of Div 2, but I really hope this doesn't demoralize them too much and they can learn some stuff from this series.
Can I play devil's advocate there? What can they learn even from that game one? Because they just played better. We all liked their draft, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it was simple execution. It wasn't even things like map movements and all that stuff. Like, FY just played out of his goddamn mind.
Yeah, but I think it's individual execution at that point, and there's still things to learn from that. There's still things to look back on and go like, oh, there's this little play which we could have done this when they did this, etc. Like, I think there's always, as long as you're trying, there's always something to learn from a loss. And that first game, their draft was good. They came into it with a good mentality. Unfortunately, they got a bit dismantled in game two. I don't know. The spaghetti was out of the fanny pack and all over the floor by that point, so it wasn't looking great. And this is how our standings look right now, which is not so great for Cloud, unfortunately, as they are going to join the 0-1s. There we go, swing back over. I mean, obviously, we've had one day of games so far, so that'll be Poke, Mystique, and Cloud. Also, and at the bottom is LBZS, Meteor, and Vici will revel in their top 3 points. And we're going to have a look towards tomorrow's schedule as well, which is going to be Poke versus Meteor, which I'm very interested in now, because that could be quite an exciting match indeed, because I think Poke did show us a little bit of life versus LBZS. Meteor looked pretty exciting, and then we've got Cloud versus Outsiders off China, who we haven't seen just yet, but I'm definitely interested to see how these guys perform. They have some big names. Fluke, firstly, your takes on the first series?
I think that first series is going to be a tale of the early games for both those two teams to see who can really have the strongest laning phase and can translate that into kind of mid-game dominance and see who's going to go from there. I think that's probably going to go to all three maps as well. I'm excited to see who comes out on top of that, because that will probably start to determine what the middle part of the ladder is going to look like as well.
Yeah, that's true for sure. Danog, what about you for the second series?
I'm going to go the Outsiders, you know? I'm a bit of a fan of, wouldn't even call them the underdogs. They've all had fairly good stories and careers up to this stage, but this ragtag band, I always tend to favor those sorts of lineups.
Yeah, I do enjoy a little bit of Outsiders action wherever it's from. The guys left behind looking to make a name for themselves and prove themselves as well. You often see a lot of individual performances from those teams as well, as they're looking to kind of prove to the Div 1 teams that, hey, pick me. Come on, you made a mistake leaving me behind. And, I think we all learned something from today. I think Ares learned that pigs are clean. Fluke, what did you learn today?
I learned that I'm smarter than Danog.
And Danog, what did you learn from today?
I think his headset died.
Yeah, I think
He
I learned
to charge his headset before a broadcast.
I learned not to throw to people who are holding their headsets and looking very confused. So we all learned something from today. I got better at my job. Isn't that a great thing? And I hope you guys learned something at home as well and had some fun with today's action. And if you want to join us again, then join us on February the 7th, as we'll be back with more China Div 2 action, a slightly later start, as we only have 2 series that day. So join us then. We'll see you then. But from today, it's going to be a goodbye from us.